Hello, I am the Ronan Bald, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Bald live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bald. The only place for me here now. Hello, Pony69. Welcome.
Hi.
How you doing? What? Aren't you? It's got to be like 8:30, 9:30 where you are. The only place for porn. The only place for porn. The hottest core porn you'll ever see right here, right now. Goat's blood. I mean, cranberry juice and water, 50-50, huh? What do you think? Good? Good? I think good. Welcome to the stream, everyone, by which I mean Pony. You may note that I've moved things around again. I keep playing with moving things around again in terms of the chats and the sub goals and the corners and stuff. I just keep throwing them in places. I don't know what to do with them. Just push them over here, push them over there. It's big, trying to fit it in with a Kerbal Space Pro. Oh, is that what we're doing today? Yeah, that's what we're doing today. I'm sorry, Cluster Truck will return. I just can't get the Kerbal out of my veins. I gotta get free of the addiction. The only way is to go to the bottom. You gotta hit rock bottom on your addiction. You gotta probably almost die, and then you're like, oh Jesus, I need to play some Cluster Truck is how that's gonna work for me. Don't take that advice, by the way, in terms of addiction. It's probably a bad way to go. Although it does seem to be the way that most people choose to take. Regardless of whether it's good advice or not. Puan, don't tell anyone, but I'm a little tipsy. Are you a little tipsy? What a little tipsy you are. Oh, what a cute little tipsy. And you're tipsy. Hello, Pika Pop. Can you see me? I can see you. Oh, man, I'm here. You're here? Guy called Pie. Everybody's here. People are getting here. So, people. Check out my screen back there. Huh? Check it out. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? It's always been there. It hasn't always been like that. I put a 3D transform on it. Now it looks better. Huh? Doesn't it? Maybe? No, it doesn't? Screw you. It looks great. I did a little tinkering with the OBS today before the stream. I'm really effing here, says a guy calling Pie. Did it change? Does it? It's slightly different. It looks better, I think. The perspective is more correctish now. We're going to be kerbling today, and if you will remember, why don't we go ahead and get the kerbling, you start loading up. We're going to be kerbling, and if you remember from the last live stream, we finished a mission that took 3 hours to fly, an SSTO to the moon, with a break-off lander stage. It comes back, links back up, and SSTO's home. Found out at the end of it that it still costs us about 32,000, I think it was, Kerbucks in fuel, even though we bring everything home in order to get that done that way. So I don't know that that's particularly efficient. I think we could have taken the same 2 tourists and a pilot to the moon probably for less than 30,000, even if we threw off a bunch of parts from a rocket ship. But hey, we did that thing anyway. At the end of that stream, we saw there was a mission to build a space station around the moon, and we spent the remainder of that stream getting started on designing that space station in the VAB. I kept it simple, straightforward, didn't want to be here all day. As said, I don't want to be sitting here another 2-3 hours building it. So I whipped a little something together. Friends, I have whipped a lot of something together yesterday that has nothing to do with what we did. I've got a space station. You gotta see it. Oh my god, is it? Oh, come here. It's good. It's good space. You gotta see this space station. No goat's blood for it. Cranberry water. Has KSP not broken you yet? As it may have. Another thing to note before we get started, today is a hot day. It's a rather warm day outside, and we upgraded the CPU live on stream to a Ryzen 5 3600 and overclocked it by 700 megahertz from its stock clock of 3 gigahertz to 4.3 gigahertz. And it's been running during the live streams. It's been getting warm. It's been getting warm, mainly because of the GPU. GPU kicks in, starts doing its thing, and then it's kicking out heat, and the CPU's kicking out heat, and it's all trapped up in this case there that it gets... Well, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it. If the live stream suddenly goes away, could be that I overheated it and crashed. If it does happen that way, I will immediately clock it down in the BIOS to 4.2 gigahertz. and try and start the stream back up. But I have made some adjustments. If it gets real hot, I'll take the side of the case off, too. Let's see. Pawn drinks scotch. If by scotch you mean the blood of a number of cranberry juice and water, yes, that's what KSP has broken me. Cranberry juice and water. Cranberry juice? What are you on your period? Huh? You guys know the movie? Man, we really been feeling the climate change here the past few years. There's a guy called 100 Fahrenheit degrees all day, day. We're not that hot. We're not that hot. In fact, like, we got most of our summer in, like, July, like, early, like the first half of July, I feel like, and for the last half of July, or at least the last few weeks coming out of July, we had a lot of, like, wow, do I need to close the windows here in, early August, late July? Because it's getting so cold outside, windy and cool temperatures. You get used to just running the fans and have the ceiling fans on and everything, and then you get like 3 weeks of summer and it's over, and you're like, oh god, winter will be here by September, But, it is a hot one today, anyway. Last year we had 40 degrees Celsius for the first time ever. It was spicy. It was spicy? Spicy! No beer today, says the Light Guy 89. We'll get to the beer. Trying to stretch it out, trying to just, not get immediately in. Wait until at least the first live stream break. That's my goal. We've been going through so much beer ever since Lady Pawn got here. Lady Pawn drinks, she keeps up with me. And so between the two of us, I'll tell you this, it's kind of funny, okay? Between the two of us, I was just thinking about how much money's going out in, beer and how often we have to make a run for another case. Listen, I use mine to control the pain as well as just to numb the brain that I got up here that, who wants to listen to that all day? I 2 to 3 beer a day are just my prescription medication. As long as I'm drinking 2 to 3, I might as well have 2 to 3 more, No, I tend to have 4 to 5 beer a day. 3 are for just feeling like a semi-normal human being with my chronic fatigue syndrome issues. 2 to 3 of them, and then, the 1 or 2 extra, those are for me. But yeah, we've been going out for a lot of cases of beer, and it's like, damn, this is too expensive, we can't do this. So I looked into, what if I bought kegs? What if I bought a keg? I've got a spare fridge in the basement sitting there doing nothing, and I'm like, ooh, if I had a keg, and you put it in the fridge, then I drill through the side, and then silicone it back up, run the pipes out kind of thing. You could have it so that you don't never open the fridge, you just use taps on the outside, and ooh, what a project. I look into kegs, because we're drinking so much, I'm like, well, the only way to beat this is to buy in greater volume, right? Price goes down with volume, doesn't it? Always try to brew it yourself, Sister Mason. That is a thought of mine as well. I'm not unfamiliar with making at least, toilet wine in prison. I mean, at the Zen Center, as monks, we used to make our own wheatberry alcoholic confection. But anyway, you're just realizing now that every time I've said the Zen Center and my Zen master, I meant prison yard and the guy who was butt-fucking me. But, I was actually looking into what if I bought kegs, because more volume means lower price, right? It doesn't. It doesn't. I am shocked to find that the cheapest way to buy beer is to buy it in the can or the bottle. Yeah. It's one of those things where, I don't know, maybe they just drove down, the price is what it is because it's what the public demands. If you buy a keg, kegs are like, in dollars, they're around $100. 110 is where you see a lot of them start. Some of them are a little bit lower than that, but basically a keg is 15 gallons. 15 and a half gallons. Yeah, I think it's 15 and a half gallons is a keg. It's a half barrel. It's the largest, beer keg that you can get. And that is equivalent to, I think it was, 5.5 cases. I've got it all written down. Yeah, 15 and a half gallons, which is equal to 5.5 cases of 30 beers, because there's 30 beers, they all have 12 fluid ounces, and there's 480 fluid ounces, and then and you do the math, and you figure out that it's equal to 5.5 cases. 5.5 cases of the cheap stuff that I buy, Stroh's, comes to, before tax and everything, $110. About $110. The cost of a keg is about $110. And then you need a tap. And then maybe you need a bucket, and then maybe you need, you know, tubes, and you need to refrigerate it. You know, if you want it to be cold, then you have to have another refrigerator, or you gotta have it somewhere where it's also... So, yeah, the cheapest way to buy beer is cans and bottles. I am shocked. Volume does not help, and it makes me wonder about, you know, all the places that have, you know, the cheap shit on tap, all the bars and stuff like that. Oh, you want a Budweiser? You want a Busch? It's like... They could actually be saving money, probably. I mean, maybe they get a discount, but I would think that as low as the price is on, like, the cheap beer in cans and stuff, and if they bought in volume there, they'd get the same discount, you know? It's like there's no reason to have a keg until you're talking about nice beer, because there is a argument to be made that beer from a keg and the aeration of it and all that kind of stuff, and that it's stored, that it tastes better, that it's a better experience. So there's that argument to be made. But when you're ordering Budweiser at a bar, and it's coming out of the keg, I don't understand you. You know, I want my Budweiser to taste as good as Budweiser can. I want my piss to taste like premier piss. It's not. Used to make my own port. It was a lot of work, but the payoff was okay. Those kegs are about 75 pounds. You'll need a nitrogen tank, too, says Jermaine. I don't want a nitrogen tank. Is that the initial cost of a keg? Seems like it would be cheaper on the refill. No, that is actually, in addition to that, you'd always have, as long as you have a keg, you'd always have like $50 deposit going on. It would just be floating out there. So it's like getting a tank of propane. You know, you pay for the propane and you pay for the tank, and then when you return the tank, they don't charge you for a tank again, and you can just buy propane at that point, but you have that deposit. And if you ever stop using propane, you take the tank back, they give you the deposit back on the tank, and then you're out. But so there's that overhead as well in, you know, trading kegs back and forth, in addition to hauling kegs around and stuff like that. So even, like, the inconvenience of it would, you know, would be one thing to consider and build that into what your sort of estimated cost is, and is it worth it? But it's actually not cheaper. It's not cheaper in the first place. Should I start a discussion about the metric system now? Just wondering, says Evil Downer Bulk. And gallons and fluid ounces and stuff? You want to get into 100 pints nearly in the 15-gallon keg. Yes. And apparently 100 pints is equal to approximately 1,984 fluid ounces. And then it just doesn't work out mathematically. You can get a quarter keg. I wonder, I didn't even think if it would be cheaper to, like, get less. Because, again, my mind was just stuck in the idea that volume makes things cheaper. But as I saw with the keg, that's not necessarily true. You get a smaller keg, I wonder if it would be any cheaper. That's something to look into. That's something to look into, just to check. Because maybe. I mean, they couldn't, though, could they? Because then how would they sell the whole keg, the big keg? Maybe if the quarter kegs are in plastic instead, if there's a smaller keg that's in plastic instead of metal, you know, I'm trying to figure out why the expense is higher for the keg, and I gotta think that it's the keg itself, or it's just inconvenient, they don't want to sell kegs, except to bars, I don't know. There's metric and there's nonsense. What else is there to discuss? Paul, hang on, what are you talking about? I'm talking about beer. Beer and kegs of beer, and how they're actually more expensive than just buying it in the can. Kegs, pints, ounces, what's next? Blups and gulps? And how many bubbles is this? It's 2.3 on the bubble scale. It's got a Richter of 7. Pawn is normal, so let's load into the game here, because I have many things to show you. Now, if you're wondering why I'm positioned as I am in the shot, it is, I would like to, it would be lovely. It's still a little corner there. It would be lovely if you guys were able to see when I'm doing, like, maneuver node stuff, if you could see the maneuver node overlay that's here, as well as the Delta V stuff. So I've tried to find the place where I might be able to squeeze in here. I've moved the nav ball over there. You'll see it all. You'll see it all when we get to it. But first, I have something awesome to show you. Something quite awesome to show you. And that is my space station. Now, before I open up the space station I was working on yesterday, I'm going to show you what we were working on at the end of last live stream. We have a contract right now. The contract tells us, Can you see some of that? You can't. I'll just scroll it. I can't scroll it down. I'll just read it to you. It's in here. Build a new orbital station around the moon. It has to support at least 5 Kerbals, 2,000 units of liquid fuel, and maintain and then, you know, put it at the moon is the mission that we have right now. So at the end of the last live stream, I took an hour. I took an hour building this ugly looking thing. If I delete the fairings, you see what I was going for here, and then I delete the fairings. There you go. And the idea was that this was going to be our space station. We've got a mobile processing lab that stores 2 Kerbals. We've got this command pod that stores 3 Kerbals. Boom. 5 Kerbals. We've got the ability to generate some electricity. We've got solar panels that extend. We got some batteries up here and as well as down there. We lit it up. We put some ladders on and things like that. We've got our comms center down here. We extend the antennas on either side, and we've got both relays and direct comms. Threw some science on there, really just to greeble it up, make it look like more was going on. And then the idea for the actual fuel storage was rip all this stuff off. And this would have ended up being our fuel storage. This houses some amount of fuel. 360 plus 180, 42, 5,200, 36 plus 180 is 5,200? 5,000. Wait, no, 360, 180, 4,200. A8. What's 8 plus 6 again? 4,400. 4,400 delta V. I knew there was something wrong going on in my brain. 4,400 delta V in each stack. So 4,400 times 4 gets us to not 4,400 times. That's not enough. Is there another stack in here that I'm not? That was the plan anyway. 2,000 units of delta V. That was just going to be the space station that's going to get up there and be done with it. You know, this would pop off, and then it would look like that. And then we'd figure out, like, where to dock things. It was just the starter, you know, I was like, okay, that's enough of a base. Next time we come back, we'll work on it. Let me show you what I did yesterday that makes that look like stupid, because it does look stupid. It really looks stupid. Ladies and gentlemen, the Orbital Base Mark II is right here. This is the Orbital Base. This is what a base looks like. This is what an orbital base looks like, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Holy fucking deed, Pie. Pawn, just show us the new one, you slut. I had to tease you a little bit first. You had to twig nipples, little, you know, pet the grundle underneath kind of thing. This is the Orbital Base Mark II. 180 plus 360 equals not 540, not 440. I did that too. I said that it was 520, and I said 442, and then 50, fucking 520. That's how we, anyway.
It has even got 2 sets of balls.
It's got double balls. It's got, you know, sort of a, what is knuckles again? It's got an echidna penis. There's several penises growing off of the, just coming out right there. This is a space station. That other thing I showed you, it's not a space station. This is a space station. What? That was, that's not a That's not a knife. This is that's not a space station. This is a space station. It's not. I can't. It's been a while since I heard Crocodile Dundee. How does it fly? I don't know. I have no idea how it flies. Add end caps to the fuel tanks, please. Add end caps to the fuel tanks, please. Well, those will be carried up somehow and something, and it'll be whatever it is. But it's not. We're not gonna fly it up like. What, you guys thinking it needs to be aerodynamic? Come on. This is a space station, friends. We've got ourselves a cupola module. I like saying cupola. Cupola, but it's cupula, isn't it, or something? It's Dracula. We got a Dracula module on here. That's just 1 Kerbal can be in there. We need to be able to store 5. So 1 plus 4 bedrooms. 4 bedroom facilities here. Just private quarters for them. Plus, we got ourselves a crew cabin, because I thought, wouldn't it be nice if you had like a hallway when you left your private quarters, you went down, there was a place where you could sit down with the table, play chess with somebody or something like that. So we got 1, that's 5, that's 7, because 2 people can sit in there. And then down here, you got a processing lab, I think it's 2 2 Kerbals go in there. So we got space for 9 Kerbals on here. We got a science lab that could be over the moon generating science points for us and whatnot. And we got all these places where we can store Kerbals. We got the 5 Kerbal thing covered. 15.5 gallons. Yes. And then 58, full keg, half barrel, yes. Wait, no, it works. Pint is about 568. But you guys are still trying to do the math on it? Trust me. Trust me, it don't work out. It's cheaper to just buy it in the can. Say premium, please. Why? What did you need premium for? Premium. Premium. Premium? What are you doing with my premiums? I don't understand. Hey, Paul, until next time, Paul. Where you going, Mill Grips? Look at my friggin' space station. You can't leave me now. Oh, thank you. Space. So price per pint would be about oh, God. You guys work it out and let me know what you come up with. So, there's the main core of the space station. If I took off the other parts of it that connect, then that's what that looks like. And then the other parts of it that connect. Just throw that out. Throw this and do that. Boom. So there's that part of it. Now, obviously over here, we're going to look at the least interesting parts first, save the best for last, obviously. This is for Houston. The bits or the math that everybody's doing about the beer? I think he's more of a whiskey man. I don't know what he does. Thank you for the... I mean, I'll pass those along to Houston. Sure. This is our docking area as of right now. We've got one large docking port for, you know, pulling your big ships up to, and we got 2 smaller ones for parking your smaller ships up to them. Have some ideas about how to do this that could be different. There's still quite a bit of tweaking to be done on this build. It's not just all done for us. And there's things to be considered, like monoprop and stability and, you know, possible stability issues, because, you know, the Kraken and how it likes a really long craft with very weighty things on it. You know how the Kraken likes that, so there's things to be considered. I could do this with robotics and just have them fold down. I've thought about that. I've actually thought about possibly trying to do this with robotics where they don't fold down in hinges, but they actually extend out from the inside. That might be a stabler way of setting this up, because the robotics, even locking the hinges, doesn't seem to get it done. Hey, Paul, start the Streamlabs. I'm sorry, I forgot about the Streamlabs. I did forget to bring up the Streamlabs. There, it started. It'll do its thing from now on. It'll update it to whatever we are currently. We just lost 2 subscribers. Thanks for having me open Streamlabs. We lost 2 subscribers because I opened the program. But yeah, so I decided to set this up so that it looks a bit like this is an it's a fuck. CFS is doing that thing where I can't remember a word that I've been saying a lot lately because I was talking to Lady Pawn about this. It's a where the air in the chamber and the decompression, it's the airlock. So you come into here and then pressurize and then you're through. That was the idea behind doing it like that with 2 sections. So that's simple, straightforward. Maybe a little bit of robotics work could be done there. But now we get to the interesting part of things. And that is, you know, all of this. So we've got, first off, comms. We got our comms station set up right here. We got the relays and the direct, followed by monoprop. I could have put so much more monoprop in this area, but I really like the look of all these balls. And I really like the look of the little struts and everything. And everything has been built here, too, in a way that it, like, reproduces itself, so it clips and clips. Like, if I took this apart, the Lego style that I made it, you'd be very satisfied by that. In fact, if I can get us in where you can actually see a damn thing, let me show you this. If I grab this side of, if I can get a hold of it, this cubic octagonal strut and pull that off, that's just that section. If I grab this one, that's that section that holds those 2. I have built this very, you know, Lego style. If we keep going back, we then have our battery banks, and I'm having trouble finding ways to look at it because we're in the VAB and it's not really set up for being zoomed in on this stuff. I might be able to, like, if I took you and then dragged you over there, then yes, there we go, into the center of the room. So we've got our battery, and this is all the way around. These are 3 stacked in, you know, to the 4 corners there. So we got 3, 6, 9, 12 of those, each containing 400 EC for us. So 3 times 4 times 3 is 4,200? 4,400. It's whatever it is. I'm not even going to try and do the math. It's just a callback. And then we've got our solar panels. These are the biggest solar panels that I have right now. So that's the solar panels that we're going to have there. We've got a radiator as well. And that is a radiator that operates on the whole ship, not just the parts that it's nearest to.
Put some boosters on it here.
On it here? She doesn't know how to say please when it's just PLS. She just turns it into, put some boosters on it. Blech. Don't vomit on my stream, Evil Downer Balkan, with your text-to-speech nonsense. Text-to-speech nonsense. Thank you for the cheers, though. I'm not putting boosters on it until it's broken up and ready to go and things like that. Then, past our generation field and our heat dissipation, we got a little bit of an extension here, followed by some lights. I lit the whole damn thing up. And then we have 2 SAS units all the way out here. And I'm not sure... This is my big concern about this craft, about this, this beautiful friggin' space station. Look at that. Just look at that. My big concern is the Kraken and it shaking itself apart by, you know, physics glitchy forces, where instead of things wobbling being a use of the energy that slowly turns the wobble away, it actually generates free energy for you. If we could only figure out how to do that in the real world, Kerbal. Man. Love it when people put all the habitable compartments together for realism. Yeah, I do want it to be, you know, like that, for the idea of, you know, this is I'm living in the world. I'm imagining what it would be like to be able to move between these spaces. So much so that I gave them a for the cost of an extra ton or something on this crew cabin, I gave them a place where they can sit down and play board games together. If they can keep the board from, like, not floating off the table. Maybe some Velcro, I'm thinking? Magnets? I don't know. So yeah, but we've got the SAS here, along with the RCS, at least for, you know, the 2 axes without rotation and without back and forth. We've got some RCS output there, and this is what really needs to be thought about, because the center of mass is right there between these 2 when these are full. When our tanks are full, which all these tanks are full for design issues, then the center of mass is there. Now, twisting from the middle could be a good way of easing it, or it could be the worst thing that you could possibly do. I'm not really sure on a craft this large. I think if, you know, with RCS, I think the best way to turn something like this would be to put thrusters, RCS vents on at all the extremities, so that when you are rotating it, you're rotating it from, you know, the furthest point away and the furthest point away, so that it and does that, and so everything in the middle is spinning at the same time. Spinning from the middle would mean we try and twist from there, and then 2 halves of it go and rip itself apart, potentially. But I just saw where the center of mass was and thought, maybe I'll put some SAS units out there, and then I did. So I don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea. I haven't built something of this ilk, potentially ever, in terms of space stations. Something this, you know, big and cool. More solar to be legit. Should have more solar. Yeah, what I need is just bigger solar panels, really. You know? Want bigger solar panels. But, you know, in terms of the actual electricity we'll be drawing, it's probably enough. I don't know. And I don't want to, like, create that. I don't want that to be... I could make it longer, but I like the look of it right now. It'd just be nice if we had bigger solar panels, but we don't. We're not there in our career yet. Rex Skates? That was Rex Skates. Hey, Rex, how's it going? Just lapped some RTGs on. RTGs? Are those, you mean, like radioactive batteries? I don't have those either. How come the mc.roninpawn.com domain isn't in the web host? I realize the server is no longer online, so the domain now points to someone else's server. Oh, does it? does it? I need to, like, take down mc.rodentpawn as a subdomain, because I never broke that up, but yes, that server has gone offline. I saved the server files, but we're not using it anymore, so I'm not paying for it. I would still pay for, say, half of it, says Rexcase. But the server, we're not using, nobody's using it. I'm not gonna start using it again. I'm addicted with Kerbal now. Don't let's start. This is the worst part. Could believe for all the world that you're my precious little girl, and don't let's start. Assuming the mic portion gets reloaded. What? At the moment, we don't have a server, but we do have a domain pointing towards someone's server. That's because, Noah, my website actually isn't through the server that, you know, that you're seeing there. The server where we've got the bot, it's through something that Rex gifted me. RonanPawn.com is still a thing? Yes, it is. I haven't looked at it or touched it or thought about it in ages, but it's there. But yeah, so SAS there, that's the most concerning issue in figuring out monoprop and stuff like that. But then we've got our fuel field. And these are 360 plus 360 plus 180 each. So 720 plus 180, so 800, so 900. I gotta be doing my math wrong again. 360 and 360 is 720 plus 180. Yeah, no, it's 900. Which is why we've got 3 of them on there, because 2 of them would not give us the 2,000 units of liquid fuel that we're going to need to complete the contract, but 3 of them will, and I have an idea for how to bring 3 of them up. So, Mappycrap with the subscription, thank you very much. Do you know why? I can flex with my sub again, but here we go. Good evening, everyone, for the 10 months of subscription, Mappycraft. I know I'm on the right server. The rest of the domains are there, like might.ronanpawn and nobut.ronanpawn and mc.ronanpawn. But mc.ronanpawn isn't in the list. Might be that I never transferred it completely over, you know? Is might and nobot actually doing anything? Maybe I've got them duplicated on the other server where ronanpawn.com exists. I don't know. Don't ask me questions. I don't give a shit. I'm looking at my massive, awesome space station. So we got the fuel field here, and you'll note that the fuel tanks themselves have RCS thruster blocks on them. They can fire their own monoprop, but they don't have any monoprop on them. So how are we going to move these things around in order to get them in this position? Because I have an idea of how they would come up, and then we break them off. We attach one to the other, one to the other, one to the other. But it doesn't have a probe core, and it doesn't... I already said I am on the RonanPawn.com. I don't... Just... Alright, keep throwing nickels at me, but I'm gonna stop paying attention because I don't give a fuck. You're not talking about this? This is cool, right? Talking to me about the goddamn server while I'm live about the fucking... Anyway, so the liquid fuel it's got, but it doesn't have any way to control it, and I thought about... Oh, Jesus Christ. Nice space station needs more end caps, alright. I thought about giving them all their own probe and their own, you know, monoprop and all that kind of thing. It's like, why would I do that? That's stupid when we could just have a little drone. When we could just have Spermy, is what I call him. I call him Spermy. And I'd like to show you Spermy. So let me see if I do this, and then I grab Spermy from over here. Okay, so I grab Spermy. I think Spermy's done. I don't think Spermy needs to be adjusted at all. Let me show you Spermy here. If I can find Spermy. Where are you, Spermy? Come on. Come on. There you go. This, friends, is Spermy. Now, I'm going to go ahead and reroute to him so that I can rip the ship off, and then boom, all we have is Spermy to look at. Let's get rid of the center of mass. This is Spermy. He just has monoprop. He just carries monoprop around, and you'll note, I did have the center of mass up there, you'll note in the center of mass that I've got it, you know, perfectly centered to the craft. That's why it's like a mirror image on either side of it, is so that it's perfectly centered in terms of the hex using its reaction wheels to turn itself, be perfectly centered. In terms of the RCS firing, it will be perfectly centered. It is exactly the way we want it. The reason that he's called Spermy is that here he's got himself a docking port junior for hooking up to various items to push them where they need to be, and here he's got a sperm tail. That's Spermy. That's Spermy for us. You just, you know, maybe like that. There you go, Spermy. He's got some lights on him. You know? They're pretty bright lights. That's Spermy. But he'd be the little, like, drone, you know, the space station drone. He is for this space station, and he would be the thing that would help us assemble everything that needs to be assembled when it comes up. I don't know exactly how much and how far these units of liquid fuel will go. We got 40 there. We got 4 times 7.5, so we got 15 twice, which is 30, 60, and then 40. So we got 100 monoprop on here. I don't know how far that would go, but we're bringing up a whole bunch of... We're at the space station. You deleted it. We're a bunch of... with the orbital base Mark II loaded back up. We got a whole bunch of monoprop on here, so he can always just connect and refuel. But that Spermy would be the one to push these fuel tanks, you know, onto each other and onto the space station. He would also be the one to assemble a fair bit of this craft, because there is going to be a good whack of assembly required with this, as you may note. So first off, these 3 would come up in a stage and have to be put on once they're there. This, if I collapsed all of this stuff, would be a stage. That's a stage. Put you up here just to see what it looks like. There you go. That's a stage all on its own, right? That has to be brought up. The core here is a stage that needs to be brought up. And honestly, I've looked at this already and how much it would cost to wrap all of these in a fairing, and also how much this weighs. If we, just back over to the middle, please. If I pull that up, this is 9.939 tons, almost 10 tons, as it is. Put a fairing on there, it goes up to 11 and something. Like, past 11 and a half, I think. So it goes up by 1.5 tons to have a fairing that covers all of this, because it's a lot of stuff. And the fairing has to come really far out for those guys. So I'm thinking these guys actually come up separately, and we have more docking ports and docking ports on either side, and then Spermy pushes these guys into here, because that gets this down to a 7-ton payload that we have to carry up. And that makes sense, because we also have this little bit that needs to come up with something. And wouldn't it, you know, wouldn't it be nice if this made any fucking sense at all? If we have these guys on either side of those, we load up all 4 of those with their own docking ports onto this, and bring this up, then that gives this a good reason to exist as a 3rd vessel that we bring up, because we've definitely got 2 vessels that need brought up between this one and this one that would need to come up separately. But this 3rd thing is like, maybe I can, I was thinking, where could I shove it in order to bring it up? Because that doesn't really justify a whole 3rd ship. If I put all 4 of these on there, it does justify that ship, and it's still relatively lightweight, which means one of these craft, either this guy, because he's pretty lightweight too, for all the stuff that's going on there, it's all a lot of lightweight stuff. One of these guys could bring up a tow ship. If we are going to bring this whole thing to the moon and assemble it up there, then as opposed to building, you know, each craft gets its own launch stage kind of thing, like it's gonna have its own launch stage, but like I'm thinking a tow ship. Now, I don't have nuclear engines to do a nuclear tugboat, which is what, you know, people would probably be, well, you should do a nuclear tugboat. I don't have nuclear engines, and we're not going to get them anytime soon. So, it's not going to be a nuclear tugboat, but I have looked at the idea of building one tugboat, that if we can put that one tugboat in orbit, it will be able to run all of these craft to the moon and back. Well, it's on the fuel that we put up there in the first go. We send it, we get it to orbit, it doesn't spend any of its own fuel, and then it goes to the moon, comes back, gets back into orbit of Kerbin, goes to the and syncs up with the next ship. So all we have to do is deliver each one of these 3 ships that need to go up to orbit. Really, it's just 2, because the first one has the tugboat on it, and then the tugboat pushes that all the way to the moon, breaks off, flies itself home. We put up the next piece in orbit of Kerbin, tugboat on the back of that, push it all the way to the moon, comes back, last piece up in orbit, and then we just have to focus on getting each of these to orbit. Pawn, why are there pods on the end bit like that? Because I was showing something. Pay attention. What are those balls anyway? Those are my balls. These are, they're for, so where you can sleep. It's bunk beds. And also tourists need to be able to visit and shit like that. And this is where, you know, they're gonna require, they're not just gonna like hover and, you know, how cool, and then they try to go to sleep, and they're like, how am I supposed to sleep without a bed underneath me? We have to strap them down to a bed, and this is where we're going to do it. These are the BDSM pods, is what they are. The BDSM pods, and if you look out the window, you might see spermy. So I don't know what you think is on my mind. Might want to bring up spermy first to help building stuff. Tug on it a little. Spermy should come up along with the lightest load that we have, and honestly these things are kind of heavy, so once I put these onto this, I think this is going to be the lightest load. Let's look at that right now. I'll rip off the fuel side of things, and then we'll do what we did before, which is I'll put you on top, I'll reroute to anything that's on this ship, and then rip you off, throw you away. The mass of this, as, you know, much as it looks like it has and is on there, they're all relatively lightweight parts. This is only 2.8 tons. Right there. So, at 2.8 tons, this is the one to bring the tugboat up with, and probably to, you know, bring Spermy along too. Because he won't weigh that much either. So that's going to be less than 3 tons, and the other stuff is going to be heavier than that. So tugboat, Spermy, and this section go up first, then probably the pods, my 4 balls, would go up and be transferred out to the moon with the tugboat, and then the final would be the main core of the ship. I'm being very fucking careful on making sure that I don't. Okay, so load you up and then save Mark II back up, because as much as I'm coming in and going out, I want to make sure that I've got an extra shit in case I accidentally rip something off, throw it away, and then, oh god, but I clicked the save button. Pawn, strapping people to the pod is only 3-star space hotel territory. Now, artificial gravity induced by a rotating ring, that's 5-star right there. Well, I don't have the parts for that. I'm not interested. This is already complicated enough. How can you look at this space station and be thinking, we could make it cooler? You can't make this cooler. It's fucking as cool as it's gonna be. Might want to get it up first because Spermy can drip out. Spermy's gonna be coming out a lot. Okay, go for 2.5 star. 2.5 star would be fine. And that's not artificial gravity, it's just centrifugal force. Well, that's why we put the word artificial in front of the gravity. Alright, fair enough. Add a holodeck. See? Maybe later. In a later build, potentially. But yeah, so there is still some work to be done here. I mean, I kind of wanted to pitch it to y'all. Like, because I did talk about this a bit earlier in the stream already, but the idea of twisting from the center of mass, kind of a bad one, isn't it? Twist from the center of mass, you know, if you're going to have reaction wheels to do any rotation, you twist from the middle, and then everything that's out here that's like, you know, that weighs more, which hand is it? This one. And then, you know, you twist from the middle, and they go, and then the Kraken comes and fucks you up. So maybe it's a bad idea to have SAS there. Does anyone have experience with building something that's this kind of stretched out and big and gangly and that kind of a thing, to know what's gonna go wrong? Because I'm not sure that I do. You know, I've thought about maybe for the sake of the space station itself, you don't really have any active SAS, electrical SAS, but you focus on RCS as your SAS needs. If you twist it too hard, Spermie's definitely going to come... Okay, okay. If the battery stage is the lightest, then bring both Spermie and a bowl with it. Well, maybe. We could maybe do a bowl with it. I hadn't thought about that. We could maybe do a bowl with it as well. Yeah. But, in order to, like, balance out the load. That's not a bad idea. But you're getting ahead of me here. SAS overcompensates a lot. That's gonna make it wobble badly. Yeah. The other thing that I was thinking was for the sake of... like, splitting up the SAS to be, you know, pilot versus SAS, reaction wheels on... These are just for stability assist, and these are for, you know, pilot controls, so I could actually have these just be for, you know, spinning, and then they wouldn't react at all to, you know, attempt to do stability. So they wouldn't try and stabilize us. I've already turned off the reaction wheels on here. I swear I did. Toggle the torque. I mean, maybe we need them when we're going up, but I'm just playing with it right now. So the torque would be off on that. Reaction wheels are disabled from you. There's no reaction wheels in these. There's no reaction wheels in this. So there would be no reaction wheels on this craft except for what's at the tip. When we're flying it up, maybe we turn them on. Once we're up there, we don't have them. The only SAS that we've got is right there at the middle, and it doesn't try to correct. It just gets us spinning. That's an idea. I could go with that, because I really like how this just happened to work out with I got to the end of this thing and then hooked these up, and I was like, oh, the middle of the center of mass is there. I could put SAS units and put the monoprop things there. I like it. Is Spermie going to be launched prematurely in a phallic-looking rocket into space? He will be the first thing to come out, so it's gonna be early. Spermie's gonna go first. But why am I need to no, you guys are just making everything lewd. It doesn't need to be that way. The other thing that needs to be thought about and considered then is, RCS, monoprop.
Porn SAS can't help a rocket fly. They're a highly trained special forces and counter-terror unit, not rocket scientists, lol.
They could probably help it fly. I mean, if it's being assaulted by, you know, somebody who escaped a Bruce Willis Die Hard movie, then they could probably, you know, take him out. I mean, if they would have been there in Interstellar, then Matt Damon wouldn't have... Spoilers! Would have taken it... Says the pawn with his balls constantly on show. I mean, but I've got so many of them, there's no place for me to hide them, you know? I mean, there's 12 of them right here, and then another 4 over here. There's balls everywhere. You know what? I actually, at one point, while I was designing it, just because it looked cool, I had a Stay Putnik wedged into here, so I would have had another big metal ball, just because it looked neat. It looked neat. But we don't need it. We don't want it. I can have it. She's too fat for me. You know what I mean. Yeah. RCS. RCS is like a concern that needs to be addressed before I can start like, oh, let's just throw it up there. So it's RCS, command and control. Command and control, for like controlling the station. I've got RCS here for firing us, you know, on any of these directions from about the center of mass. So if we want to move the ship in one of those 2 dimensions, up, down, forward, back, whatever you want to call those 2 dimensions. We'll say XY. XZ, we'll say. Well, no, we'll say YZ. YZ dimensions there. But we have nothing for the X currently. Although, we will have these guys. Yeah, so they can handle X for us if we wanted to move on that. They can either push or they can pull, so that's fine. We've got XYZ handled there, but rotation in particular. These guys could also be used for rotation, but the rotation would be, you know, it would pull here, and then there's a joint there, 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 you know, there's so many places where it can wobble. It would be better if we were twisting at both ends when we twisted. So if we wanted to rotate, having some monoprop kind of out here would be a good idea on the same... Okay, it's a big ship. Oh my god, is it a big ship? It turns so slow. Yeah, just drop you there for a second, and I'm gonna drag the whole thing over there, so when I zoom in, I'm more where I want to be working right now. With snapping, like, where would we want them? Considering that's the center of mass of the ship, and we'd be thrusting from there. If I'm firing from out here, maybe what I want is actually it to all be, like, it to be over here, you know? If I have these two out there, and then we were to twist, I think that would be a smoother, easier twist for us. And I like them being there. Yeah, for that kind of rotation. Now for the other kind of rotation, I got nothing. I got nothing right now. So, give yourself something for the other kind of rotation. Where would I do that from then? Good question, because again, you know, we'd want to do it from, like, here. You know, one on this end, one on that end, and then over here, one up there and one down there. What we could do instead is maybe I could have linears. And the linears could be here. So 2 on either side, we are snapped. We zoom in. Whoa, Jesus Christ, it's a big ship. And then zoom you out. So that you penetrate that, that handlebar there. Considering that handlebar's there, is there any excess on the handlebars? Because I did a lot of, you know, there's a lot of greebling going on here, but the ladders are there with the idea of, again, just, you know, staying in world that, you know, if you were out repairing something, then you'd strap to here, click on, and then you could come out here, click onto there, go back, unclick to there, and then be out here working on something. That was the idea behind various ladders that I put in places. I put this one where it is for being able to, like, you know, from here, get to there, and then go up. But really just because this ladder has its own diffused, like, lighting to it that looks very nice. So I just had it. I just decided to have it. Adding random ladders look cool and useful. Yes, it looks cool. Is it useful? Theoretically. It looks it anyway, if there were repairs to be done. But we don't have any mods that cause damage or anything, so there won't be repairs to be done. It's just kind of role-playing, I guess. But yeah, those 2 from there would allow us to twist. And then if I had 2 at the other end, and let's have you guys right at the bottom, like that. So then we'd be twisting. These fire harder than the blocks that have 4. They're twice as powerful as the ones that have 4 on them. Which means this will twist fast, and it will consume a fair bit of RC, you know, monoprop to do it this way. But I honestly just can't really think of a better way to do it. Can I? I can. He can. He thought of one. He thought of one. But then you'd have to have it out here too. Like, one of these tanks that goes on the end would have to have this. At least one of them would be like that. I don't want to, like, ridiculously increase the parts count. But if we did like that, it's not giving you the direction that you need anyway, pawn. Ah, you're right. Put that back where it was. Yeah, that's why you need to do this, in order to have that twistiness. Boy, I hate that. Having one thruster that's set up, or, you know, one of these tanks that's set up differently than the others in order to spin it. But that is the smartest way to do this, I believe. My thought was, I mean, if we have decouplers on either side of these fuel tanks, then I could actually tuck in one of these thrusters in the middle of the bottom of each of these, and then just hide it underneath everything. So maybe this. So put me in absolute mode with snapping on. Grab it, pull it. Now that should be dead center of it. Pull it back down. That's good. That's fine, because I'm gonna have to reproduce it elsewhere. So that's, yeah. So there's one of them there, and then at the top would be another one. No one wanted me to put, you know, end caps on these, so it's entirely possible that this concept will be handled when I, you know, that along with what needs to happen here will all be resolved when I have to deal with that. But so if I did that on the ends, then I could get rid of all of these, which would reduce how much monoprop gets spent when we try to thrust in that direction. And then I could do this, in order to balance that out, the amount of force that's going to come from those, is I could put these on the underside. But I do have lights in the way of both of those. I could put it on the top, right there. Yeah, okay. So you... Nope. Snapping's working fine, and then grab you, and then yeah, just drag it up to where you like the look of it. Don't block their view. Oh god, that's gonna get the window all foggy. All foggy as shit is what it's gonna do. But, you know, is what it is. Kinda gotta be. You know what, maybe just take it like right out to the edge of there, and then the window will get less foggy. I think about that stuff, and it bothers me a little bit when I have to do something like that, where it's, but it's gonna be blowing on the window, they'd never do that. You'd just not use that one, you'd shut it down, you'd set it up so that it does the, I only need rotation on these directions, but can't do that, so. There are mods that give you RCS thruster blocks that have all the directions built into one, as well as ones that are just like two-directional, if you want to get into that. But I am trying to basically play stock KSP here, with just the only mod that I've got that's doing anything really is the sciencey science mod. And then down here, we put another one on with snapping, about there. Maybe a little bit more out, try and get you in line, where we've got it up there. Yeah, I think you need to come out right to the edge of this. They're both the same size. Both 2.5 meters, I think. So let's get you like right out to the edge, because you're pretty damn out to the edge up there. And then that gives us rotation from the extremities on all the angles. If you right click on the RSC, does it give you options on the RCS blocks? It just gives me RCS enabled, disabled, and I can thrust limit though. So I could use those linear directional ports and then thrust limit them by half. But I like this solution better because it's less parts. Less parts count. I don't like it over here though. Not a huge fan of that over here. But in order to get the right amount of twists, if I had one of you there and it was half power, one of you there and it's half power, one of you there, one of you there, it's 2 parts instead of 4. I think this works. I think this will be fine. This one, in fact, could... Because we're always going to have, like, not quite enough... you know, we're not covering all the angles with these. Which is fine, because we can use Spermy to rotate on the angle that we don't have. But having these at the ends like that... Maybe they all get them at the ends like that instead of being on the outside. And then... We've got rotation, we've got push. What we don't have is up and down, but we would be doing that from here if we wanted to go up and down anyway. Maybe that's better, and then I don't have to have extra blocks anywhere. And these are all tucked under a thing and a majigger and a madoodle, you know? Alright, so let's grab the whole craft, move it over a little bit. Move it over a little bit more, because I'm going to be working out here specifically. And I will take off Spermy, and then I will make a copy of you, take you off, and then I will throw you guys out. And then you go there. You go there. Oh, what happened with how you decided to link up? Give me from here to you. And to you. And then Spermy goes back on. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. And these don't necessarily need to be there. Once we've got them aboard, we would disable, you know, two stacks worth and just have the two that are on, like, one end out here. Yeah. To be the counterbalance of these firing and those firing for that kind of rotation. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that actually handles my monoprop concerns. We didn't put anything out here, instead we decided to put it here. Yeah. Good. We wouldn't be rotating the space station while there's something like a big craft parked to us. That'd just be a bad idea, so don't do it. Does that address, like, all my main issues that I wanted to look at before we did this? We need to do some robotics, potentially, for this. I want to look into setting this up so that when it deploys with robotics, instead of carrying them up separately, breaking them off, and having... You know, it's just another job for Spermy, and he's going to be really tired. Really tired. The other thing is these balls, how they're going to, like, be attached and whatnot. So, yeah, pull my balls. Did you come off in the right direction? Of course you didn't. Why would you? Alright, so pull my balls, and then if we're going to be able to hook these up, then they're going to need their own docking ports. Ah, Jesus. The game. Their own docking ports, which is under coupling. And it's going to be the big ones, because it's the only way that it makes sense. Just find a fucking angle. Yeah, that'll do. And then you, can I... Nope. Nope. Like that. You're not doing it on both sides, though. X. Yes. Yes. So we got docking ports for you guys, and then, flip. Like so. God damn it. It's always the last angle that I try. It's always, like, the last fucking angle. I mean, the last one. I try all of the angles before I find it. There it is again. I did it again. I tried every single goddamn angle. Okay, but I learned from that one. Here's the deal, though, friends. What do you... like that? You guys are too close to each other now for some reason. Oh, I've got them... I'm trying to get them in the right, like, spun in the right fashion. So, wherever you don't have a window... Yeah, all three of those sides have windows, so that's how I want you there. And all three of those sides have windows, so that's how I want you there. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. Now, in order for Spermy to be able to move those guys into position once they're up there, he's going to need to be able to dock onto them, so they need to have small ports on this side of things. So he can grab them and move them. Rooms/escape pods. Yeah, technically they could be used for escape pods. I believe I did go in and stage the decoupler. So yeah, that's off. I've also removed the ablator from all of them, so it's, you know, it's going to be out at the moon. If they were trying to escape, the ablator's not going to help them anyway. But that would allow us to move those up independently, and is that sort of the end of it? Except for the robotics? No. There is another change that needs made. What is it? Well, you're going to need this for the sake, for all of the sakes, you're going to have to move some lights around for it. So you might as well do it now. Under payload, give me a great big old fairing, because that's going to end up going up there. So we need to build around this fairing Get you up onto there. My god, if I could keep things on screen, huh? It's hard. It's a big, big ship. So here... There you go. Here... I've got lights that are now embedded in there, and I'm not a fan of that. So from the top looking down, let's merge, see if we can't find them. That looks like a light to me. And that should have grabbed both of them. So if I just put them on top of this instead, with snapping, right back with the same angle that you had before. And then move you back, move you down. Could be good. You guys want to see what my lights are set up to do? They're not like, you know, blinding lights. I didn't want them blinding, and I actually did think about, like, if I'm on the space station, I want the lights not to be in my fucking eyes, so... But I had to make compromises on that for it to look. So here's the lighting from underneath. Subtle, dimly, you know, blue leaning light. All these lights lean blue for me. Subtle lighting from up top, and then from out here, shining back on everything. So it's just enough light to, you know, make it look nice. So that you can see. And it's not a ridiculous amount of light that's going to consume our batteries while we're up there. But I did put some lights on it. I thought about putting lights on the fuel over here, the fuel field, but yeah, it's just a waste. It's just kind of a waste. They'll get some of the light that's being kicked out there. I like making those lights sort of off-white to make it look analog, you know. I like leaning them toward the LED spectrum, so we're kind of doing the opposites there. You're going toward the sort of yellow-orange light, and I'm going toward the cold blue light, which I think looks cool in space, you know. Adding random lighters look cool and useful? Yes. Right-click on the RSC, does it give you options? Yes. So that's it except for the robotics, I think, then. When we rip everything off of here, that fairing will come up over that. I've got multiple fairings in here that are part of the design. By the way, let me show you, like, because I haven't talked about it, but a big part of the design, the graphic design of this, relies on these fairings with the trussing enabled. Truss structure and using interstage nodes. So there's the truss structure for the interstage nodes. I take it away, it looks like that. I built this around the visual of the truss structure and interstage nodes, so that you turn it on, and because I'm connecting to one of the interstage nodes there, you get this little slicer there, and you get these little rails, which I then use to make it look like these antennas are setting on top of them, but they're not. They're being held up there by a cubic octagonal strut. So it's very much designed around the truss structure, making it look more substantial. Same here, that goes to there, and then when we get to this field, it stops, and, you know, I intentionally got off of the interstage node work in order to make this come together so that it would stop right there. But, like, having that bit of grid work, holding things in and tucking it in, and it also... Even in here, this is how far I went in terms of the graphic design of it. Deep in here, where there's something like this that penetrates through, it penetrates through. It goes on the inside of these and looks like it's, you know, properly attached to a rigid mechanical structure. There are so many fucking cubic octagonals and six-sided gonals in here. It's not a good thing. I remember 1.04 when those things generated freak heating on their own. There are also a whole bunch of connection points that could, you know, bend and stuff like that. But they are all broken into their own little section that is held together by the, you know, node, the staging, the interstage nodes for the thing. So it should be fine. It should be good. It looks so good. I also use fairings for looks. We think so alike so much. Oh no. Am I a sociopath too? But yeah, I think that's everything except for the robotics, like trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen here, how these would be attached to that for going up. But I do want to look at the various like robotics that I can do for these arms, but we've been here just a bit over an hour, so I'm going to say that this is a great opportunity for a live stream break. I'm also going to call this Orbital Base Mark II. I'm just going to save it over the real one. So we'll call it Mark III. Okay, and then we'll have a backup to the Mark II. There we go. Mark III. And then we'll build the robot stuff on there, and we'll call that Mark III as well. But this is where we're going to leave off for the 7-minute live stream break. Opportunity to go just step away and grab beer or whatever. I'm going to be back in 7 minutes. I'm going to grab, well, I don't know if I'll grab a beer, but I might take a pee. I might do some other things. None of your goddamn business what I do, all right? 7-minute live stream break, though. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to figure out how we're going to assemble the tow truck and the first stage. You know, we're going to get into that and look at the issues behind that. We might even in the next hour, you know, manage to launch one of these to orbit, or at least try to launch it and see if it doesn't just turn over and explode, because that's a potential it could have. Back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Born, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Born live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Born. It looks so good. Don't it look so good? Thank you. I showered, shaved. Oh, you meant the space station. The space station. Yeah, I guess it looks okay too. But welcome back. We're building a space station, and we're just putting the final finishing touches on it. A little bit of robotics that we're going to put on this space station intended for the moon. My God, look at her. She's a biggin. She is a biggin. I've never tried to put something up that's like this before, but I think I got a good shot at it. Like the way that it's built. I've tried to think of all the angles, but I've thought about so much, in trying to prep for making something that's this large and gaudy and unseemly. We've got a chance. Join me, will you? It's beer time. It's beer o'clock, which apparently is 4:58 p.m. Eastern Time Zone. Yeah, that'll do me. So the last little touch on the space station is, for me anyway, I get you just back centered. Thank you. Yes, is going to be figuring out what exactly we do for the robotics end of this, how this deploys once it gets to space. I don't need it to be as it currently is with those docking ports, and I've got an idea about it. Now, when I've played with the robotics before, I've played pretty much exclusively with the hinges. Yeah, entirely with the hinges. It's the only thing that I've played with. And these hinges, my big issue with them is that when you tell it to lock out, it doesn't really lock out. It locks, like there's an option here to lock it. Yes, it's locked now. But it's not like locked. It's just resisting physical force to a certain extent, which really pisses me off. It's another thing that I would say, poor design in Kerbal Space Program, because they should fucking lock out. You know, in the real world, mechanical parts that are like pivot like that, if you want it to lock out, then you design it so that it gets to a certain point, and then it goes over a thing and click. Click. Click, click. I should stop saying click. But you know, it locks out, and it really limits my usage and options for these, that they don't truly and fully lock out. Also, that my throat is just... It's okay, I talk for a living ad nauseum, so I don't know why my... So my thought is to do away with all of this, and instead think about the pistons, or the hydraulic cylinders, telescoping hydraulic cylinders. That may be what I'm looking for here. Show me things sorted by mass. That is the lowest weight, smallest of them, and it is sizable. So this could be the thing that we want. If we had 2 of these, and I had them like so, and then I had you like so, and then I embedded these. And I hate that they're gonna be in there, you know? Making it so that you gotta duck under when you enter the space station. And merged across one another. Maybe I could do it differently. Yeah, I could do it differently. Do it differently so that it makes you feel better about it, Pawn, because you absolutely have the option of doing it differently. So if I were to have you guys there, and instead you attached to like maybe you attach to there, and then you're embedded in here. Huh? Yes, that makes me feel a lot better. Edible really kicked in over the break, Pawn. I have no effing idea what you're doing. Okay, well, what's new? The idea would be that you would embed to... Well, first what I want is you at a full deployment, I suppose. So target extension, full extension, and at the full extension, I want you to be, like, there. Because the idea is to draw this stuff in and see if that helps us. I don't know that it's gonna help us, but there you go. It actually does cover all of that. Now, if I were to get in here and get the U selected, that is the hydraulic cylinder. Okay. And the idea would be, if I grab the extension and draw it in. Okay, I did have an idea for this as well, which was to double up on these. It gets it back to there. That's not bad. Yeah. I figured it wouldn't go in completely, but if it's like that, and then I do another one, is the thought. That's the thought, friends. So, a second extender on the end of this extender, or maybe, you know, coming off of you? How does this work? Let's try just putting it on the extender first, because I don't exactly know what I'm doing yet. You're a surface mount part exclusively? Okay, well, it looks like you can actually just attach there for some reason. Over the top of the other one? Sure, let's do that then. And then if you go to your target extension, like so. Oh my god!
Oh my god, though? Oh my god, you guys are so good.
Problem is that could only be there. And then you, target extension, pull you back in. Yeah, so you need to be on the very end of this. And then, once again, target extension all the way in. And then, I think this is the one. I grab you, and slide you in there. No texture tearing? Little texture tearing. That's what we look for. Perfect. So now I've got 2 of them at those extensions, gets that out into the position that we want it. And then the idea, let's see how this works out. If I grab you, that's not the thing, that's the structural tube. Grab this cylinder and de-extend it. And then there's got to be another cylinder in here somewhere that I can grab. Push in. That's the same cylinder, that's the same cylinder. Oh, shit. Click the wrong button. Which means you're at full extension again, goddammit. So apparently the most difficult part of this is going to be... Ah! Now that's the right one. That's pulling the one in. And then if I come back out and click on... No? Shit. Where can I get hold of this thing? Same one. Same one, same one. Push inside. Same one, same one. From in here? From here? Here, here. 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 Just trying to find a clickable place on it. Because they're completely just embedded in one another. This might be the thing that I just can't get past. I'm gonna have to offset them intentionally, maybe? Alright, so go back, go forward. If I pull you back off, and then I pull you off, that's everything. If I grab you... No, that's gonna have the thing attached to it. Shit. I might have to redo this from scratch. Because they're just completely embedded in one another as far as I can tell. That's all of it? That seems to be all of it. Start again. And step 1 would be... Ah, you're embedded in there now. Gotcha. Well, if that's true, then get you out. You're this one, right? I'm not sure which side is which now. Shit. Target extension. Ah, that's the one that was... Yeah. Alright, just remove that. And then give me you. Why do you do it like that now? God damn it. Start from pure scratch. Oh no, that was right then. It's because of the way that works. Alright, gotcha. So you're there. The first thing that needs to go on is the hydraulic cylinder. So the hydraulic cylinder goes on. You know what I could do? What could you do, Paul? Could put a cubic octagonal strut in there, and then have it from above it. And then it pushes out, and you can actually see the thing pushing it out. Ooh, I don't hate that. Let me do that. Let me see about that. So if I had a cubic octagonal strut, just a single one, and it's up here, but it's embedded on the inside of this tube, and then when I attach this, it's actually attached both sides with snapping to the octagonal strut, like so. Oh, you're not like so. Anything but like so. Right there. Okay. Hello, Hunter Tom. I'm getting into the robotics, so chat has gotten very quiet. So target extension all the way out, and then you, when it's at full extension, would need to be all the way back here, and we want you dead center, so that is dead center. And then if I pull you back out a little bit, what if I merge you into the octagonal strut. It will give us a little bit of mass off of, you know, the center. If I merge you guys together, yeah, just in. That's fine. That's fine to me. Texture tearing won't be seen inside the craft like that, but that's cool. And then you can be as far out as we can have you. Right. And then this one, see, it all comes together. It's things that I don't even know I'm doing while I'm doing them, but I'm doing them apparently. You like that, that's the wrong way. Put it around like so. You go to full extension. And then you get on the end of that and get merged. Just to the point where we can't see that popping through. We don't. I would prefer this being upright. Is that upright? That's upside down. Lock mechanism on the other side. Lock mechanism, good. So that's full extension for you, and then we embed this to the point where everything looks correct. Without texture tearing. No texture tearing that I see. Yeah, we're good there. And maybe as the coup de grace, as the little finishing touch, just for the aesthetic of it, I could put, like, one of these on here or something. Let's see if I just dropped you on, grabbed you, with absolute snapping, boom to there, close up so we can see it. And it looks like a bit of a mounting. It might look better if it were like so. Hold out. And up. It's not actually attaching anything, it's just there for the visual. Is it really worth it? Is it necessary? I don't think so. Yeah, me neither. I think maybe this would look better if the whole deal were, you know, if this embedded more into you. So we could see half that pole extending. Half of your pole extending, baby. But the problem with that is going to be that I still want this to be perfectly central. I don't know how I'll get it there the way that I've set this up now. Let's grab this and move you down to the point where on the interior you look like, you know, maybe it's a thing, and then move you down. I mean, I'll just have to move it to, like, by eye so that it's central. Which I hate to do, you know, I try to play the game where everything makes some bit of sense, and I follow along with the snapping guidelines and everything. In fact, if I took my time, I could do this in the reverse situation, and it would look cooler. Yeah. Yeah, I think I figured it out. I've reached a Duna orbit today, going to land tomorrow. Oh, cool, Hunter Tom. I'm building a massive fucking space station for the moon. First time I've ever attempted anything like this, so it's not like every day for me, but this will come up in 3 parts, need to be assembled in space. It's a whole bunch of shit going on here. Yeah, so much as I just took my time to do that, it just got me to the point where I realized I need to do it the other way around. Is what you're working on just for refueling. And, you know, bringing visitors up. But yeah, these are just the docking ports. Just the docking ports. But I want them to, you know, come up without taking up a whole bunch of space. So the reason that we did that again is when I reduced the target extension, it would pull that into there. And then when I reduce the target extension on the interior one as well, it would pull the whole deal into there. And then they could, like, you know, push out. Yeah. But what I've realized is I should start with the one in the center and then do the other one on the outside, and then we can get there and it'll work better. So, like, this whole contraption doesn't need to be here. Pull you off. This is you I want. And then pull you off of there. You can go away as well. Oh, not the whole thing. You come off of there. You come off of here, and we'll rebuild it one more time, now that I understand what I'm trying to do. I had to get there, you know? In design, you gotta just keep trying until you realize what it is you're actually going for. And there's one more thing that I'm thinking, oh, I'm gonna need to do something about that as well, so hang with me. So target extension, all the way out, when you're all the way out. This is the one where the reason why I wanted to do it that way was because the interior, exterior kind of deal, these interiors are gonna be, when you're at full extension, I'm gonna have to have these just, they're in the interior, is what it's gonna have to be. So you go in, and you go in. So actually I should start here. Merge this into that, much as it can before it pops through. In fact, it doesn't have to. It can pop through. That's right, Pawn. That's right. So you can have space on the interior where these aren't doing that thing. Go ahead and pull you out. Don't need you anymore. This can be just like, maybe like that. A couple little mounting points visible on the inside of the tube. Not that I should care about what's visible on the inside of the tube, but I do. And I'm not going to fight that I care about it. So you need to be all the way down to there. And then we need to confirm. A bit in. More in. We need to confirm that with that in that position, that this will cover over that entirely. And it will. Good. Now, for the extension on this one, we get another cylinder. And this, with snapping, maybe this is just right on the outside like that. Yeah. Hang on. Does this work if you're back like that? I'd like it if the tube were, you know, just ignore me. Ignore me. And then you, full extension. Oh, they're not in mirrored mode. I can fix that though by grabbing the whole thing and re-dropping it, I think. Are you in? Yeah, you're in absolutes. That's not gonna work. I'm just gonna have to eyeball it. Hate to just eyeball things, but it's gonna have to be. It's like I eyeballed it perfectly on the first grab. So maybe this actually comes together this time. Just slight tick up. In fact, get really close for the slight tick up. So that it is a slight tick up. Okay. So when this does its push, or its pull, ooh yeah, you're getting that. Okay. Well, that gives me something to do my little adjustments by for the texture tearing. I mean, it's okay. It's a deployment issue. It's gonna have that. And there's no pixel at which it's going to be perfect. I don't think. Yeah, that's fine. We live with that. But so you collapse, and you collapse. and then we're like that. No. So this has to embed more so that when it's fully collapsed we can't see it, which means putting it all the way through the interiors. Damn it. Well, what are you gonna do? So that means when I grab you and drag, I'll get that to... Yeah, I thought I knew what I was doing. I really did. We're still having the issue. So, like so. Can't have you coming out the other side. The interior is just gonna have to be imaginary. Maybe that'll be enough. Maybe we'll be fortunate enough that that works. So you're completely unextended when you do, you're like that, and then the one that's on the interior, your target extension is also zeroed right now. Okay, so if you're zeroed right now, then what we want from this or from this? From this, I think. Oh yeah, that texture tearing. Ugh. Ugh. Best I can do with this method. Yeah, I'm not sure if now that I see it, maybe I just don't do it. So the idea would be, I'll show you what I was planning though. So if I just slap one of these guys on to show you the animation that I was thinking of while I consider whether or not to do it. Open the editor. So here's our, mechanical editor. We want to add control fields via the action groups. I want these guys to... how do you do this again? I want their target extension as an animatable quality. And then I want the interior ones as well. Should be you. And I want your target extension as an animatable quality. And from one end, we start at 0, I guess, and then we want full extension on the other end. So if I grab here, drag it all the way up. Do this one, same deal, grab here, drag it all the way up. Then the idea would be when we play it, if I can get a view that doesn't suck, push down like that. Don't actually need that controller thing anymore. Pull this over here, I suppose. When we play it, it would extend those out, something like that. But I am having some problems, aren't I? At this extension, you would need to be... Why can't I control you? Be in. To there. Still can't see the other one. Ooh, can't see the other one for a good bit. And there's a reason why these are as long as they are as well. There's a theory behind this, which is that if these are actually extended taller than the balls, which they aren't anymore because now there's fucking docking ports, damn it. But we don't need the attachment points for the docking ports. That's another thing. But if these are taller, then you can park a ship up, in any direction, in a lot of the viable directions. So I wanted them to extend and be taller, or to fold out, which is my other option at this point. So close you down, back to you, reverse the play direction and play it, close it up, and then reverse the play direction, play it to open it up. And there's still this nasty little embedding going on here. Is that something that I could do like that? And then you would open up to the right place. And play direction, reverse. The other way to do this that would actually make it look cooler when it did it would be if I go back into the editor and I say at the time of 2.5, at time value of 2.5. Okay, I'll drag you along. How the fuck do I... Alright, so add a point, and then we'll change that point to 2.5. That's how that works. So at 2.5, if that is... Which one are you? You're that one. So if you don't start doing anything until 2.5, which we would then sharpen that side of things. You don't start moving until 2.5, and then in this one, we add a point for you at 2.5 as well. You stop doing anything by virtue of being... Okay, so I'm dragging it around as it's going. How the fuck do I control where the... Oh, I had it. Okay, I was just lucky. And then on this side, we will snap it down. Yeah. So then when we play it, we've got the right directionality on it. Go ahead and reverse the play direction, hit play. Then one of them pushes out, and then the other one pushes out. There's that little chunk, chunk, pop kind of thing going on there. It's neat. It's nifty. I want to see people build stuff in KSP while doing drugs. I'm drinking. Is that not hard enough for you? Come on. But I'm not liking where we got with that, you know? I've put too much time into this build to not be completely satisfied with what we've done here. So that's gonna be a no from me, dog. Put you back here and pop you off, get rid of that, pop you off, that, and then I'll put it back the way it was so that we can come back to it in just a second. But for now, just leave it like that, because one of the things that we noticed while we were doing that is that this does not need as many pieces as it currently has. So pull you off, get rid of you, pull you off, get rid of you. Now, if I reattach you, you know, in a way that isn't stupid and dumb, which would be that way, and then with absolute snapping, grab it. That should snap it into a position. I'm not sure if I did this manually or if I used snapping before. It's looking like I did it manually, but we'll see. Put this one on now. Be like that. You're not on centrally. No. From there. You. And then you. Snapping. Goes right there. You're a little bit closer to one another than I think I had them. Or is that right? No, that's right. I think that's correct. I think that's how I had it previously. Maybe I'm wrong. If I were to take you up by one more snapping degree, so if you started there and then I went to there, yeah, that seems right. And then I took you down by one snapping degree. I think I like them closer. I like my balls a little bit closer together. They don't have equidistance, is the thing. Yeah, you need to be down by one. Equidistance on this tube, so that's where they were before. Aha! See, everything's very touchy. It's all very touchy on this build, because I'm being so specific with it. Okay. So now to deal with these, We could try hinges. We could do with hinges. They suck, especially for docking ports. I've done it before, and they just suck. I've only used the little GOO hinge. The big old alligator hinge is not powered, or is it? It says it's a robotic servo hinge, but it's huge, right? Yeah, it's fucking huge. Put you on and then see what you do. So you can go all the way out like that. And then you can fold in like so, or go all the way closed. I don't know. I'm just gonna have to play with it for a second to see if there's something that makes it viable somehow. If you're like that, and then your target angle comes up like this. If you were embedded, that works. And then at 90, give me a hard 90. Oh, you gave me a hard 90, good. So then if you were actually like there, 'cause it's gotta, you know, have a contact going. Actually, if you were in the wall like that, and then you, on your attachment point, are embedded into him a little bit more. For that. And look at that, we've got, yeah, we're making the kind of space that I was hoping to make with that still. Okay. You guys are just railing on the inside, which is neat. Can I drag you out just a little bit more? Yeah. And then you, can I drag you out just a little bit more? Then you get the little black ring there. I don't want the little black ring showing. Okay. I'm fine with all of that. Shadow Dragon HD with the subscription. Second month. Thank you so much, Shadow Dragon HD. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. I mean, the Large Phallus Association of Concerned Parents. With that, we can fold that down and then fold it out, and maybe it's heavier. If it were completely open, it's gonna have to stop at the 90 one way or another. Yeah, I hate that it doesn't, these things don't really lock, but we could give that a try. And the idea behind this would be to be able to make something that's aerodynamic when it comes up. Now, when these connect, I don't want them having nose cones jutting into the interior space here. So I'm thinking the way that we would want to assemble this would be with a nose cone on the docking port, and then we throw those away. Because we can undock the docking port from any part that's connected to it when we first start up. So by mass, give me, it's going to be this one, right? Like that. And then you have both of those. So you've got something that can be aerodynamic on its way up relatively, and then we open the editor, and we're gonna make us some action groups, so get you over here, the editor up there, and I want just these. We want the target angle, yes, and then from one to the other, very simple, just at the end, needs to be at 90. So at the end, change the value manually to 90. That's what we want from you. And then they'll do that. Now, I'll tell you what I could try and do as well, is I could say, do that in 2.5 seconds. Do that in 2.5 seconds. Alright, I guess you need another point in order to have one in the middle. 2.5 seconds. Or can I change the complete duration of this? That would be fucking lovely is what it would be. We can also limit this to 90 because it's as far as we're ever going to want to come with it. I guess I would go to these guys and say angle limit of 90. Okay. It's a 90-degree angle limit. Target angle, and then it goes all the way to 90. Make sure that these points are conformed to that. You are at 90 currently. You, I want to happen at 2.5, and I want you to be 90. And then between these two, I don't want there to actually be movement. Would be nice. I don't know how to stop them entirely. So I've just been doing, you know, sharpest tangent to try and get it to a complete and full dead stop. So I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try what I did before, and you guys tell me if there's any way to lock this thing out. Because I tend to get the announcement that it was still moving, even though I've got it to a complete and total stop. It only takes 2.5 seconds to open those up to their full point. Then what I want to do next is add toggle locked as part of the status. So toggle locked, and at 2 point, or rather, like when it's done with this, at 5.0 on this, we want to, we'll add a point, and it'll be at 5. 5.0, toggle locked. And then with that, that's going to just toggle the locked state, because it's a binary switch, so just adding a point changes its state. Right? There's nothing that you define with that. Yeah. So the idea here is that it would happen, and in the animation it would lock it out when it gets there, and then, honestly, like I've tried to do it before where it needs to be locked to start as well, and I've tried to get it like in the middle to happen. We can try that again. In fact, if I make this duration like 8 seconds, I'm just trying to give it the best chance that it can possibly have. If the total duration is 8 seconds, then I want, at either end of this, a toggle locked state, so that it unlocks itself, moves itself, locks itself. That's the idea. So we're going to add another point. Add another point, and then this point is going to be, that's, well, yeah, right at the end of the whole thing. For you, I need to add a point, and then you're going to be at 0 on the value, 0 on the value, and you're going to kick off. If we're 8 seconds long, we want it to go over, let's say, 4 of the seconds, and have 2 seconds either side for it to, like, finish moving. Let's make it even less. Let's make it, let's say at 2.5. Let's say at 3. And make it 9 seconds. We'll make it 9 seconds long, not 0. 9 seconds long. 3 seconds in, we want you to be at 0. And at the beginning, you'll also be at 0. And we're going to make that tangent really, really sharp. And then in 3 seconds, at 6 seconds, we want this to have finished happening. And again, this tangent should be sharp, 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 so that it should have stopped moving. I don't know if this is my best idea. So basically, it should try to unlock itself. Then 3 seconds later, it will move it. And then it will have 3 seconds to stop moving to relock itself. That's the idea there. That's the premise. So, let's get your... in fact, let's get you... play position. Let's bring you back to 0. Play direction is forward. And the locked status of this part needs to be locked. So it's locked when it starts the animation, and then we play the animation. And this works in the VAB, but then you get it outside and don't do shit. Gets to here, comes to a full and complete stop, and then locks itself. And then if we change the play direction and hit play, first 3 seconds, it unlocks itself, then it moves it, full and complete stop, relock yourself. So that's that. And I think I'm happy with that. I think that will work well enough for me. For me. Where do I want this on the craft, though? I kind of just threw it there. But I could have it anywheres. I mean, having it where it is isn't really a bad thing. Maybe if I have it just on this side of things over by the ladder. I just need the one of them, though. Yeah, that's fine. Make sure that it still works. Normal direction play. Good. And then lock. And then reverse direction play. Okay. We'll see if it actually works when we try to fly it, but that's ready. That's ready to go. We've got these guys sorted out. Do I like the way that they're attached? Because it will be a one-time attachment here. So I'm just seeing if there's any position at which, you know, they look nicer. I think I actually prefer out a bit, but that does mess with things. So we'll leave them as they are. We'll leave them as they are. It's got the perfect snapping. Both of them are exactly the same. I think that's the Orbital Base Mark III. You know, ready. Ready to be broken into bits and sent to space is the idea. You guys with me? Because it's a lot more still designing. I'm going to save that. And now I think what we need to do is make ourselves some sub-assemblies. Looks futuristic, Asian Hong Kong technology. So the first one that we would push up is, we want to push up the lightest one first. But really all of this stuff needs to end up being something. So if I pull you off from here, when you're making a sub-assembly, it's very important like where the connection point is, but this should be fine. If in fact, instead of doing that, if I just grab a copy of you, and then click in the sub-assembly drop zone, and then name you, Spermy. Spermy Mark 1. RCS drone. And I'll tell you what I'm going to name the thing. What I'm going to name the space station later. But it's an RCS drone. Spermy Mark 1. So that's, if I pulled that out, then I'd have a Spermy, put him onto something. There he is. That's how that should be. Where's the other Spermy? There you go. But now that we've got that, we can actually take Spermy off, throw him away. These three guys, I'm going to want them exactly as they are, so this is going to be also a sub-assembly. Just drop you over there, and this is going to be, OB... Yeah, okay, OB fuel platform. No description. Just save it. So now we've got the fuel platform, and it is by the docking port just fine, I think. It could be problematic, but fuck it. We can rebuild that easy enough. I don't want to have to, but okay. So I'll now throw you away. The next part of this is going to be... This section is going to go to space on its own, I believe. So from you, make a sub-assembly. And that's going to be the OB utility arm. Yeah, utility arm. Utility platform. It's also just a platform. So there's the OB utility platform. If I pulled you out, we get one of those, and that's the docking port. That should be fine. So get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. I'll throw you away now. And then we've got a slight issue. We got this guy, and then these balls that are probably going to come up with this guy because he's so lightweight. How much do these balls weigh again? you're in the wrong. The balls. The ball weight is over here. My balls are. No, that's you wanted to look at the ball weight. Oh, that's okay. I'm confused because of that. The onion reentry module is 0.77 tons, so that's gonna be 2.8 tons for all 4 of them. So they're probably going to end up coming along with this guy somehow. I'm not exactly sure how, but somehow is the how. So I had you attached like that. I just need to have them, you know, all together for when I go to build them. And then you guys are no different, nothing special about you, so I can just throw you guys away. The same as the others. And make a subassembly out of that, which totally does not look like a chody kind of a penis. It just doesn't. I don't know what you guys have problems. You have problems. So from you, copy of that. This would be OB docking wing. Docking platform. It's all platforms. Docking arm. That is a docking arm is what it is. It's got arms, they wave and stuff. OB docking arm. Make sure that that's a thing. It is a thing. It attaches at a reasonable place. Okay. And then we strip that off of there. And we're down to this. Which doesn't really need to be a subassembly because we've got it right here, but we'll make it a subassembly if I can. I can't. So yeah, no, this is going to be the beginning of another craft is how we're going to do that. So give me this, and you will be 14. The OB core Mark 1. And we'll save you. Yeah? Yes, sir. Okay. Cute little spermy, all little spermy. 0.08 station core. Yeah, OB core Mark 1. And I don't really want to build on the core right now. If I'm honest, I'm not. That's not where I wanted to start. Yeah, you can be there for being centered more on the screen for you guys. This isn't where I want to start because this isn't the first ship to go up. But I will save it, and I guess we'll start a new craft. On the space station is going to be so cool, isn't it? If we ever, actually make it. So the first thing that we would go up with is going to be the docking arm. The docking arm is the lightest of what we're going to do. But before we get into building docking arms and things, I'm going to need something to build off of. And what I'm going to be building off of...
Flash. Aha, savior of the universe, Flash. Aha, hell save every one of us, Flash. Aha, H is a miracle, Flash. Aha, king of the impossible.
Okay. If you want to take your clothes off and run around at a football game, just do it. You don't need to write fucking songs about it and whatnot. Runs around in underwear, freakazoid, freakazoid. It's got to be a really old school cartoon jingle for Flash, right? Or is it a modern jingle for a Flash cartoon? But it's got to be a Flash cartoon. I think the way that this is going to go is that I'm going to have a probe. I'm going to... Where's the probe? Okay, you're all the way down here. I was up a bit. I'm going to have a probe to build off of. And then we go to our subassemblies. Subassembly. And the docking arm is where we start here. Boom. Oh, wow, that looks like something, doesn't it? That does look like something. It really needs to be more like that, at least, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Everybody's... different people have different preferences, I suppose. It's Queen's song from the Flash Gordon movie. Oh, okay. Docking member 69. So this is, I think, the way that I actually want to, that I'm thinking about trying to bring these pods up. We need 4 of them in total, and my thought is actually to, you know, put them all under a fairing, but have them, like, standing straight up, basically. So if it was, ooh, okay, well, maybe we gotta do it this way because of the way that it wants to attach. That's sometimes just the way things got to be. I did that wrong. Put the U back on because this needs to come off as well. Yeah, that all needs to come off. You go away. Ruin my subassembly immediately. If I had you like that, and then I went 2, 3, 4. So the weight of that is 3.38 tons for this spacecraft that we're making. We do like that, and then, like, all of those are docking ports to docking ports, so they can all, like, let go of each other, no problem. And then underneath that would be the part that we're actually going to bring up, like so. Ooh. Ooh. So we're gonna need this wasn't part of the original design, but I don't think it, like, hurts it any for it to be here. We're gonna need a fairing for that. So, you know, it'll extend it out a little bit more, which will change the mass. It'll be fine. It's not that much. So where am I looking for? You looking for coupling? No, I'm looking for payload. Payload in the smallest fairing. And then, yeah, this would come out, and just to use the least fairing that we could get rid of, or get away with, be like this. You can go ahead and stop doing the, snapping, I think. Alright, do the snapping then. And then we'd come up to you.
Yeah.
Didn't quite make it on that last one. Give me the edit fairing, please. Well, it's got to be down here. Edit the fairing. You know, and maybe we attach it somewhere else entirely, basically. But if I want you to be over that, and then come in... Or I could do this, and just, like... finish it off with fairings all the way. All the way down. It's fairings all the way down. Just drop that there for now, so we figure it out. So that's 4 tons right there, and then when I add you guys on, and you're empty, and you should be set up so that you don't actually accept any fuel into you. I don't know if that will last, but that was how I keep doing that, and it just keeps changing it. But that's 4.7 tons. It's not a big payload to have to push it up, relative to everything else that we're going to try and lift here. 4.7. So, this actually might be, because it's 4.7 on the payload, this might be the second thing that we push up. And we bring up the utility arm first. Because the utility arm, I think, is going to be less than 3 tons. Now, if we did bring the utility arm up, we could do what was recommended at the beginning of the stream, which was have one of these balls on the utility arm. But the utility arm is so, like, well packaged right now, I'd hate to try and figure out where to stick a ball. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call this ship 13, and it's going to be OB, not utility arm, OB docking arm. Mark 1. Yeah, and we will save that, and we're going to start a whole new craft, because I want to get out. If I put the Octo back out here, I want to get out the the big boy. You know the big boy I'm talking about. Let's give you, and then, no, I've done a bad. Go away. Shit. I meant to grab you, and then just go straight up, because it's a big, long part. Go to my sub-assemblies, and pull out that utility platform. So there's our utility platform, and this is 3 tons, as it is. So I think we've actually, yeah, I don't need to do anything special. This is gonna be okay. Let's retract the antennas, let's retract the everything here. Retract the solar panel, retract the solar panel, retract the solar panel, and retract our radiator. And that just, it all packages so nicely there. This, however, I think would be the tip of the ship. It would want to be the tip. Yeah. And it's got the SAS units right at the top of it like that. So that's cool. And then for packaging this one up, we've already got the fairings. They're part of the design. Do I want to try and avoid that? We can have the gold rivets. I can't actually see because of the... Yeah, we got some little gold rivets going on there. So if we did that, and then we will be able to come down from there immediately, actually. If I... Ooh. I could actually sort of hook up there, couldn't I? If I brought you down... and then use the second fairing. That's the idea there, Pawn. So from you... snapping, close that fairing, and then build this one. Ah, you're just a little bit too tall on all those. I think I will just adjust the fairing for it. So without snapping, if I come out just ever so slightly from there, and then come straight up with snapping, then we're good. Fuck. Everything's got it. Oh no, that's fine. You're not going over the top of that, you silly boy. Apparently you'll let me do that, but I don't want to. Give me snapping again. From there to there. Ooh. You let me snap it where it doesn't look like shit? Alright. So now it's 3.3 tons, fairinged up and ready to go with some gold rivets. Jerk these. Just poking out. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
The way we perceive how much more massive we are compared to a grain of sand is nothing. Compared to how small we are compared to the entirety of the universe.
Grains of sand aren't small. What are you talking about? Huh? My dick is of a reasonable size. Why does everybody keep bringing that up? Anyway. Yeah, so I think this is the first craft that we send up, and this is going to be the O12 OB utility platform, Mark 1. So this is 3.3 tons to push to orbit. We ought to, if this is the lightest thing we got going so far though, we should bring Spermy. We should try and find a way to bring Spermy with us on this craft. So how much more do you add, Spermy? You're up to 4.1 tons on that once we put Spermy on there. Okay, and don't, I just saved it. We're fine. So we got utility platform, we got docking arm. Go back to the docking arm. You're 4.7 already. Yeah, so this is the place to put Spermy then. So utility platform Mark 1. Spermy, come with us. Don't know, like, what we're gonna do exactly. You could just be at the tip like that. And then we put another fairing on somewhere. It's all gotta go away, though. So, like, because your ass there is just kinda... I'm not saying it's big. No, you misunderstand me. Oh, love. Yeah, you're in the way of that, so the fairing couldn't be above you. I mean, it could. Oh, yes, it could. Yes, it could, Pawn. You've been using them day in, day out while building this. Well, it's just been one day. But if I do interstage nodes, turn those on, then I can just set you above, like so. In fact, if you're right there, not so good. But if you're there, good. Don't worry about that, and then turn the truss structures off. But it needs to be able to detach from that. So you're attaching to there. What I could do then is I could do a tiny wee decoupler that's upside down. Kind of breaks the modeling of everything for it to be where it is. Just see, extend that solar panel. If I move you in more, there's no prop. Oh yeah, it's out there because then when it rotates, it won't hit it. That's why I put that there. Right. Right. Could go with the larger one pawn. And then it wouldn't bother your eye anyway. Flip it upside down, attach you to there, and then lift it up a bit. High as it'll go. Be like that. And then you could actually, you don't even need the interstage nodes with that. And you can cover this boy. Okay, you need to be wider than that when you get to there. In fact, we'll just bring it down and then bring it in and see where it says I can do it. Fucking seriously, bruh? Bruh, seriously though? Bruh. Bruh, come on, bruh. 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 You cover the balls? Got a feeling it's that antenna. Go straight down to these balls and then in. To 4.425 now that we got Spermy on there, but he should be able to detach from this side and break off from you, and that makes actually finishing the tip of this craft quite easy. Boom. Boom, that's our payload. So Spermy and the whole utility platform arm go up all together. And Spermy is a drone core, so he can actually control the ship, but he doesn't... Oh, and because it's the utility arm, we've got all those fucking antennas on them, so we don't have to worry about his antennas sucking. So yeah, you, control from here. No. It's just reroute to him. Alright, Spermy, you're now the root of this ship, which means this guy can go away. Boom. Oh no, Pawn, someone else is currently streaming KSP on Twitch right now, too. There's two of us now? Kill the other. Maybe carry Spermy in a ball structure. It's kind of ballish. It's ball-like. I'm having a ball. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know, like, I might rebuild that fairing later, but now we've got some idea of it's exactly 4.400 tons. And that's our payload that we push up. That's not bad. That is the opposite of bad, if you ask me about it. So that's now, because this is the lightest weight thing, and this is the first thing that we would send to orbit, we build our tow truck. Our tow truck that's going to move all three of the launches to the moon, and then come back, and then reorbit Kerbin, hook up with the next one, and push it out. So, yeah, it's a big ask. It is a big ask. to make a tow truck like this, and there are issues to be discussed around the cost of like reorbiting Kerbin from the moon and how deep do you dip into the atmosphere and stuff like that. These are things to be discussed, which we will discuss after this next live stream break. We're gonna take 7 minutes, 7-minute live stream break. Let's see, 8-hour stream today, boys and gals. This is Like Guy 89. I have no intention of pulling all of this off today in just this live stream. But if we can get one is maybe two maximum probably of these things up there. If we should be able to get the utility platform up to the moon and in position, and then bring our tow truck back and see about parking it in Kerbin orbit again to receive the next thing that we push to orbit. And maybe we can push that to orbit and push that out as well, but I have no expectation of getting this all done in one live stream. It's a big deal. And the way that I'm expecting to bring the fuel platform up is I'm pretty sure it's going to be empty, which means that there will be something has to come out and refuel it. We'll see. I don't know. I've only vaguely thought about that part of it. Make it 6 hours then. Coward. Why not combine all parts, then tow the whole thing? Huh. I wouldn't want to build it in orbit because it's too fragile. Obvious, like the way that it's put together is way too fragile. But the idea of we package it all to be shipped, and then if it's a big long piece, and then we've got another big long piece that's packaged correctly, and we can attach that one to that one, and then that one to the last one. Huh. Is what I have to say to that. Perhaps. You're not doing an 8-hour stream? I never thought you could do a 16-hour stream. I don't think I ever have.
Stay tuned for the next 10 episodes of the Ronan Pawn Show for the building of the space station. Please send money.
Please send money. Please do. 7-minute live stream break coming up. What you just heard, by the way, I want to show you. Come back over here. I want to show you. The MLB shop has the 2020 Nike collection. Official MLB jerseys are available. Shop now. I'm getting ads in my my updates over there. The reason that I am is because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have uninstalled Chrome. I'm done with fucking Google's Chrome, and I've installed Brave, which is basically Chrome. It's a Chromium-based browser. It's the open source Chrome. So it's basically Chrome still, but what Brave has done is taken out, it blocks ads. Like, I'll open up a thing here, and it'll show you that it has saved me 3 minutes in blocking trackers and ads. It does not report to the website, who I am. It's counter fingerprinting. So, you go to a website, you've got an IP address, but you've also got, like, what operating system you're using and what browser you're visiting with, and possibly, I don't know if this is exposed in just web communications, but I'd imagine it is, MAC address of your network card, which is physically locked unless you spoof it. There's a lot of information, even when you're not logged into a website, that they can go, oh, that must be that person, and you are tracked so much. So this version of Chrome basically, doesn't do that, doesn't allow them to do that. It doesn't give them the information that they need in order to fingerprint your computer, in order to track you when you're not logged in, and it blocks ads and it blocks all kinds of shit. Not Firefox, it's not Firefox. I looked at a Firefox version, didn't like it. I'm a Chrome fan in the first place, but I hate the fact that Chrome has become what it has become. The reason why I did this, it wasn't just on a lark, it wasn't just because, hey, why not? The reason why I did this was because the other day, I was locked out of my Ronan Pawn business email address. Google said, we've detected, illicit activity. We've detected some unsafe software or something that's running on your And if there is, then it's something that nobody knows about because, Malwarebytes didn't detect anything and I have seen absolutely no behavior. I think what they saw was me using my VPN and appearing suddenly in Great Britain and pulling torrents down. I think they were able to track enough of my activity to assume that I'm doing certain things, and I'm fucking sick of that. So I was locked out entirely from that account. There's like a restore your account process to go through. I did all the steps, and there weren't many steps to it, and it was just like, we can't do that for you, but it was specific to this computer, specific to this PC, that they were blocking me out. I could get on my phone, I could get on anywhere else. So I knew that basically it came down to they can detect this computer, and they're saying, well, that's the computer that's got the torrenting software on it. That's the computer that's doing the VPNing all the time. So we're not going to let him connect with that computer anymore. So I was sitting there going, okay, I can spoof my MAC address and try and this and that and the other thing. Then I went, you know what? There's got to be web browsers that are designed specifically to maintain privacy and not give out information and not allow them to track you that would do all that kind of stuff. And I looked into it for a minute. I found Tor. Which, by the way, this Brave actually has Tor built into it. Tor is a browser that is, I don't know if this is just hype propaganda marketing, but I read a line that said it's a CIA-inspired web browser. Like maybe the CIA actually created this and then it was adapted, but it bounces your requests for websites off of various places. It might be using the, the same sort of Bitcoin network, the HODL gang. No, I don't know how it's doing it, but it's, it's bouncing it off of several servers so that your request doesn't actually track back to you, along with a whole bunch of other things that Tor does. When you go into incognito mode in Brave here, it opens up a Tor window. The reason why Tor is not really the option for me is that Tor is very slow. You're bouncing your request off of a number of different servers being routed weirdly so that they can't track you. And that's time. So you're waiting for the web page to load. But knowing that when I open up an incognito window, it goes into the, layers of onion of obfuscation of where this request came from mode, instead of just, we'll act like we don't have any cookies for a minute, which is basically what Google does. Yeah, I'm up for that. Paul, go to break. I need to go make snacks because this is so interesting. This story feels like the Matrix now. Tor and Onion, or the dark web, was built to be a network for the U.S. Navy that they abandoned. So that's what Tor does. And it you can't track somebody very easily or potentially at all. I don't know. Maybe if you had enough, I don't know, trying to backtrack it across the network. But anyway, it's an extra layer of obfuscation. My main concern was I'm sick of Google and Chrome fucking monitoring me and, watching me, and, guessing things about what's going on my computer and then banning me from my own fucking business email account. So eat shit, Google Chrome. Instead, I'm using Brave, which is Google Chrome, but without all of your tracking bullshit. It's blocking everything. The web pages actually do open a lot faster when you take out the ad requests. It is blocking ad requests, so there's one less server involved in loading every web page, and they just pop right up. I recommend it. I recommend looking into it, maybe reading up on it more than I did, but Brave is the web browser I'm using. And that all said, we will be back in 7 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere, except to go get a snack and then join me back here, because I just said it's 7 minutes, pulling that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Ball. We're playing Kerbal and showing off the Brave browser, which is exactly like Chrome in every way, except for it blocks all the ads and stuff, and also stops you from being identified on the internet when you don't want to be identified on the internet. The one thing that I've noticed that actually makes this an improvement over Chrome is that it has more levels of zoom. I don't know, this is just something I guess probably the developers, somebody who was working on it, wanted in Chrome. So I can, it takes me, look at that, it's going through from 100 to 110 to 125 to 133 to 140 to 150 to 175 to 200, 250, and then it starts getting really big. But those finer levels of zoom are so nice. So nice to have, because I do use the zoom, especially for my Steam Link. I pipe what's on my desktop out to my television to watch YouTube and stuff like that. And the television's a 32-inch, and it's across the room and stuff like that. So when I go to watch YouTube, I in Chrome, I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, and I would be at 100 and maybe it's 200% zoom or something. But now I've got finer levels of control and can find a better place for my eyes where there's more on screen and stuff like that. It's nice. It's nice having that. But I would highly recommend looking into browsers that maintain your privacy. And so far, I've noticed nothing, in particular, it's bad about Brave. I opted into this thing. The reason I brought it up was because while we were streaming, we got a little ad popped up in the lower right here using the Windows notification feature. I turned that on. I said, yeah, go ahead, guys, because I want whoever's making this company to draw income enough, or whoever's making this browser to draw enough income that they keep making it, because I want to see this going. And this is actually set up to where I get some of the money from the ads that I'm shown. I don't know how this works. I don't really care, but I assume that they make the money first and then send some down the pipe to me or give it to me in credits that I don't know what they're useful for. I don't care. But I assume that's the way that they are making a little bit of income from it. I want them to, so I turned it on, but you don't have to turn it on. I would if if you were to use it, just so that you're, giving back to the people who are providing you such a useful browser. Reminds me of how particular my dad is about stuff. Jesus, Pong, you're starting to get old if that's a real concern. When they locked me out of my own fucking business Gmail account, yeah, I get real particular about that. But yeah, it's nice to have those added levels of zoom. I didn't know that that was going to be a feature, but it was, and I was like, oh, cool. Cool, that's nice. That's a nice little improvement to a browser that's already good. You guys were saying Firefox. I use Firefox. I switched to Firefox. I've never been a fan of Firefox. That's a lie. I was a fan of Firefox. My history of internet browsers, because I started, in 1972. Jesus, he doesn't look that old. No, I wasn't even alive. But I started way back. I had a DOS with Windows 3.1 as, you could start it up from DOS if you wanted Windows. So I've gone through Internet Explorer, and then I believe it was Netscape came out, and that was so much faster and nicer and sleeker and had so many more options. Netscape, the Internet Explorer killer, and then Firefox, which was the Netscape killer, and then Chrome, which was the Firefox killer, and then I just stuck with Chrome because it was fine, and it's a lightweight, fast browser. Back in the day, it had, it has Flash built into it, which back in the day was convenient. It's gotten less convenient over time, but the internet, was so built on Flash for a good while. Macromedia's Flash that eventually became Adobe's Flash, and then they ruined it. How you drive Flash under, into the shits, I don't know. But it's just what happens when Adobe buys, a piece of software. They're very good at marketing. They know nothing about programming. They buy companies that have made good shit, and then they drive it into the fucking ground, and they did it with Flash as well. But back in the day, Chrome had Flash built in, and it was, it ran faster because it was built in, but, there was also issues about being able to update to the latest version and revert and stuff like that, so it became a bit of a nuisance. But, it was a thing that helped onboard me to Chrome, that I didn't have to worry about keeping Flash up to date. That the channel did it all, or the browser did it all by itself. Mr. Blackrock 13 rating. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Blackrock and viewers. F-Paw, you're like halfway. Oh, between a millennial and my dad, I get you so much more now. There you go. Pawn is ageless. I get your attitude as an adult of your age, whereas I am a lower age. Yes. Whatever my age is. We don't talk about that, honey. So this is our just one of 3 pieces that we bring up to assemble our space station around the moon, and we've packaged it all up. We've even given it a Spermy at the top. Little Spermy there. He's so cute. In fact, Spermy, you could come down a little bit and save us some cost in faring. If I dropped you down a bit more to there, you're not obscuring anything or blocking anything. Yeah, you could be there, Mr. Spermy. And then we could rebuild this fairing, which was part of the plan to begin with. Just edit it. Are you still, like, are you good from there? You know what, edit it all the way, because I didn't like this fairing when I made it. It's kind of a pisser. So if I get you out to, say, there, how low can I get? It's right around here. Boom. And then you do get past that. And to try and save money, I could go in immediately from there, save money and weight on the fairing, and then... now she's a chess piece. Now she's a chess piece. There we go. And what is the weight? 4.380 tons. We just saved 0.02 tons by rebuilding that fairing. Yeah. Well, is it Spermy or Spreemy? It's Spreemy, except with the E and the R river. It's with the Y at the end, is how I think of it. Spermy! I suppose it could be IE, and then it'd be more like a character, you know? Just so that people don't go, wait, did you make it? You know, so I don't get a fucking email from Twitch saying, did you make a craft called Spermy on our platform? Which I'd say, yeah, what's your problem? You know what else goes on your platform? We don't want to. I know. That's the problem. 4.380 tons is what we have to push up in this first thing, and because this is the lightest of our payloads to be delivered, we wanted to build a tow truck that would be able to move, either go to the moon and come back, go to the moon and come back, go to the moon and come back on all of them. Or it was suggested put them all together once you're in orbit, have a big long strip of them and try and push them all to the moon. That would be faster, but I don't know if it's really viable, because they would be really long. I mean, look at this package, and this is just one of the arms. And then the second arm is a really heavy, well, the third arm is the really heavy one, and the second one would have to attach as well, and that'd be that. And I don't know. I'm gonna build a tow truck with the idea that it will have to come and go and come and go and come and go, because I think that this is already really fucking complicated. Is basically what I have to say about it. It's already really goddamn complicated. I don't know that I want to make it any more. It being a tow truck, it would need its own probe to be able to control itself, and that's going to be our hex, because that's the best probe core that I've got right now. So if I had a hex there, and then it's going to need a bunch of utilities and shit, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. I'm going to go straight to trying to get enough Delta V. Now, here's the thing that I was thinking about for the tow truck. It might be possible to actually build our fuel platform into the tow truck. So this is our fuel platform, and my thought is that if I took all 3 of these off, they're going to have the wrong attachment point for every single one of these pawn. Yeah. Because they're all on that attachment point. And even if I take it off of there, then the attachment point will still be that. I'm never going to get the node back, because that's what happens in sub-assemblies. You never get these nodes back. Do you? Let's say I were to just dupe one. Even if I duped it, the dupe would have that node, that for the node as well. If I broke you off like this, where's your attachment point going to be? Yeah, you don't get the nodes back. There are no attachment nodes at the core of these things. So I think I'm just going to have to rebuild them, which isn't that big of a deal, to remake them as we've already designed them to be. Because because it is just one of you, a second of you, and one of you in the middle. And that's that. And then with the docking ports under coupling, we're in coupling, clamp a no, it's the small ones that you're doing on these. And the two of these in the dead middle, which we get by absolute snapping and grabbing it and pulling it, should be in the dead middle. I'm going to, just to confirm that, I'm going to change the root part to you, and I'm going to detach everything from here and set you over there for a second, just to make sure that this is the dead middle according to snapping. Maybe that's the dead middle. Where's the center of mass on this? Yeah, that's the dead middle. It's as close to the dead middle as we're getting anyway. Okay. So we got that, and then the other two bits that need to go on here, and that's it. Are a couple of thruster blocks, one on the top, again, with absolute snapping. If I pull you up with my absolute snapping, yeah. Yeah? Are you floating, or are you actually embedded? You kind of look like you're floating, but you're not. You're embedded. Yeah, okay. So that'll be fine by me. Grab me that one. Go to the bottom. Do the same thing. One of you. Absolute snapping. Pull you out. Boom, and I think that's it. I think we've just recreated what these are. So give me this again. Like that. Attach. And more spin. Hex is still facing me, so yeah, I think that's right. I think I did that correctly. So that makes all of those, and then if I reroute once more to Spermy was going to control this ship for us. I can then detach you, get rid of all you. Yeah. And then I've got the ability to drop this, you know, to build something out of this. So we need 3 of those. And my thought was, I don't know how this comes together. It's going to be a bit of experimentation and going back on what we did just a second ago, and then experimentation and going back, probably. But we use a tri-coupler. And you guys do need to detach from that tri-coupler. So we would have... Yeah, they will all need to detach from that tri-coupler, so we would have, I think just regular decouplers. Maybe we can throw the decoupler down into atmosphere when we get there. So decouplers, TD12 upside down, so that it will stay attached to this bit when we release them. And then you've got all 3 of those all together in a way that actually does make sense. And wow, is this a long, slender ship. The tri-coupler for the win. Stack separators. Stack separators. Yes. Decouplers, anyway. But these need to detach and, you know, they're going to link up and we're going to push them around and stuff, so they need to detach from that. If I tri-coupled at the end, maybe we don't need to. Let's look at the engines, and let's see about the swivels. I don't think this is enough, you know, anything yet. That's 2,900 meters per second of delta V from sea level on Kerbin, so it could almost push itself to orbit on that. If we were just going to orbit and this wasn't going to be a tow truck, then okay. It's only got a 1.19 TWR as well, but that's not what's going on here. We wanted to make this a fucking tow truck. Which I think is going to mean faking another tri-coupler at the bottom, so we can get back down to just one attachment point, and putting on a big O engine. One big O sumbitch. Possibly just poodles on this. If this is the tow truck, if we assume that this is just the tow truck stage, yeah. Okay, so then that would be another tri-coupler. Now, if you're going to do this, bear in mind, these don't actually attach at all 3 sides when you do that. They've attached at one of the sides. Which one? Your guess is as good as mine. But if you're going to do that kind of a thing to get back down, then what you want to immediately follow it up with is strutting all of these sides together from one thing to the other. Nope. In 3-sided symmetry, please. So that they actually are attached at all sides and you don't get weird wobble and shit. So that gets us back down to that, and then one big O engine, which is going to need an adapter. That's the wrong size. You up to there, or maybe what it needs is a fuel tank that adapts from those sizes, because we certainly have that, and I could use a big one. I could use a big one. That goes to 2.5. Why are you not actually snapping on? You just one. Just one. Do I have 3 tri-couplers in there? Okay, I guess maybe there were 3 tri-couplers overlaying each other? Usually you'd get weird texture issues with that, but okay. So then that's more fuel for us. And then, you know, my thought was that if this was just going to be the tow truck, then this would be like the Poodle. You'd want the Poodle for in-vacuum, like, movements, and in vacuum, that's only 1,266 meters per second. Holy shit. That's nothing. That is nothing, and we're already this huge. Maybe this can't be the tow truck. Maybe this can't be the tow truck because of how big it is. Is there something that I'm not making sense of here? 1,266 meters per second at delta V with a 0.56 TWR in space, in vacuum. It's not cool. Yo. That just ain't cool. In vacuum at Kerbin. That's where we'd be pushing from, on the moon side. And this is just so incredibly tall. So incredibly tall. Was really hoping that that would be a thing. What they could be then, instead, is we could use them as... Okay. Ideas incoming. Yes, ideas incoming. Fuck the tri-couplers. Pull you off. Fuck all them there tri-couplers. We're gonna use the Poodle engine. But... Nuggets. I want to get up to, like, this size fuel tank. So, if I do that adapter from 1.5 to 2 point that, and then, where's that? Where's the Poodle? Did I throw the Poodle out? No, it's behind it. Give me the Poodle. 4,098. Oh, the reason the tri-couplers weren't working is because they weren't passing fuel through because they weren't actually attached. So we were only seeing the fuel from one of these stacks. I don't think it's seeing the other fuel cells. Yeah. Alright, let me go back. Let me just Control Z to see what we had before I ripped it all off and threw it away. Which was that. And then if I just connected all the fuel cells to one another, it'd be a quick, cheap way of getting this done. You to there. And now we've got 4,715 meters per second. This could work. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Certainly not yet. Okay. So 4,715 meters per second. Still with the same 0.56 TWR. But here's my thought, all right? Here's what we have to think about in the idea of this tow truck. if we're gonna go to the moon and park each one of these ships while carrying one of these, then for each trip, we're going to need the 860 or so. Pull up the Delta V map. The 860 for the transfer. It's not actually 310 to park, I don't think. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Let's assume that it is what we always assume, which is 1200 to park. So we need 1200 to park. We only need like 200, and we need less than 300 to get back. I think we got back last time on 270 or something like that. So if it's 1200 to park and then it's 300 to return, and the Delta V, like how much Delta V we have is going to be changing as we go, because we're going to be heavier when we're pushing and then lighter on the trip back, and then we're going to have a different load and all that kind of a thing. But the amount of Delta V that we need for each trip is so this return from the moon, we have to bear in mind that like we have to slow ourselves down at Kerbin. So either we get to our periapse at Kerbin and then burn, which is stupid, or we dip into atmosphere, try and slow down with an atmospheric burn, but not slow down to descend, which is going to be a fucking nuisance to have to do 3 times. 1, 2, to have to do 2 times, but it's only 2. Okay, I can deal with that nuisance. Trying to figure out like our entry angle, what height we want to be coming down at, and when we duck out and that kind of a thing. But so let's assume that what we need for each trip, if we need 1200 to get there, and let's say 400 to finish the coming backses, would be ideal. That would be great. Then we need 1600 Delta V total for each trip. Internet with no borders gets secure and private connection. Don't use those. I'll tell you which one to use. Torguard. Torguard. Curiosity Ronin was watching the Might Migos a while back. Do you still play Might? No, it's been a long time. We've come and gone throughout the years to and from Might, but over and over and over again. I think I'm pretty much done with Minecraft, generally speaking, now. We'll see. Tend to go in circles. As soon as I say it aloud, it completely changes. But so if we need 1600 for each trip, then that is 1600 times 2 is 3200, plus another 1600 is 38 is 4800, and we've got 4715 showing. But 4715 is showing on this craft where our payload is like 4 tons. We have a craft that we're going to push up that is like 8 tons. So if this is the lightest weight payload that we've got, or the second lightest weight, they're both around 4 tons, I think, for the first 2 payloads, we're going to need to be seeing, 5,000 Delta V, probably, over 5,000. And our TWR right now is 0.56, but that's okay because it's going to be a, pusher in orbit kind of a thing. If I went, instead of this, if I went out to you, why do you not attach? You keep thinking there's 3 things there, bruh. Are there 3 things there? Again. You keep snapping to the 3 things state. Okay, pull this off again, and then attach it. Just one of them. Boom. Boom. What, were there 3 of them there, and was that extra load we were trying to carry up? If I go to that, and then from that... No. Because that's from one point to the other one. Where's the transition for you? That one. Out to there. First off, where are we at? We were at 47 before. That's 4857, so that's more for the same height, basically. 4857. But then with the 2.5 meter tanks, if I put another one on you, we're up to 5161. I don't even know if that's enough, really. Oh my word, I want to see a liftoff. Stay safe during this time, dude. My god, I'm zoomed out completely when I'm zoomed out entirely and I can't get the whole ship on screen if it's gonna be this tall. I don't think it should be this tall. I don't think it should be this tall. What I was building toward once I saw that that wasn't gonna work, I think is gonna be better for us. So let's not make it this tall. I'm gonna take that off, and I'm gonna take all you off, rip off the tricouplers like I was headed toward in the first place. And we'll build those as, you know, around a core like this. Oh, what are you doing? To you. Might want a fairing from there to there to link up with that fairing. I wonder if you can fairing to fairing. Well, if you do you need that fairing? Yeah, that fairing is part of the design. Okay. Don't worry about it yet, Pawn. Don't worry about it. But so if I were to go whole hog here and go up to one of you guys, and then you, 4,339 meters per second, and then, boy, we've got those docking ports. Fuck, everybody. From the fucking beginning. From the goddamned motherfucking beginning. So, if I go back over to my sub-assemblies, and I pull out the fuel platform, attach you to there, rip one of these off, they're now perfect. They're now exactly what we want. God damn me. God damn me, from the fucking beginning. 3 of you like that, and then you go away. 5,548 meters per second, that's a number I can get behind. We don't have much TWR, but it is a, you know, it's a tow truck. So does it need TWR? Snapping. Pull out by 1. Are you still, like, attached? Do you look like you're floating? A little bit. Alright, I'll move you in just a skosh. Just a skosh like that. And then you're probably going to want to go higher. Because we're going to carry them up and we're going to drop them off in space. So, better to not have separators and things that are going to blast them off and push them hard and explosions, which we could turn down. Why use the extra parts count when we don't need it? So those 3 like that, I will leave you over here in case we want to do it a different way later. The taller the better. SpaceX! Yeah. Well, it's still pretty goddamn tall, I would say. But that's 5548, and that's all the fuel that our tow truck would need, but that's just the tow truck, and now we would have a 65.8 ton vessel to push to orbit without using any of the fuel that it's got on it. Anybody think that's doable? There needs to be more vessel below this, is what I'm saying. Below me. I said below. The thing is, after our first trip, we might be able to get away with less fuel, because after our first trip, if all of the fuel is drained from these guys, I don't know that it would be, but if that were all the fuel to do the first trip, then we could drop those off with this stage. We could leave it, find a place to attach them to. Well, yeah, this is the stage that gets attached to those, so we could actually hook them up using Spermy and have that all attached and out there, and then not be dragging the weight of these empty fuel containers with us anymore, which would give us more Delta V. So, actually, let's see how much more Delta V we get if I drain all the liquid fuel out of these. And that's 3463, and then when they detach, 4339. That's big. That is a big get back if we could actually drop those fuel containers. Which means that we don't necessarily have to be this fuel heavy on this tow truck. So if I got rid of you guys and went back to the more direct adapter, that has less delta V on it, generally speaking. Still 54, 58. I mean, still high, you know, in the 55's direction. With that 0.41. I could give it a little bit more TWR with some extra engines on the sides, too. Boosters for all, minus the utility arm as well. Yeah, when it's coming back. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, the tow truck itself will be... How much can we get away with not bringing? That's the big question here, because the less that we have to push up, the more realistic this gets. So, if it were not that, but that, I suppose. And then U3, don't worry about where it is, I just want to see your delta V. 5206, mass of 53.8 tons, so it's getting more realistic to actually fly this thing, theoretically. To actually get this thing up to orbit. We gotta deliver this to orbit without spending any of its fuel, you know? Remember that, bear that in mind. Save 10 tons, yeah. And it's still 5206, that's a good whack of friggin' fuel. Let me tell you something. Shit. Yeah, you're really just in there, aren't you? That, you really... Can I not even grab you anymore? Cool, thanks game. Push in, can't push in. Come down. Can I get you now? No? Well, fuck me then. Where you at? There you go. Okay, so if the 3 of these were on here, like that, more or less, tell me I can grab the goddamn... You can't. Not a pixel? It's not a pixel. Not a single goddamn pixel. Well, make my life just harder, why don't you? Game. Poorly designed game. Get you. F. Snap. You got absolute snapping. I don't want absolute. Oh, I would need it on the other one. Alright, we'll just drag it out. And then can I touch you? I can touch you. You. Absolute snapping. Absolute snapping. And then in a bit, so it looks like you're actually attached. Cool. I'm willing to build off of that and see where it gets us. We're still experimenting with this idea of putting this tow truck up. Maybe the tow truck just isn't a good idea, but it'd be... Maybe the tow truck goes up separately, you know? Maybe we push this first one to orbit, push the tow truck up to orbit. I don't know. We'll continue playing with it, though. So give me coupling, and I'm gonna need a great big old decoupler for you, because there needs to be more underneath all of this. More. You'll also need tips and things. Don't worry about those yet, Pawn. So beneath the decoupler, we're gonna need fucking the big old 2.5 meter tank. How tall are we? We're tall, but we still fit on the screen, so that's something, I suppose. And then at the bottom of you, the biggest engine I got right now, which is the skipper. And you only have 1,324 meters per second in delta V. That's all below this stage, so that is correct. You only have 0.71 TWR. We would need 2 skippers. Fuck me. We would need 2 skippers. It could be done. Don't get me wrong, it could be done. We could get 3 skippers. Oh my god, Pawn. What are you thinking? Bad things. Only bad things. This is a really bad idea, but it's one of those ideas that comes in your head and you just gotta play it out. Y'all know where I'm going with it. Could actually do some asparagus staging on it too, but we need the more engines first. You on there correctly? More or less. So there's more engines, getting us 2,587 meters per second with a 1.16 TWR, and we are over mass on our launch pad. Wow. Wow. Are you using the fine mic you reviewed? I've just bought it. I am indeed. Just so you know, run over here, just so you know, this is what it sounds like on my PC. It should sound better than this, when I don't do any mixing on it. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. This is without EQ, compression, or noise cancellation, which are the three things that I run through Reaper Live. And I think I got a bad one, as you saw in the video, so yours should sound better than this, I would think, but with a little bit of tweaking. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv. But yes, I'm still using the Fifine. I'm very happy with it. Very happy with the whole ARM kit and the quality that I got, even though it was, you know, not the right quality. Still satisfied with it. So we could do a bit of asparagus staging to try and get more out of these engines for less. Drop more of the fuel load as we go. And if that's the case, if that's how we were going to do it, then, boy, 3 of those, 3 skippers is insane. This is way too big, but I mean, what you're trying to do, Pawn, it's going to be big. Yeah, I suppose it's going to be big. If I went to... This is half the size of those fuel tanks. So if I went to you, and then had the skippers on, 1,658 meters per second, 1.7 TWR, and then if we added the rest of the liquid fuel that's needed for this stage, hang on a second. Make sure that this doesn't have crossfeed. Yeah, crossfeed is disabled on those. 1,658 meters per second. Okay. So then we add the rest of the fuel on in, you know, smaller tanks like that. We'll go over to decouplers, coupling, and you guys being smaller tanks can probably just be dropped with these lighter weight bits. If I put 3 on each side, so if I put 1 here, and I put 1 there, or 2 on each side, 1 there and 1 there, that should get us what we're looking for. Get you... Are you on correctly? Looked like it. And then same deal over here. And then and in fact, you guys could all fall off together, I suppose. And the fuel would need to be transferred there. Enable crossfeed. That seems like a ridiculously low amount of delta V before those would need to be dropped. Am I crazy? Your flow priority is 50, your flow priority is 40, so they will drain from that first. 273, that's it? That's it? I am way too effing deep into this, but at this point, what you're building, the launch platform for the station parts, you're going to divide up in the second half of the stream. What you're building for the station, you're going to divide up in the second half of the stream. So I don't understand words. Words are very difficult for me. And for you right now, with all of the high that's going on. I just make these a bit longer. Tack a bit more on to you. TWR 1.26. Now we've got 1658 plus 381. Barely getting 2,000 there. Maybe not even getting 2,000 out of that. Ugh. Give me the big boys again. Stack you guys tall. This is getting ridiculous, right? Absolutely ridiculous. For all of that, it still says we're just getting a little bit over 2,000 delta V with a TWR of 1.16. Now, assume that we switched off onto those at altitude of, like, 7 kilometers. Say 8 kilometers. Then we're getting more like 2,100. Not even. Still just 2,050 some. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just too heavy. It's just too damned heavy. I don't think this concept really works. Add a flux capacitor that should give your ship more RAM. It may not launch this stream pie. I'd like to launch this one, but I don't know if the whole tow truck concept is going to work without, like, refueling it once it's up there, in which case maybe the tow truck should just be sent up on its own. Four launches. So we push the tow truck up, we push this payload up. I mean, it's only 4 tons. It's a difference of 4 tons, though, Pawn. Like, if you rip this off, does that make a substantive difference? And there's more things that still need to be gone on there. Reroute it to that part, and then rip off that payload. And we're still looking at, you know, it's just a lot. It's a lot of fuel to try and push up. Yeah, that payload makes... It's unsubstantial in comparison to everything else that we've got to bring with us. Damn it. If I just reduce the amount of fuel that we've got in the tow truck's payload from here, and then we can just have a look and see, you know, I'm trying anything at this point. So if you're like that, and then what would I adapt out to from there? Is that like exactly what we just had and I just replaced it? That's 5,174 meters per second of delta V on that. And these, yeah, those do get thrown away. Did I change anything about that right now? I just made it worse? I think I just made it worse, right? That's what I did? Pull it back off. I'm gonna have to adapt from there to there. In fact, put that back on, and then instead we go down to from you, I think is what I had before. So if I went to one of these, no, that's what we're using. I went to one of these, and then everything's got to be peeled off and put back on, though, if I do that. Son of a bitch. Just for the sake of, you know, finding out what it is, pull off all that shit and just put this on. 5,000 delta V, it says, and we're up to 1784 and 487. And what's our weight? 162 tons. Day 326 of asking for fine mic setting videos. Boy, but that's 5,000 delta V on that. As it is, without a payload. And that's the important part. You know, because once you put the payload onto it, what is it? Oh god, if I can find the one spot. $4,113. Just to get an idea, because it is going to push that eventually, is the notion. 1,700 and 473. Boy, I just need bigger everything, don't I? I need bigger engines, I need bigger fuel tanks, I just need big, and I don't have. Yeah, I'll have to upgrade the launch pad if I do try to lift this the way that we've got in mind currently. But I mean, it's just looking ridiculous, is the thing. For me, this is just looking really, really ridiculous. And if it looks ridiculous, then it's probably not a good idea. I'm gonna give it one more shot. I don't know what I'm doing differently or what I think I'm doing differently, but I'm gonna give it one more shot. Put you back on. Put you back on. And just get rid of everything that is part of the liquid fuel lifting stage. You're showing me 4,100 meters per second. Cross feed is a thing that should be happening. Double check that. I pull you off. Yes. I just don't feel like that's enough. Enough delta V. But let's. I said I was gonna give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. How are you gonna shoot it, Pawn? I don't know. I need like a really quick adapter actually, from the smaller size to the larger size, and that doesn't do. Turnip. Turnip. Who's turnip? You turnip. We're all gonna tune it. Sorry? Who? The poodle's the best thing to bring in this situation, right? For the tow truck? I'm not gonna get any better by trying to build any other engines up there. This is the tow truck. Mass of 53 tons. I haven't used the Pullux yet. Why are you upside down? But yeah, you guys can just go away, I guess. Let's see what these SRBs do, just to get some idea. Because we were definitely going to have SRBs. I just wanted to get the liquid fuel to a, you know, 2,400 or more place. 2,600, you know, something like that. And we were getting there, but I didn't like the way that we were doing it. So... coupling... and the tall standers... just because I want to see what these are worth. Like 3 of these big mofos. Snapping. Boom. You guys are worth... I don't know what fairing things are. Just put it up there. What is that fairing that's... if I blow it, I get... what? Oh, the fucking fairing broke in all my adjustments. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So that's 2,109 meters per second with a TWR of 1.85. So those are overkill. If we could steer them up, and you know, on this load we've got 2 great big SAS units up there. The mass is just insane. We thrust limit 1.3 off the pad. (2,109 meters per second). What if we just brought extra for the poodle to like finish the job once it's in orbit? You know? just built a little bit larger on the Poodle so that it can get itself into orbit. Instead of trying to push it all to orbit with something else and having another engine and that kind of thing. If, I'm just gonna pull you off because it's easier than trying to reattach those bits again. If I put another one of you in, if I put another one of you in, I don't think you're gonna get away with that, pawn. So that's 4,313 meters per second. Really, though? 0.32 TWR around Kerbin. I mean, it'll push it. It'll push it. Maybe. And then you guys, if I put you back on, you got 1,966 meters per second, which means that we would only need, you know, a little bit more in Delta V. What's the other engine to the right of the Poodle? The Bobcat, which is also good. Let's see if it gives us more Delta V. 43, 45, but I thought the Poodle was designed specifically to be super good up there. TWR 0.64 at 4,800. TWR 0.37 at 4,000. What? Why is the Bobcat so much better? That don't seem right. DLC part. It is heavier, so okay. 0.25 tons gets you way better efficiency. Oh, but that's also, we're still looking at, in vacuum, 4892. That's what I need to be looking at. 4892 on the Bobcat versus the Poodle, 5578. That's the virtue of the Poodle, is it's really, really good once it's out of atmosphere. Yeah, so that could finish the push for us. Look at sea level launch. Bring only 2 station tanks, but do it twice. So I end up with 4 station tanks? It's not balanced for that. I want to get them all up in one go. I could just bring them on something else, or send it up alone without the payload. We've already talked about that, the payload. This is close. This is getting realistic, is what I want to say. Imagine, friends, lovers true, if okay, you were off there, you came off there, you went higher, you got down below that, you got down below that. You guys get back where you're supposed to be. Ish. And then imagine, friends, call me crazy. You're crazy. If all of those got an extension with decouplers, this is not gonna be enough. And just the added weight and everything, it's gonna be a negative as I'm thinking about it. But, so we fire these guys first, and then we'd burn these, and then we'd decouple those. This would break off at this stage, and then that's all that shit is something else entirely. Yeah, that's not helpful. Not helpful to do because of the weight of all of those engines, and the TWR of those 3 liquid fuel engines burning together isn't even enough to keep us going. But the idea of having a vertical stack of engines that we could drop. or a vertical stack of fuel that we could drop like that off of what's already going on here for a little bit extra fuel off of a central column. This is where it's getting back to stupid territory, but, you know, I said I'd try, so this is like my last ditch effort. Is like that, and then we give you some fuel. And these SRBs are just getting more and more hindered and putting you back up to 100, just because later I'll have to do a thing. And then the engine that finishes the job for us, the Bobcat, is not going to have enough TWR on the Bobcat. The Skipper. So these fire, we break all 3 of those off when they're done, switch over to the Skipper, and then those 3 break off. They need to be transferring fuel into there, so give me the fuel lines. I'm not even looking at the numbers yet. I know I'm going to be disappointed, so I'm not even going to look at them. From here to here. No? Alright. Give me from fucking here to here. Yeah, so we got 1,507 from those with the 1.45 TWR, and then we switch over to you guys after we drop off the SRBs. Those are the SRBs, yes. We switch over to the Skipper, and we have 259 meters per second at 0.65. This breaks off. You're in flow priority 20. You're in flow priority 10. Does that change? Which is it supposed to be to make sure it drains first? Higher drains first. So you would drain first, which means that I should be seeing some delta V here, but I'm not. You kick off. It's very wrong. I'm going to reroute to here. Oh, we're already routed there? Well, I'm going to take everything off the top of it, just to try and simplify the calculations or something, because I don't understand why I'm not seeing what I should be seeing. SRBs are super heavy and will gain TWR when you drop them. But I'm showing that. Like, I'm dropping them at the same point in this stage. I'm dropping the SRBs at the same time as I kick on that engine, and it's showing me only 273, and then I'm dropping these extra, you know, stacked fuel tanks that I have fuel lined into this one, and we should be seeing the delta V should be separated into 2 stages, but it's not showing me that. So, fuck it. If I pull you guys off, then we get more delta V. Yeah, it's not showing me the delta V that I would get from having this extra stack drop here, for reasons that only Kerbal Space Program knows. You start building big and complicated, and the game doesn't know what the fuck to do with it. You. Transfer fuel. So in... It's making no difference at all. God damn it. It's not that there's going to be that much delta V in there, really, and the TWR is still going to be the TWR, but I did manage to break the game's ability to know what the fuel count would be. Well, I've tried the things. I've definitely tried the things. Pull you off. Get rid of that. Back over to the engines. Throw some thuds on there. Still not enough TWR. Crazy. Try taking off the SRBs. Sometimes that helps. The SRBs. Well, put it all back together and do it. Put it back the way that I had it, which was like that, and then remove the SRBs. And I got Yeah, it's still not splitting them up. It's still not giving me TWR values for that at all. It's just showing 273, and then I drop these, and nothing happens because game are dumb. Hey, there we go. We show something now. So that's the first time that I've seen these fuel lines actually work directionally, but they're actually working directionally here. I have had them transferring in all sorts of directions before. They're actually working directionally. Is that consistent for anybody else that it actually requires that? Again, not a huge... Well, yeah, we get something out of it. We get an extra 300, so it splits it up into like 750 meters per second of delta V is what we get by dropping those, but TWR is still TWR, so we can't actually push this load up as it is like that. Presuming that we're actually firing these at altitude and that the 1600 meters per second of delta V on the SRBs got us to, I don't know, 20k, then our TWR gets better, but not good enough to really go anywhere with. If it were 30, it's not going to get that much better from there, at about 30. So let's leave it around 20, I guess. We'd need more liquid fuel, we'd need more GUI juice. If I had Reliance on the bottom of all three of these, those Reliance would need to fire with this engine, and this decoupler stack would fire alongside all those, and then we've got enough TWR at 20 kilometers to actually lift us until we drop those, and then we're down to that 0.93 again. But it's still showing a decent amount of delta V in there, even with adding the weight of all of those engines. Now, if those engines were part of, you know, if they didn't fall away, if the engines were still on there, which is kind of what the thuds are built for. But I've already had these in place, and they didn't give us enough TWR, did they? So that's those engines. You'd need to fire alongside this. 1.18 to 1.4, that actually gets us there. But we are looking at, you know, from sea level, 1,522 on the SRBs, assuming the SRBs push us past 20 kilometers. I would hope that they pushed us a lot farther for 1,700 meters per second in delta V, but I'm going to just do it at 20. 456, 331, we're talking about 800, less than 800 meters per second in delta V on top of 1707, and we need 3400, so that doesn't get us there. It does not get us there. The arrows is the fuel transfer. Has it been consistent for you? Because I swear to God, it's transferred in both directions for me 9 times out of 10. This is the first time that I've actually seen it work, where it actually wanted it to be one directional. Because I've never, like, I've been building so much stuff with fuel lines and things, and I've attached it from whichever side was most convenient to attach to. And I have not seen it. In the VAB here, it would calculate the delta V for me. I mean, I suppose what I'd have to assume is that, like, it just so happened that the, you know, 100 different times I went to put on fuel tanks, that they were always in the right direction, even though I wasn't paying attention to them in the right direction. And so then I got the impression that I could put them in either direction. Or the game is just massively inconsistent, which would go with the rest of the game. Decouplers and staging can affect it. Yeah, this would be... This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, Pawn. You're building stupid now. This is stupid. This is ridiculous. It's stupid and ridiculous. And honestly, we were, like, closer. I feel like when I saw that this was 2,000, I ripped like all this stuff off, and it was just, you're not there, and then you're actually on the decoupler, are you? I put you on the decoupler? Wow, all the decouplers are decoupled, they're together. But when we just had these on here, you know, and I saw that those at sea level were, oh, they're only 1630 for the 3 of them. I thought they were like 2,000, but maybe I was looking at them in vacuum or at altitude. I don't know. That was the closest we were getting there. Oh, it's because you're still dragging these. Boom, back up to 1800, and then in vacuum, yeah, I was looking at it in vacuum. That was like the biggest, like, wow, hey, maybe this is doable. It would be a weird-ass flight trying to do it with SRBs and then having to, you know, rely on our SAS modules that happen to be there for the space station, so it works out. And then, you know, probably like fins, lots and lots of fins to act as vectoring in atmosphere. The odds of that, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That whole plan. It's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. God damn it. I had a tow truck the other day where it worked. I mean, where it looked like it was going to work. The TWR was reasonable, and maybe I didn't try building something to push it up. Maybe I swear I did. I swear I had the weight and everything, and I worked out the TWR, and I was like, this could, you know, I didn't just jump into this live stream blind with the idea of the tow truck. I played with it briefly, and I'm very surprised to see how little we actually get out of this. What are you? So if you're up there, in vacuum, 5,536 meters per second of delta V. Pushing the load. Pushing the load. Pushing the load. Bah, bah. Hey Ronan, hello Famer4. What is this for, says Nuclear Drifting. Let me show you. We're so far away from like what it's all for. I'll show you what it is. This is one arm of a space station that I've just built. So let me just, I'm fine to save this. Save that. Let me show you the space station that this is a part of. We have to push it up in 3 stages, maybe 4 now that I'm looking at it. But the Orbital Base Mark III, here's the space station for the moon. So what we're trying to lift right now is, well, it includes these. In fact, it's everything this side, which is why, you know, this was going to be an issue. But we were going to use the fuel that's in here as part of our tow truck to move not just itself to the moon, but to move, you know, the next 2 ships that have to come up to the moon. And so if I decided that doesn't need to happen, and I just decided to try and push itself to the moon without making it a tow truck, then we can do it. It's not going to be as hard, but I was trying to make a tow truck that, like, once we get it up there, we can use it and reuse it. But everything that's green right now is what we were trying to push up with that load. And then there's 2 more craft that go up, one that contains this core without the pods, and then the pods on here are a 3rd stage. So we're breaking it up into, this ends up being like, when we try and lift it up, that's like a 4-ton load. 4 tons with this, and we've got a little probe guy out here we call Spermy, who's going to be the guy to like move all of this stuff into place and attach it for us, is the idea anyway. But so that's about 4 tons. This with the balls is about 4 tons, but this is the big heavy one. This is like 7 to 8 tons, I think. Pushing that up. Even with the balls removed, I believe it's still like 7 to 8 tons. So, I was trying to make myself, you know, a tow truck that could do push one to the moon, come back. You know, then we push that up to orbit, put the tow truck on it, push it to the moon, come back. Then we push the next thing up into orbit, it hooks up, pushes it to the moon, and then maybe it never comes back. Maybe we just slam it into the moon. Maybe we do something with it out there. But trying to lift the fuel required for the tow truck without burning any of the fuel that's required for the tow truck is lifting like 50, 60 tons of fuel plus the payload, 65 tons or something like that, and it's a lot. It's a lot. Why not build all of this on low Kerbit orbit and push it all to the moon? Just make sure it's all auto-strutted to Grandparent. Yeah, that's why. Because it's just, look at it. It's gonna wobble so much. Like, when we're at the moon, it's entirely possible that I'll do all this work, we'll get it there, we'll assemble it, and it'll do that infinite fucking wobble where it just rips itself apart, where the crack and grabs hold. You know, it's Kerbal Space Program 1.10. Is that bug handled yet? No. So it's entirely possible this will rip itself apart while it's just sitting there in space. The idea of trying to move it, I think it needs to be assembled at the moon. I don't know where we would push it from or how we would push it. Center of mass on the craft is right there, right over those 2 SAS units that I put on it. I suppose we could, if we assembled it all, that was suggested earlier, if we assembled it all together, Wormy doesn't really have a place. We could try pushing it from back here, but fuck me. I just have no confidence in its ability to, you know, not just wobble and drift off of where it needs to be. When you auto-strut to Grandparent, it's like having those physical struts, but it's sturdier. I have a problem with that. Just for me in gameplay, auto-strutting, you know, you're adding rigidity, but it's not costing you any weight, and it bothers me. I'm open to things like the other option for that, which I don't understand how it works, because try and find out how it works. Like, look on the internet and see if you can't. But the option to, let's say with these parts over here, it'll be easier to look, to rigid attachment. To do rigid attachment, where the idea is that, you know, this is all one fuel tank, sort of treated as one fuel tank. If I rigidly attach to that, and then rigidly attach this to that for increased stability. But I don't have enough experience using auto-strutting, and the reason I don't is because I am one of those players who just has sort of a problem with the idea of clicking a button and it magically is stronger. In real life, it would almost all be that sturdy. The things in Kerbal weigh a lot, but to each their own playstyle. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it would be in real life. But I think we just gotta abandon the tow truck thing. That's all. Each of these is not that difficult to push to orbit in and of itself. And if we're using the fuel that we're, you know, putting up there to get it there, that's not that difficult either.
You can't buy me, hot dog man.
Make modules like you were planning and send multiple pieces up at once, but attach their parts radially and have one giant middle rocket there attached to.
Wow. I just envisioned what you're talking about. Middle rocket, and then like this whole arm is just like hanging off one side, and then this whole arm is hanging off another side, and then the other arm, and everything's like, bah, and then you just go, and you're just this warping squid through space as your arms all. The idea of attaching them all to a central craft and pulling them up, though, is still interesting. If there were a way to attach them, like, what if I built something that was going to try and drag the weight, the center of mass, everything's gonna get way the fuck out of whack, unless they're all in a line, and then we're pushing an incredibly tall, straight thing. Like the two of those, like this part, you know, if I came up with a way to attach this part to the top of this part, which would be problematic because I don't want to block that window with anything, but I guess if we did it from the reverse, it's still got to be attached with an engine and the top bit. But if like that could get on, if it could get on top of that, and then you got those in one go, put something on the back of it, push it all the way there, and that's one trip. And it's got these big old SAS units at the tip of it, so those will go crazy and rip the thing in shreds, probably. Have a lot of steering authority from the front of the ship. Total weight of the station is just 49 tons. And that's with full liquid fuel. Full, you know, these have 3,000 units of liquid fuel in them. Just shy of that, I think. I think I set it up to be 900 each. So 2,700 units of liquid fuel on board over here for 49 tons. And when we take those off, you know, it's 14.172 without the without the refueling platform. I'm gonna miss KSP 1 when KSP 2 is out. I miss the older stuff. The 2000s were fun. I miss those. Yeah, there will be a part of me, I'm sure, that as much as I have ranted about all of the problems with KSP 1, if they fix them in KSP 2, if they design a game in KSP 2, there will probably be a part of me that's like, oh, I wish I could go back and get a mission where I'm supposed to go to the moon, but they want me to be below 10 kilometers, but I can't do more than 10 times warp for these thermo readings 10 kilometers, and so I have to keep going out and in and out and in and out and in. Maybe that won't be the thing that I miss. Do 4 trips and call it a day. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have another live stream break. When I come back, I'm going to focus on pushing up exclusively this. Not worry about that. We'll bring Spermy with us. Spermy and this part. But we'll leave the fuel behind, and we'll focus on just getting those guys up. Maybe just to orbit. I'll keep thinking about it, whether or not we can do something like assembling an LKO and then pushing it all out there, or assembling it in some way for transit from LKO to the moon. I'll think about it during this live stream break. You think about it as well. And meet me back here in 7 minutes, after I, take a pee or whatever, that sort of a thing. For the first of several craft that need to be pushed into orbit. We're going to do this one craft today, at least to orbit, and then I'll just have to decide, I got to figure this out during the live stream break. Are we going to push to orbit and leave it there, and then try and collect all of our stuff together in one place? Or am I just going to send it to the moon? Each one of them just sends itself to the moon. They're not that different in payload. The one's like double the payload. But 2 of them are around 4 tons. So 1 lifter rocket that gets us to the moon, I could just strap that underneath the first one, strap it underneath the second one, and then the third one design something custom for, and then you got to bring up the fuel. I've already done 2 trips today. Bit much, isn't it? 2 trips? What do you mean trips? What kind of drugs are you using again? We're gonna go to the live stream break. 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. All those things. Give me a countdown, Houston. That's not a Houston. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Get your energy back up, Pawn. Hour 4, and we haven't launched a ship. Get your energy back up, my friend. Something's got to hold this live stream together, and it's you. And struts. And rigid attachment. Alright, I've got an idea. I got a thought. I got a notion for the lotion in my ocean. One of them is, why not move you just a little bit to the left? Can I just move you to the left? There you go. You be somewhere over there, just a little bit further over there. So that when you're doing that, you're still blocking the fucking thing. We'll slide me around as necessary. Welcome back to KSP. This is the space station that we've been building around all day. We did some work on the space station, got it to the point where I think it's done, except for I might, since you brought that up in chat, the idea of auto-strutting grandparents and that kind of thing. Again, I don't know how the auto-strut works. I get the premise of it. I don't like it. Because, you know, I think struts are fun. We always used to strut everything, you know, in the earlier versions of the game. And, you know, if I'm going to strut something, then I want to have to actually strut it myself and make it look cool, instead of having invisible struts that pass through parts. But I am open to rigid attachment. I don't know how rigid attachment works. I looked it up and read about it, and I still don't know how rigid attachment works. I'm just going to assume that what it says is what it means. That when things are rigidly attached, then it's like saying, treat this as one part, you know? And it probably doesn't quite do that, but that's what I'm going to go for. Rigid attachment, the idea of, like, just share the physics along this whole thing, which means that the individual object will be more rigid and sturdy, but it means it will also not have any give to it in the places, so you're adding, you know, more weight without flexibility wherever you use rigid attachment. But I feel like on this station, you know, these everything here is built in a section. Look at that. We want to take that off, boom, we take that off. We want to take these off, they come off in 2 bits. All of this is built in sections. So if I were to, like, make all that into rigid attachment stuff underneath there, I'd be okay with that. I'd feel like that's good. It should be all hard welded together before we launch it. Stuff like that. So I'm thinking that I might do that once, you know, on the ships that we're building to send it up, because that's where we are right now, is building the ships that are going to send it up. And during the live stream break, I had a moment to step away, get some distance, look at it, and think about it. I'm still keen on the tow truck idea. Just not bringing all of the fuel for all 3 transits on one tow truck. If we're going to have to build a stage that moves us to the moon anyway, you know, with a poodle. So if we build a stage, it's got a poodle on it, we push that engine up, it's got to move the first thing to the moon anyway, give it a little bit more, give it an extra 300 delta V, an extra 400 delta V, so it can fly itself home, probe core, comms, electrics, all that stuff. And then it flies itself home, leaves itself in orbit, but the tanks are pretty much dry. Next ship comes up, we push it up with liquid fuel lifter stage exclusively, no transfer stage on it, drop that off, tow truck comes in, hooks up to the lifter stage, sucks out fuel that the lifter stage lifted for the transfer stage, so it's basically like just having the engine already in space and not paying over and over again for the engine in terms of cost and for the delta V of lifting the engine as well as its fuel tanks. Once we get them up there, we just use it over and over again for a cost of a measly, you know, 300 to 400 delta V per trip for it to be able to fly itself home. Does that make sense to anybody? All it does, instead of flexing and bending, it just snaps off Ronan Pawn. I've heard about it, like, that's what I read, is that people were just describing it in terms of its, like, effect. I want to know how it works, what its intended use is. They put it in the game. What the hell, if it's not, you know, if it's not auto-strutting, then what the fuck's the purpose of it? And I have to assume that the purpose of it was to be able to say, like, especially in a situation like this, where you've got so much that is going to be, there's so much weight on either side that's going to be flexing and bowing and stuff, to at least be able to grab certain chunks of it and say, treat this all as one part, you know? So it's firmer, it's not going to break off in little pieces, but the whole thing could snap off as one. I don't... It's gotta be worth something. Why the fuck did they put it in there, right? And that's what I was looking for on the internet, and nobody knows, basically. Nobody knows. The developers don't even fucking know, right? Alright, don't save. But, so, if we are going to go for that concept, then instead of working on the utility platform, which is the first thing that we're going to bring up, I actually want to build this on the core, because the core is the heaviest part. So we want to build our tow truck to know that it's going to have enough delta V to push this to orbit. Or push this to the moon after it's already been delivered to orbit. So this is 7.2 tons as she stands now, and that's before I build the fairing. And let's just build the fairing, and let's do it with snapping so that it's perfectly straight up. And then try and find the spot where they'll let me attach and it doesn't look awful. Maybe if I go without snapping, can you make it not look awful? It's, you know what? Let's just have it look awful. Okay. Looks awful. Perfect. Nailed it. So now it's almost 8 tons, 7.9 tons with the fairing on there, and it would need a little bit of something up here to be able to, you know, just push through the air as well. So I'm going to give her a decoupler. Yeah, just a straight standard decoupler, and we will go with the smaller... Go with the larger... I think actually the way that you do this is I'll do the smaller decoupler, and then I'm not sure if this is very necessary or if it will even help, because we're getting to the part where who knows how this fucking game actually works. But with the smaller decoupler and then the larger fairing upside down, you don't do that, but you could do that. If I go for the full-size decoupler then, and then you come down to, you still don't want to, because of the, where I've got the monoprop thing on? Shit. Okay, where will you let me build it to? What have you done? Oh, that's weird. Oh boy, is that weird. Don't know that that's particularly necessary or even helpful. Do you think that that really needs to be? Spermy here on here as well, not on this craft. And we're just building here because I need to know the weight of this and then build the tow truck for it, and then we will move the tow truck over to the other craft where it will actually be used as a sub-assembly part. I think you're giving Squad too much credit. They added it, but it will literally crumble instead of flop around. So if you won't want jiggly tentacle things happen, if you rigid attach, they just snap off instead. It's got to have a virtue other than just they'll break instead of, like, it'll just break. Like, it's got to have a benefit. It's got to do some, like, strutting. It's got to, there's a strut, but the downside of it, like, there's no. Maybe I am giving Squad too much credit. That would be a first. That would be the first time today. Are we sorted by mass? Sort me by mass, and it's gonna be the biggest friggin' nose cone you got there. I don't know that that really needs to be done. It will just break. What's the virtue? That's all it does. It breaks. It just breaks. What's the virtue then? Why did they design it? Well, they didn't design it. They didn't design any of this game, but why did they put it in there? Why? What purpose? You know, maybe there's got to be some purpose. You let me do that. With a little piece of the thing sticking through it. I don't. Fuck it. It's a big ship. It's a big ship. The aerodynamics won't matter. I'll tell you what I will do, though. Just since I'm trading weight here, I'll trade weight for the bigger one. Bigger decoupler, upside down, attached to you. Boom. Okay? So there'll be that space there, but, you know, outside of that, it'll be aerodynamic. That's what I'm starting with, anyway. Is there anything else that needs done on here? Match node sizes and the drag will be lower. Okay. Yeah. We've gone with that. Down to here, and then... So now we know what our weight is. 8.3 tons on this, unless something else gets put on there. And we want to build our tow truck to have a little bit of wiggle room there, and we want to have it, I think it's 1600 Delta V is what I've decided for. Just transfer to the moon and back. We'll make it a tow truck after we turn it into just a transfer stage. That's all we're building right now. Simple transfer stage, Ronin pawn. So these are 2.5 meter parts, right? These are already the big guys. So if I put one of you on here, and then a poodle, because that's going to be the best thing that we could possibly use for this, you've immediately got a massive amount of Delta V, and actually all the fairings would be gone by the time you're pushing it. So you've got even more Delta V. That decoupler would also, that would happen. You can actually put both of those in the same stage. 3085, ridiculous amount of Delta V. Not a lot of TWR, but the Delta V is there. Let's focus on getting the Delta V right, and the TWR may just fall into place. 2020, that's more than we need also. You are gonna be enough, right? 1208, so not enough from you. But there's not like that. That was all of the stacks. Yeah. And it's that size engine, so this would be the thing to bring. And it's got 2,000 meters per second, a Delta V, on it to push it to the moon. And the TWR is 1.42. Sorry? Why did you all get into the same thing again? Yeah, it is 1.42. Very good, and this is vacuum. We are in vacuum with that. At the moon, not that it matters. 8.54 TWR. Kerbin 1.42, that is A-okay. That's all we needed. Now, we need to build this into a thing that can fly itself. That being the case... well, what do I got in terms of, like, big payload stuff? A 2.5 meter service bay. You're 0.3 tons. And that fairing is 0.175 tons, and then you add the sides to it. It's probably cheaper to use the fairing. And once it's up there, it's going to be up there. Yeah, so let's use a fairing instead. First off, pawn, don't forget that you need this to decouple. So, coupling, big guy. Stream die or just me? I'm still here. What does your tech tree look like, Ronin pawn? We can have a look at it shortly. I'll absolutely show you my tech tree. You want to see my tech tree, baby? Oh yeah. All the girls want to see my tech tree. Let's have some interstage nodes, and then you'll attach to, like, there. Yeah. And then we can build the proby majigger madoodles into it. What's going on here? The engine would need to be down here. Fucking you would be... no, the fairings, all the fairings would pop off as soon as we're in space. This would pop off as well, because that's a nose cone, and then you'd be a separate thing. You happen before then. 1970 meters per second before we put anything on. Yeah. Okay, so make this into a probe. Ronin pawn. Step one is it's going to need its own reaction wheel. So here's a decent reaction wheel for you. It's going to need its own electricity. So how much do you want to give it? Yeah, I guess I'll give it these guys, these bigger fellas. Couple of you. That's a lot. That's a lot. You really need that much? Not if you can generate your own power. And 800, it's not going to be anything but a truck that pushes things, and it will be able to generate its own power, so that's overkill. let's have just a couple of these. We'll have 400 total instead of 800. And for half the weight. Put you guys on there, starting to look proby. We do need to generate that power, so let's have some 1x6ers. Didn't leave a lot of space for that pawn with the four-sided symmetry, but it looks good. Well, these don't weigh much, 0.0175. God damn it, there you go. One of those, and then extend, because yeah, then you would twist into the vessel if I left you like that. Like this. In fact, let's flip them. That, and then down from there. Oh, but then when you collapse, yep, that's where the problems lie. Flip it again. Flip it again. With snapping. And then move it back up. Just put it on the top. I have very specific, you know, artistic sensibilities here. Ooh, that kind of looks neat. Don't know that 4 of them are really necessary here. It's a big craft. You guys really should be closer to the edge as well. I should care about this. If I'm making it, then I should at least pretend that I give a fuck. And so if I pretend that I give a fuck, then how about rip you guys off? Not the whole fucking thing. I hate that solar panels are only really grabbable from their panels. But if I extend you guys out, not quite enough still. I'm also thinking it's too many. We can get away with just 2 batteries on here. That's 200 electric resources, and we'll be generating power all the friggin' time. You're not quite far enough out, are you? Grab those things. Snapping. Yeah, not quite. Fuck. Again. Reaching for the solar panel, ending up with something else. Is there something else that I'm gonna need on here that I could build off of instead? Doesn't seem that way, my friend. Of course, the last direction that I try. Come on. Grab the fucking thing! Snapping. And then... absolute. Snapped. You're in. Grab you. Move you up. Yeah, that's fine. And then when you collapse... collapse like that. You'll be under the fairing, or close enough that I can just make a slight adjustment like so. And now the solar panels will actually be into the sun. Could use pistons to have it be pushed out. Yes, I could. It's too much trouble, isn't it? I'd like it if there was something, though, that I wanted to use. Well, what about monoprop? You're going to be doing a lot of docking. Yeah. If I had a couple of little yellow guys. No, the balls. Can I build off of balls? Can I? Would you attach to a ball? You won't attach to a ball. I don't want it to be on balls. Give me. Are we by mass? We are. The little balls that won't attach there. We'll have two of the little yellow guys. They can be surface mount attached, so that'll save me parts count. And I got way too many little what are those called? Cubic octagonal struts in use on the other craft right now. How do you look like this? Because I didn't even really look at you. You fit. You don't look that bad. Snapping, absolute, go. You don't quite fit, but you could with all the space that's there if we were able to design our own equipment. I tell you what, though. I tell you what, I'm gonna stand them up. I'm gonna stand them up. Oh. That. Down. Be slightly embedded in that if it looked okay, you could. Yeah, okay. And then you guys... Snapping. It's not going to count for shit, so make sure you're in absolute. And hit the snap. And there we go. That'll be under the fairing, and then when you extend, you will be in a brilliant place where you're not wasting the solar panel by not having it in the sun. Nice. So it's got the monoprop. It's going to need the ability to use the monoprop. This is an excessive amount of monoprop. It's just eating into our delta V that it's there. But we're not going to bring monoprop up for it, so it's got to last all the missions. Alright, fair enough. I was going to say, no, I won't do it, and I'm going to do it, but no, I can be talked into it. So let's make you... We need a probe core, and I will put that on. I have the hex, so that I can then route to the probe core and break off everything that's not going to be a part of this. Oof, which is actually going to be that. We're going to have this as a part of it, aren't we? The way that this is set up right now. Huh. We'll do it differently. Maybe. How would you do it differently? We need the fairing. If I don't... Alright, so detach you, and then interstage nodes off, truss structure off. Then you would be attached to that. So if I grab this... No, you're... Ah, shit. The way that I've attached things, I have no idea. You're that. If I pull you off, get rid of you. Everything's attached to you, and then that's to there. And then what I want is this on that. Yes. And then you on there. Yes. Except no. Don't want this fairing piece left on that, is the deal. And if this is all under the fairing... I hate that this is like this. And it doesn't, like, a Separatron isn't the thing for this either. But if I were like that, then I could ditch this piece entirely later. And then it wouldn't be attached to you either. It would detach from you and it would detach from me. So I'm not dragging around the weight of it either. Yeah? Yeah. We can do that. There are ones that detach from both sides, the gray ones. The separators. But, like, how would that work? Because I want it to not be attached to this side and I want it to not be attached to that side. So I've kind of got to release it from this side and that side, but I also need the fairing in there for when we're going up. Unless I did want to drag the weight around, like, I'd be okay with dragging the weight of it around, I suppose. Yeah, the reason why I'm... see, my problem is that I'm thinking, like, several steps ahead and not bringing you guys with me. We need to be able to hook up to something with well, alright, if we're just using a docking port, then we wouldn't even need anything to decouple from this side. The docking port junior, or the Clampatron, or we could just go with a grabber unit. We have the bigger one. I haven't paid to buy it. Like, we need to be able to grab this and push it all the way there. Maybe we'll grab everything and push it all the way there. I think we want the grabber unit on this, as opposed to something else. As opposed to a docking port. It being a tow truck. And can you attach anything to that? No. Which means that the fairing has to be underneath this and then come up, and we are going to drag it around. Okay. I'm okay with that, though. So there, and then get me a new fairing unit. It's just, it's complicated. It's complicated, isn't it? The, payload, and then one of these dudes. Yep. That way. That is the way. And then you under there. And then, you're going to need the interstage nodes. Truss structure can be active. And then this needs to attach to one of those interstage nodes, just so that I can rip it off. Yeah. Another node up there. And we don't need the truss structure on this, so truss structure off. Don't need that either. Wait, you can attach directly to the top of you? I had no idea. Alright then. Do I not need a decoupler for that then? Because this is a claw. You know? It's something we can test on the launch pad anyway. I'm gonna go without it. I'm gonna have it pre-deployed. Looks pretty fucking badass, I'd have to say. Like that. So if we're just a big claw, not liking that the hex is where it is and everything else, but what could I do? It needs to be somewhere, and that's just the size of that. There's nowhere else where it's gonna fit. Alright, so take you off. Is that still... wait a second. If that's still on the node, then alright, I'm confused. Interstage node's off. You cannot attach anything to that, so that was on you, which means I do need a detachment thing. Okay. Interstage node on. It's confusing. Decoupler. Now here's where a Separatron could help us. Yeah, stack separator rather. So that'll blow from both directions. And then it's not attached to anything. 0.21 instead of 0.16. I'm not sure if the claw would release it as it is. But whatever. So, but we're building this as a probe that can control itself, so we want to also have it. We've given it monoprop. It needs to be able to do the monopropy kind of a things. The center of mass, when it's full, is that. When it's empty, it gets lower by just a little bit. Want to just do 4 all the way around? For you, below the center of mass, because just sort of middle of where it would be and where it is, you know? So where it comes all the way down there, and then it comes up to here, so you can actually come up a little bit more. Yeah, there you go. That's probably good. So now we've got monoprop for ourselves, we've got SAS, significant SAS for ourselves, we get the probe core to control it, we have a way of grabbing, we have some electric generation, we have some electric storage. Yeah, it looked fine. Fine as it was. Is that it? So I put you there again. Build the fairing with snapping. Straight up and attach. Q. And what do we have in Delta V here? We are not going to break you off. Be up here. There's an empty stage. So we would break all the fairings off before we would fire anything, and then the top is that. So we do get rid of all of that, and then we have 1,870 meters per second of delta V capable in this little guy. Is there anything else that we require? Testing, says the Leica 89. Anything else for this craft? That's right, Wanda. You do need it. You do need it. Don't fuck around. You do need it. You determined that you needed it. God damn it, the fucking fairing unbuilt. There you go. So yeah, testing 4,000. Why do you keep fucking my goddamn shit in the balls in your mother's mouth? Huh? Yeah, your mom's bowl mouth. You there, you above there. 1,870, more than we need on all the other craft, but that's it. That's our tow truck, I think. Testing, full send. There's nothing, we're not gonna, what do you do at sea level? 0.34. There's nothing to test here. We could test how it falls over. Is that what you want to see? You want to see it fall over? You've been sitting here watching me build for 4 goddamn hours, 5 almost. You just like, I want to see something fall over and explode. Hang on, is there any crew in there? No? Alright. You can see it fall over and explode, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe it stands up on its own. Who's to say? Who's to say? For ascent, by the way, this guy wants to have his torque active. Yeah, that will help. Nothing else needs done. Alright. So, launch it. Launch it. We'll throw the fairings away, pop off the nose cone, fire up those engines, or we'll just watch it all tip over and fall off the pad. Vaughn, what are you dragging out to the launch pad in the middle of the night? You know, this thing, It actually looks more like a rocket than anything else you've ever built. 2.5 meters straight up. Me too, and 9 inches of length. Okay, thank you, Houston. That's all. I don't need a countdown for this. Nothing's going to happen. SAS on. Throttle to full, and destage the fairings. That sort of bounced in a way that I didn't love. Kind of bounced in a way that I didn't love. Fire it up. Boom. We're going places. Everything sort of went boing, didn't it? Didn't it look like everything went boing? All at once. Maybe it's just me. But hey, it stands up. We're doing a full engine test. Good burn. Good burn. Yeah. Okay, and this would come off, like if I were to just tip it over a little bit, just to tip that over though, just to tilt off the hat. No. See, the hat comes off. That's what I wanted you to understand. Oh, and the engine still goes. Maybe we've got enough, we could, you know, tilt up and go to space now. The probe core is still here. Where do you guys want to go? Okay, maybe just slow down there. Do we have any monoprop? Alright, well there's the last of the monoprop, but, wow. Yeah, she's got some good control authority on her. Anyway, lots of draining the electric charge pretty quick here. But let's... I guess we gotta clean up our mess, so let's go. I probably didn't need whatever that was, but let's go just grab the things that we need. Okay. This is a means of transit, people. Boom. Boom. Oh, we ran out of power. We ran out, so we needed some of those batteries. It was a good launch anyway. It was a good launch. Why don't you take me back to the VAB, though? Spacepawn, are you launching it there now? No. Oh, fuck me. It's alright. Everything's saved and whatnot. Including potentially what just happened. Yeah, but it seems to have crashed a bit, hasn't it? We've only had 2 of those since I reinstalled Kerbal and started playing it again, so congratulations, Kerbal, on crashing less frequently than you always used to. We'll get it back open, and we've got the tow truck ready now. We turn the tow truck into a sub-assembly. We drag it over to the first craft that's going to go up, which is the lightest weight of the crafts. The lightest weight of the crafts, and we build a lifter stage. You know, we're ready. We're good. We can do it now. We can actually get it into orbit, and I think with the way that this first one is built, it's built to just go straight to the moon. And then we got to try and get the tow truck back. Now that actually means that I got to do a little bit more on the tow truck. We need like radiator or an ablator or something, you know, for the tow truck. Because in order to get back most efficiently, we do want to hit Kerbin's atmosphere and slow down. And I don't want to just rely on, it'll probably be okay. I would want to be able to actually, you know, have some confidence that things aren't going to explode under temperature. Space trucking, fuck yeah! Yeah, that's... be a good clip. Occasionally I just generate really good, like, wave files. You know, imagine every time that every time that Kerbal Space Program crashed and your computer blinged that something went wrong, it just went, space trucking! Fuck yeah! You take it, that's a second take right there. I gave you 2 takes for free. People need to start paying me for this shit. By the way, what day is it? Give me next morning. Give me light outside if you don't mind. The sun will come up. There we go. I'm gonna stop it right there just as the sun doth rise, and then I'll slowly allow the sun to come into being. There we go. Just on the horizon. Maybe a little bit more so that we get just a little bit of, like, shadow. Shadow would be nice. There you go. We got some shadow now. Back into the VAB. Add a rad. It burns. Do the radiators, are they going to be helpful to us at all? What were we working on? The OB core, 42 parts in 3 stages should be you. There we go. So there's our little guy. So radiator. We need a radiator that's going to survive re-entry, you know, kind of a thing. So I think it's going to be a surface mount radiator, which only does what it does for the nearby parts or whatever. Radially attached radiator to help dissipate heat into space. Go by mass, please. You are cools only nearby parts on the small radiator. Edge. We're gonna want... How small are you in terms of small, you know? If we're talking small here, what kind of smallness are we smalling? What's the small? What's your small? How's your smalling right now? How does your small? You know what I mean? What's that small like? How much do you weigh? 0.01 tons. You're actually very, very not bad. And this is interesting in terms of design if I can get it to penetrate out. Curious. In the way that it's constructed. I could get behind that. I think I'd want you to move out a little bit more, though. Okay. And then you guys? How you looking? Kind of penetrating the radiator a bit. Maybe the radiator wants to be attached to the battery, and then it's nearer by so many different things. Pawn, why the F is your house tagged in my Google Maps? Why the F are you doxing me all the time, Jim? Why? I've got questions myself. Ooh, I think this might even look better. That. And then on the local, and drag you in a bit. Don't wanna... Ooh. Oh, so sexy. Oh, so sexy, though. Only thing I don't like is these monoprop containers. You know, they were there in order to get the panels where we wanted them, but I don't like it. And now I'm starting to actually like this design. So we're gonna have to come up with something better than that for them. I mean, we could just do this strapped to you, and then drag you up and see if that's okay. I know I've already done this, but how about again? Just 2 of them. And then depenetrate. Move my mouse away. Trying to move my mouse away to see if it... Yeah, you stick out a bit. I mean, we've got space in here. So, a little bit of penetration is like, yeah, well, we could have stuck it somewhere else. We'll do something else to get them to attach. How much are you? So that was going to be 40. These carry 7.5 apiece. These, 2 of these would do the same as that. How do you guys fit, though? Oh, you fit much nicer. How do you look, though? Oh, you look much nicer. If you were like that, even. And then out. And then up. I don't hate it. Gotta be in a little bit more, though. Yeah, that's looking nifty. That's a nifty looking nifty. 20. What if you were up, though? You look niftier and you block the hole where we can see into the place that's kind of ugly. And then if these were in the right place, then those would block that hole where we could see into the place. I like it. I like the idea. How do I make it happen? What do I use to lift out of there? Is there anything that's useful to us that isn't just cubic octagonals? Because I've been using so many cubic octagonals lately that I think I'll use some cubic octagonals. Not those. Those are hexagonals. Just need 2. But you need so many of them. It's part count, and we're going to be dealing with, you know, a space station. So that's why I'm actually concerned about it. Got 3 of you, and then like that. Oh, it needs comms. Jesus Christ, pawn, it needs comms. Oh, you're snapped in. Penetrating a little bit. Can you not penetrate? That's just that's how the design is. That's what the game does. And you guys are out. That's reasonable. Very, very reasonable, but it needs communications. Paul, and why the F is your house tagged in my Google Maps? I already answered that question. Someone say something else. Let's detach here while I finish this off, because the fairing's getting in my face. You know what I could do? That might break everything. Like, everything. Is I could probably use a helicopter blade. I don't know if you guys have used these before for this kind of thing, but like, 1 helicopter blade attached to you, so, and then shoved through. Half and half either side. What it could do is create weird aerodynamic effects that we don't want to, you know, exist. But it's 1 part for 0.015 instead of 6 cubic octagonals for 0.001, or rather 0.006. So it's more weight, And it looks weird. No, something else. Alright, well, what else then? We ain't got nothing. How about 2 of these? Like, I might be able to do 2 of these if I stood them up vertically with snapping against you. Oh, it looks fucking nifty, doesn't it? From the side, it's got a nice profile. Yes. Pull you out a bit. Push you in a bit. So that those lines look nice. Alright, and then I didn't... The solar panels, apparently I just threw them away. Damn it. 2 of these. 2 of these with snapping. Not like that. Boy, they look good. That's fucking cool. I don't care who you are, that's funny. Now, fairing, god damn it, the fairing blows off ahead of time. I don't know why it's showing that we have reduced delta V right now. Where's our, that's sea level. We want vacuum, 3,985. That ain't right, is it? That can't be right. You ain't right. Oh, well, that's just for us, because we're not pushing anything. Right. So that is right. Shit. Oh, I wanted to look at the center of mass again. We've added some things hither and thither. So center of mass, say it's about there, and then when I drain... The center of mass refuses to change when I drain it. Okay. Well, whatevs then. I think you've moved up a little bit. I'm gonna put it there. Oh, game. Oh, game, though. Put you back on that. Close you guys up. Track the solar panel. Perfectly balanced. Yes, that's what was going on there, is that it was perfectly balanced. Build the fairing, the snapping, straight up. Perfect connection. There you go. Everything's on the inside of that fairing, so no aerodynamic issues. Hopefully. We're good. We're good? We're good. Good. And that's telling me that the delta V is incorrect. You're very incorrect on that. Be down here. Here's fucking... What are you? You're with... No. You're in the other one. I keep fucking doing this, and it keeps just pretending like I never did. Fairing to there. Fairing to there. This one to there. You below the rocket. 1864. 1864. That's our little dude. Right there. Is he done? I think he's done. What if he's done? Everybody, what if he's done? So if he's done, then one, I will... Okay. Before we're done with him being done, let's make him some action groups, because we're going to use this guy on a lot of other crafts. So, you guys, I want you on... Solar panels are on 8. Oh, the fucking comms, Pong. You still didn't put comms in. Well, the game crashed on me, I forgot. Do these need to be, like, activated? Activate radiator. Yes, they do. I will put activate radiator on something. 0. Activate radiator on 0. Because I'm just thinking this is going to be pushing a lot of other craft that are going to have their own action groups. It's like, But, okay, so comms. Comms is the last thing, you idiot. So communications, we don't need him to be a relay, we just need him to have comms. Really only needs one of these things. It needs to look good wherever I've got it, you know? I don't see any good place to stick it. I could attach it to the radiator, surface through. That would keep the it cool. Missed opportunity to power on now. That's what I call, a space station, not music. Arpato 92. I'll do the humor here. You don't want to get anybody hurt. I don't know where I stick these though, you know? Like, he's not... If I put fucking 4 of them on there, it's just excessive, it's stupid. How much Delta V does that cost us? Almost 30 Delta V. We only need 1. You're gonna have 2, because kinda have to. But, you know, we only need the 1. Put them sideways. Yeah, you pass through it as you open, so that don't do. That don't do, mister. No, that doesn't work either, Pawn. Fuck! Fuck me. Yeah, it just don't fit. It just don't fit. Do we really need one that big? I mean, but you're important because you do the 2G, you know? This is 5M, and you're doing 2G. So it's kinda important to have them. I guess I'm having fucking 4 of them. Because otherwise it doesn't look good. So I guess we're having 4. Even though that's goddamned insane, and I think I'll have them toward the bottom. I think I'll have them toward the middle. I think I'll have them toward the top. So that the antennas are kind of, and then it's better that way. Retract the antenna, boom. Now he's... Alright, we'll just, this one, we'll just extend, and then we'll retract the antenna. Boom. It's fine. It's fine. Save it. And, oh, well, that's the last thing that you were gonna do. That's the reason why you remembered it, is because we want, in action group 9, my comms. Toggle antenna with 9, electrics with 8, and apparently radiators with 0. And then we'll, I guess we'll do that manually. Shit. The design goes on, but a doom data. He needs light. He needs a light. He's a fucking tow truck. He needs to see what he's doing. 2 of them right here. If you let me attach them to something there, and then I can drag them into a position where... No? 2 of them off of you. Not that way, though. Off of either side. Nope. Like that. Flat, and then pull them back a little bit without. Lights on. And, tell you what, I'm gonna make it so that it doesn't really give me good lighting here to know, does it? Yeah, it does. I'm gonna make it so that as they converge, they become a target. So at the point where the brightest area is smallest, but still bright, I'm gonna say there. And then, because that'll be way too fucking bright with these lights, we'll tone them down to, let's say, 0.35, 0.45, and 0.5. Or I could go for the red, which is something I usually do on the targeting lights. So then I would reverse this, do 0.5, 0.35, nothing. Just go straight to red. Ooh, I like that purple though. Ooh, what a nice purple. Maybe we'll purple it. Huh? Nice purple. Full on red. Nothing else. Nah, you gotta have some blue in there. Some blue. I just don't want them to be so bright that I can't like see what I'm trying to get at, because that tends to happen on these lights. Yeah. Purple target. Purple target. At the hot spot, Ronin pawn, more like brony pawn. Brony pawn? Pony, are you here to defend my good name, my honor? Alright, so turn the lights off.
Pawn did it all for the nookie. Come on, the nookie, come on, so you can take that cookie and stick it up in space, yeah. Stick it up in space, yeah. Stick it up space, yeah.
Okay, you stick it up in space. So here's an interesting thing that happened. Note that the fairings themselves changed in color, but this did not. So let's just do that again, and then come back to it, and there we go, we've changed it. There's all kinds of shit broken in this game. Let's see. Ooh, orange. Ooh. Yes, I haven't gotten to use that texture yet because I haven't been using these big fuel tanks like that. Does that change something? Does mass change? Oh my god! I didn't realize that it had two balls in the thing. That's the one. That's what she looks like, friends. That's how it goes. I don't know about this fairing though. I'm not sure about that. That's just a little bit straight up white. You got the orange, doesn't look good. The gold always, like, it's got a nice strip on it. It's always gonna have that once it's done. Like the fairing's gonna pop off. This one, no, that actually goes with the theme. Yeah. So once the fairing's gone, that'll look like that. I think we've finished it finally. I think we've finished the tow truck. So save this craft. It's got all of the staging, it's got all of its action groups, it's got comms, it's got thermals, it's got all sorts of shit going on here. Which hopefully is enough for it to survive light re-entry into atmosphere. You know what? If I'm gonna have to use those radiators, okay, last thing here, delete that fairing so I don't have to look at it. If I'm gonna be using those radiators, then this is not enough electricity to have. This is nowhere near, yeah, I need more electricity than that. We do have enough room for 4 of these. So I could tack 4 of them in there instead of 2. Looks okay. But I think also add some fucking more electrical resources for this if we're gonna have to use those whatever the majigger madoodles, Peltier units, the big Peltier units. Boy, the rechargeable battery bank. If this wasn't designed so very touchily, like let's say I pulled you. Are you not attached? You weren't even attached. We just discovered something very important right there. It wasn't attached to the goddamn ship, it was attached to the other thing. You're still not attached to the goddamn ship. Come on. Are you on... I don't know what you're on at this point. You're on drugs, is what I assume. It's what it seems like to me. Like, turn off the interstage nodes so that I can make sure that I'm attaching this to, you know, the thing I'm attaching it to. Why do you not have a node? Oh, this game, though. She's holding together so well, Captain. By which I mean she's coming to pieces! She's falling apart! And then interstage nodes back on. It looks really cool right now, though. It does look really fucking cool. So that's 400 plus the 200, that's 600 EC. I still don't know if that's enough, but that's what I'm gonna go with on it. I think it's fine. Guessing that it's fine. Interstage nodes on. And then you attach to there. And then what are you attached to? You're attached to... Yeah. We could go up higher if we wanted to, but I think we're fine with that. Looks good. Looks ready to go. What the hell is that little bit? Something... You see that? See that? That little thing? What the fuck is that? I think it's part of the monoprop container that you put on there, Pawn. Oh, okay. Okay, rebuild the fairing. It's better to, you know, think about everything in the VAB, get it all right, then get up there and go, oh shit! Alright, so that's it. Now we're done, till I think of the next thing. So subassembly, we're going to remove all of this now. So you go away. And, oh fuck. No. No, Pong, you're fine. You're fine. Just throw that away, put it back. Put it back. Fuck it, I'll rebuild the fairing when we're there. Subassembly, I want to make the core of this ship this, I guess. There's the root part now. And now, when I grab from here, it should include everything below there. How are you not connected to anything? What is happening? Please? What? I don't understand. Like, I just made you're the root, right? Select a new part as root. That's the root. So now everything comes down from here. If I grab from there, then I get all of you. I guess I'll grab from there then. You become a subassembly. God, the fucking subassembly system works so good too, doesn't it? So this is our... What have I been calling him the whole fucking time? He's our tow truck. He's our moon tow truck. He's just a tow truck. Tow truck Mark 1. Mm-hmm. That's what you are. Good little tow truck. Alright, now throw you out. This is as it was. Rebuild the fairing for the 19th time. Why does it say that you're... Don't worry about it. Snapping. Boom. Snapped. Built. Saved. And then load up the other craft. Because we've been building him underneath this one for no reason. No, because we needed it to be able to have enough Delta V to do the job on the heaviest one. That is the heaviest one, but the first one that we planned to launch, my good friends, is the utility platform, which is pretty much all ready to go. It's not going to involve any of this. None of this is going to happen, apparently. Zero of this is happening. Which I believe would be... What am I looking at? Everything below here. So we don't want you controlling from there. We want you as the root part. That's Spermy up there. I just made Spermy the root part. Everything below here is nonsense. And then you're a little guy, right? So you... Oh, you're the big guy, and then the tip is the little guy. Little guy should be up here at the tip. Because that's where we start attaching... Yeah, that's the little one, and then we got Spermy sitting on top of it. Okay. So there's our payload. Now, the last payload was 8 tons. This one's 4.2. So when we pull the tow truck in, and we go to put him here... How the fuck are you attached to anything? It doesn't matter, Pawn, don't worry about it. If you were to pull on this... How is things are attached to, though? You know? How is our do things attached? We need to test that. Pull you off. Oh, it's because of that. It's because... Yes, I remember now. So I think, instead of this, for this one, we want to do the smaller decoupler. We want to do like a regular size TD12. Upside down. Oh, we don't need a decoupler, because that will act as a decoupler. Yes. So, we attach... Oh, that's fucking neat. Look at how that grabs. This is grabbing the docking port. And then you can go straight up to somewhere and then do something. Let's see, from here and then in, or do I go to the other? I think you gotta attach to something, pawn, at some point. All right, so maybe there. What? No. You let me do there, and what are those are the claws are sticking out? That's just, those are rivets. Those are rivets. We always like having a couple of rivets. God damn, that looks cool. God damn, that looks cool. Don't tell me that don't look cool, because cool is how it looks, and that's cool, and it looks cool. You guys would all go in there, and then this would go in there as well, and the engine is on his own, and he's after we drop all that with 2,463 meters per second in Delta V. Got more liquid fuel in him than we need right now, so we could actually drain some of that liquid fuel out of him for it. Come potentially. What? Sorry. It looks cool though. And then this part is also supposed to be under a fairing, but apparently, you know, the game it forgets what it's doing. I don't know if you've noticed that or not. I've certainly noticed that it forgets what the fuck is going on half the time. The pawn pen is mightier than the space sword. The pawn penis. The penis mightier. The pawn penis mightier than the sword. Yeah, okay. I'm with you now. I'm with you. Oh my, it is a pen, isn't it? Oh god, I'd love that pen. It looks like it has a bullet in it too. You know, at the base, hit the button, boom, someone's dead, and then you write the eulogy, I guess, and then deliver it. That looks fucking killer. And it's only 16.5 tons to push to orbit. Oh, hells yeah. Give me a save on that. Damn, son. Fucking damn, son. That's what she said. The fairings might be a little bit silly for where they go and what they do, but, you know, they're there anyway. You don't worry about it. I got this under control. How do we actually lift it up, though, Pawn? What are you gonna do to get it to space? You need a liquid engine, you need liquid fuel, and it's already quite tall. And so I'm thinking, can we go radial on this? I could go from this side with 2 of these over top. And I know the little footers are going to be left on this guy forever, but, you know, that's the history of his space flight. So, like that for you guys. And then, you know, because building down, I'd rather build a little bit off to the sides and see what we can get away with. How much TWR are we going to need in order to lift something that is 16.6 tons? Orbit! The engine is possibly the Bobcat, actually. 2 of the Bobcats? Let's try with 2 of the Bobcats and see if that's overkill, and then we'll attempt to get down to 1 of the Bobcats somehow. I'll just have to design completely differently than I am right now. We're still sorted by mass? Good. So then give me your mother. Sorry? The lifter stage, cheap and dirty, all boosters. I think I'm gonna want to be able to control it though, going up. You know, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing being able to control it. How much TWR have you got with that? 2056 Delta V 2000, and then we need to be at sea level though. On Kerbin 985 for 2.48. Okay. So which is what's the long, tall, is it you? But you're in the Bobcat size? Yeah. 1651, 1.87. This might actually work out pretty okay. And I could do like that. And I could put a little bit more fuel on top. Find the right container. Is it you? 2144 with the TWR of 1.5. Yeah, that's not bad. We did need the 2 Bobcats in order to get this done. Might have been able to get it done with 1 skipper though. So there's that to consider. We still have more room for more liquid fuel. If I were to do an adapter, 1.32 on the TWR, now we're kind of where I want to be, including with the Delta V. And from you, no, it's like that, and we don't have anything that does that kind of adaptation. It don't adapt that way, do it? No. So we're just gonna go to nose cones, and we'll use the rockety one. Yeah. So those two get us 2,400 meters per second Delta V on the nose. We want, you know, 1,000, less than 1,000 really, in SRBs now. So what are we pushing up? 57 tons, no big deal. Let's try, coupling over the top of you. Let's have you perfectly centered as well. I didn't do that with absolutes there. There you go. It's nice. You stand taller, prouder, stronger, faster, longer. That is 877 with a 1.14 TWR. Not quite the TWR we're looking for, but or the Delta V. But when you add that up and realize that we're going to make gains as we go up, it gets us there, it gets us to orbit. And you know, since we've got so much extra Delta V right now, we could rely on the poodle to finish the job and not try and deliver ourselves completely to, you know, where we're going. Like, what if... Call me crazy. Yeah, you're crazy. Don't do that, Pawn. Never mind. Never mind what I was gonna say. It was stupid. Don't. Nope. I think it's just, it's, What if we did two like that, two like that, snap to the same exact spot, up, snap to the same exact snap to the same exact spot. There you go. A little bit merged in. What are you gonna do? That's how it wants it, apparently. I can fix it in a minute if I care. With the SRBs, just thumpers, but there's 4 of them. And incidentally, I'm pretty much done with you, so if we could just have the fairing expansion stop popping in and out so I can see what I'm doing. What do we get out of this? Put you all together. It's still 1.15. It's not quite what we want. We could burn the liquid fuel alongside them a little bit to get them the kick that they need off of the pad. And then you two break away at the same time as this engine goes off for 2,400. And then we're in space. We drop all that off. I don't hate the look of it. I kind of love the look of it, honestly. What kind of styling have we got on the ship? Nothing like that. What is going on with those? Weird streaky patterns that don't line up in any way. Good work, by the way, Kerbal. I just wanted to let you know. Good fucking work. Oh yeah, different thicknesses of lines and everything. Awesome. Well, that kind of looks cool when you think about it, the way that it's, and then it's the arrows, whatnot. I wonder if maybe if I spun like this, that, and then flipped you upside down. Yeah. I get on board with that. It's bleeding black from the tip, just down there. It's just, it's the ink lifter. Ink lifter stage is what it is. So for you fire, we've only got 1.15 if we put a little bit of liquid engine behind it. It says, though, that we've only got 555 meters per second of delta V in there. That's not bad, because we got 2,900 off of this whole lifting stage, and we got a ton that's in there. If I gave you another one. If I gave you another one. What if that? Grab the U, and then on absolute. Snap. How are you at different heights then? Snap. Why? What's going on? How are you at different heights? I don't understand. Okay, I think that's exactly correct. Now it's 6 of them, all firing at once. Well, they will be shortly. 1.46 1.46 TWR, and 747 meters per second of delta V going up, which 2,400 and 700, 3,100, and then, you know, it'll be a little bit out of our tanks on the other one to finish it off. I kind of liked it. It looked better the other way. Gotta say, looked better the other way. One loud candle. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They all burn hard and fast together. I could separate this one off, or separate these off in order to run a little bit longer, and then toss that one off. Say I took you down to 8.5 and 8.5. 1.32 off the pad like I like it. And then I would need... This one would burn out faster and need to drop on its own. The ones that are in the middle. What do you think? Some strips too? What kind of strips? What sort of strips? You want me to strip? I don't understand. What do you want from me? These would actually kick off in such a way that they might lean in and hit the ship as they're falling. Space tape. Too many SRBs. You think so? I kind of think so too. I was waiting for somebody else to say it because I don't like those being there. I like this. This is neat. That's neat right there. Looks cool. Dig it. You know, not enough delta V. Just gets us kicked and going. Could just put it all into liquid fuel. You know? But we're at 1.32 TWR on that right now, which is a good TWR to be on the liquid fuel at sea level, where that's at altitude. No, it's at sea level. So yeah, I don't want to add the liquid fuel to it. 4 looks better. It does get the job done if I stage this correctly. So you guys would break off at the same time as we fire up this engine, and that's gonna be... Actually, we'd beat a space with those two, and then everything would break off of there, and then, are you sucking my fuel? Is that what's going on here? You shouldn't be sucking the fuel for the transfer stage. Oh god, is everything we've just done? No, crossfeed is disabled there. Crossfeed is disabled there, then why are you oh, because that's in space. That's because the Poodle does not operate well in Atmo, and all of this is supposed to happen in space. So, you know, we get up there, and then 2,463. We got more than enough. We're bringing way more fuel than we need. Way more fuel than we need. But I like the ship design. I think I'm ready to launch this, even though it's not like balanced the way that I usually would do it in terms of SRBs to liquid fuel. It'd be good if it had more SRB kick to it. I could put on, you know, one of these, you know, these kickbacks again, but they're so tall. I just didn't like the way that they looked, you know, and we don't need it. Seriously, struts. Gotta have some struts on this one. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, fucking balls. Cocksucker! There we go. You structural. And then this guy. Strut. I don't want strut marks left on my craft. And they will be, you know. Strutting will happen if I strut up those. If I just strut them to each other. Yeah. Let's strut the engines to one another, I suppose. But then once they're gone, the liquid fuel, it's not being held. You need a connection in. On. Alright, well, what if I tried, like, from you and here, just from the very tip, both sides, and then I looked from this side to see, like, what I would hit. Do you actually attach to that? You do attach to that. I thought it would just go straight through it. Alright. Another one. Because these little strut anchors will be left on the craft forever. So I am concerned after I put all this design work into it that that they look okay. Let me do it over here. I can hide them in there. Yeah, that's good. And then the SRBs actually can be strutted together. Four boosters are thrust limited. Oh, hello. 1.06 at sea level. We don't have enough. Oh, that's right. We gotta fire it all together, I guess. I don't fucking care. I like the design. I like the way it looks. So we'll have a little bit extra on there. But that should get them all. Yeah. Everything's holding everything else. Up a little bit. Looking good. Looking good. Now, with the top of this all the way down. I could strut it from the tip that's actually going to be cast off. If I can clear its own fairings. Looks like I can't. Ooh, maybe I can. I couldn't. I didn't. It won't and it don't stop. Can rebuild the fairing, I suppose, to try and make this more likely to happen. Just whatever. Go away. Edit my fairing. Is that any different than what we were just doing? Potentially. God damn it. Fucking get past it. You can do it. You can fucking do it. I believe in you. Hey! Hey! Weird shit. Weird shit, man. I kind of don't hate it, though. Kind of don't hate it. And that's the most important thing in the world, is when you kind of don't hate it. Why are you still fucking highlighted? Let go, bitch. So what kind of fairing colors do we like? Okay, let's click on it again to try and get the colors to actually change. Yep, the gold. Gold for you. Ground clamps too. Oh yeah. Gold for you as well. Having trouble not just going for the gold. And that's the tip. That's the ink pen tip right there. What do you do? Oh, there you go. There you fucking go. Oh shit, but something's penetrating through. The goddamn lights. The goddamned lights. The damned god lights. I might just adjust the lights instead. Of re-editing the fairing. Ah, yeah, fucking, you're in there, but we made it past. We got it just barely. It clears it by a fucking mile. By a country fucking mile. Alright, well then redo the fairing. Okay. Edit. Edit. How big is a country mile, by the way? Is it larger than other miles? I'm unfamiliar. There you go. There you go. Oh boy, do I like it. Oh, but do I like it? I like it. It's pretty. Don't tell me it ain't pretty. Don't tell me she isn't pretty. She's the most beautiful thing. And then launch clamps, you said. Mm-hmm. And we don't need to take off high to try and get closer to where we're going. Maybe a pair here as well. The core. Ooh, at the engine bell. Can't do it there? Alright, I don't fucking care. Hold you guys a little bit higher. Yes. Yes. I like it. I like it so much that it's time for another live stream break. It is, though. It is. We're going to take another live stream break right before I launch it. It's a cheap way of keeping anybody who's stuck around here while I go pee. But that's what we're going to do. We're ready to launch this sumbitch. Finally, the first one. It's going all the way to the moon, and then the tow truck is coming back from the moon. Hopefully. It's going to hit atmosphere, and I hope radiators are enough, because that's all we gave it. We didn't give it an ablator. But it ain't going to hit deep atmosphere. It's just going to try and scrub some speed, and we'll be sort of experimenting to try and see what the best place is to hit the atmosphere, so I don't have to go around 17 times scrubbing speed. So there will be some experimentation involved. But that will all be after this live stream break, once we return from Venus. Jazzar's Venus. You're listening to on Ronin Pawn Radio. That's WDRKLP F2 7 Alpha Gamma Omega Niner 12. Brown. Hello, I am the Ronin Ball. Like not, it's just built into me to say those words, and what word was in my head that I almost said? Not the C word. Welcome back to Ronin Pawn Livestream. I'm RoninPawn.RoninPawn with Ronin Pawns and everything. We're kerbling, and after 5.5 hours of build time, less, because we had some live stream, but after that, we are finally ready to launch the first part of this massive space station construction. I think this is a reasonable amount of time to put into building a friggin', you know, space station at the moon. I think I've got 10 hours into this build now between designing the space station itself, breaking it up, theorizing how we're going to push it all up to the moon, and finally coming up with the tow truck that we're going to be able to use multiple times in space to move everything out to the moon, one after another, and then finally getting around to the first... Let me just get the little highlight there. Finally getting around to the first of our 3, I believe actually 4 launches, the way that this is going as we stand today, but maybe 3. Oh, woo! Don't you dare say the U word. That was probably the word that was stuck in my head. So is this just some sort of pace? Is the stream going to continue? Am I going to die? Who knows, Duralex? Nobody knows. Nobody can be sure. Well, I can be sure. You're going to die. Today? Who's to say? And on that note, let's look at the fucking staging, because I haven't at all. So, we want to fire all the engines at the same time as we release the clamps. It's how I've tried it the other way. I don't like it. There's a little bit of a delay in Kerbal when you do it that way. I just don't, it doesn't feel good to me, so that's how we're going to do it. We are going to lift off with a little bit of liquid fuel. I'm going to go to a quarter thrust to start with to compensate for the fact that our SRBs are only 1.16, I think, TWR. So we will be burning liquid fuel throughout. When we're done with the SRBs, though, we will drop all of those in a single stage, and then we should be to space, at which point we pop all of these fairings off. They all burst, and then the thing in the stuff, this comes off as well, the tip, the pen, the top of the pen, bursts off because we don't want that anymore, and then we're up in space, and we drop those as we switch over to the final engine that's going to push this thing all the way there. Now, Dramatian said, strut that thing up. And I haven't added any strut work, you know, in this arm. This arm is just this arm. It's got the trusses, which are just an aesthetic thing, I think. So the idea of actually adding struts to this could be a good idea, but we've already spent too much time designing it, so fuck it, we're gonna launch it. What are we gonna do? Engine 1 and 2 are out. We are not ready for a counterattack yet. What are we gonna do? We're gonna launch the damn craft. I think we're ready to go. Is there anyone aboard? I don't think there's any place. No, there's no place for a person to be aboard. Let me make sure that that Spermy is the one who actually is controlling us here by routing. No, we were already routed to Spermy. Okay. Good little Spermy there. Spermy's gonna be our probe that's controlling this whole thing. We got RCS, we got SAS, massively overkill because it's not for this craft, it's for the space station when it's all assembled. We don't have any fins or anything, but we got 2 Bobcats, which have very good vectoring on them, and they will be running the whole time. So can we control it? It's a nice long craft. Those tend to fly better for the, you know, in terms of just having the right, like, lift and things like that to help compensate for them. I think we got a chance here. Put her on the pad and let's see if she can fly. Three, two, 1, go. Why does it so that turn that into a website, or is that a website? Is that your favorite porn site? What's going on there? And we're having a nice early morning launch. The sun is just rising on us. We've set everything up to be in our favor here. And isn't she a pretty ship? But isn't she a pretty? She's gonna burn my shoulder if I leave her there. That's gonna get hot. All right. SAS on, throttle to some is the idea here. Yeah. Yeah, throttle to sub. Not quite a third, but a quarter is what I'm going to try and take off with. TWR reads as 1.91 if we maxed it out. Hopefully a quarter worth of throttle. Maybe I will, just for safety's sake, be at a third. Houston, can we get a countdown?
You've been in there building for a real long time. What the hell's going on?
We are building a space station around the moon.
Really? How many launches is that gonna take?
Like 3 or 4, probably 4.
And how much money is this costing the space agency?
I actually forgot to look. Did anybody see how much money this one costs? Because this is one of 4.
I'm gonna have to dip into savings again, aren't I? When's my next check coming?
Do you have to talk to Gene?
Yeah, talk to Gene. That always works out. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
We have enough lift to lift ourselves. And the frame rate is holding on the new... Oh my god, the CPU's at 180.5 degrees, though. Might just take the side of the case... Oh my god, the case is hot. Just if I get the side of the case off. I'm launching a craft. There we go. Just cooling down the engines of the craft, as well as my computer. Here, not changing a damn thing. 180.5. Well, it's a big craft. It takes a lot of CPU. There we go. 178 point. It's going down. How we doing on the liquid? Oh shit! Shit! They're at different. The solid fuel was at different rates. That's not how I meant for it to be, but it is how it is. I'm gonna wait, and then I'm gonna drop them all when they're out. Fire up the engines. Full throttle. I was out just a little bit putting out a fire in my computer case. It'll happen. Where are we at? 8.9. Don't start doing too much maneuvers yet, Pawn. 200. We had a good speed coming up to this height, though, and if I would have done the SRBs correctly, it might have even been, better. Okay, just hold the SAS there as we start to make this turn down. Let's pull up our app-waps. Okay, and nose down, but not too much. We go 18 kilometers. We gotta have control over it now. Got to, mister, especially with all this SAS and the Bobcats. 35 kilometer app-waps at 22. We're banking down hard now. Oh, she wants to topple on me. She's not gonna, though, because she got all that SAS behind her. 1.2, we got over 1,000 meters per second of delta V left in this craft. Keep turning down, Pawn. We're at 50 kilometers on the app-waps, down to 20 degrees on the bubble. She flies beautifully. She looks great, That's most important thing is she just looks fucking brilliant. 57 kilometers on the app-waps now, turning hard down. We still have lots of delta V remaining. Down to 9 degrees on the bubble or so. App-waps still coming up, making that speed. Want to make sure that we're in space, though, because we're going to transfer over to the Poodle. Coming down full lateral now on our burn. 68, 68, 68, 69, 70, 71.5, and I'm killing the engines. With 69 meters per second, delta V remaining. That's how we do it. It's Ronin Pawn channel. How do we do? 1600 and probably after we scrub it on the way up, maybe 1650 meters per second of delta V, maybe 1630, something like that. Not bad for our lifter stage with the 2 Bobcats. This is flying okay. It wasn't a bad ascent either, despite the fact that I forgot. I had the wrong. They were differently thrust limited, the 2 sets of SRBs, because they had been attached separately.
Ronin A1.
Ronin is A number 1. I'm king of New York. That's 169 bits. 69 bits. Thank you very much. So as we approach our app-waps, we got to be ready to do a lot of things. We're going to get rid of all the fairings as soon as we're in space. So frame up that shot, because it should be a nice one. There you go, Pawn. Are we in space yet? We're in space. Ready? 3, 2, 1, fairings. Thank you, mister. Alright, so you're still following your prograde. We're coming up on the app WAPs, and we don't have much left in this stage, so we're gonna burn it all out now. Whatever we had left. Oh shit, this thing's. And then switch over to the other stage, give me stability assist, because we're coming up on that app WAPs. I'm gonna need to burn a little bit higher to try and keep it in front of us. We are on the Poodle here. Oh, the Poodle's got a fair bit of control authority, though, or I mean, a fair bit of push to it. That's good on the app WAPs. I know you can't actually see it, but that's not my fault. That's the developers of the game decided that's the best way to do it. 2,000 meters per second of delta V remaining. Whoa. Steer it. Thank you. No. Slow her down. Whoa, you're running away. And we have circularization with Parry at 71.4, app at 71.9. Circularization with 1,842 meters per second of delta V remaining in this craft. That is exactly what I want to have. 1,800 is brilliant. And what does the craft look like at this point? Shit. What? I forgot to bind all of the things. I forgot to bind any of the things. I'm gonna have to go through this and do it all manually. But that's what she looks like. Stable orbit with all the delta V that we wanted to have. We have way more delta V. I wasn't thinking about it, but we don't need it to have this much delta V because for the return trip, it won't be carrying any weight. We can make this smaller or put less liquid fuel in it. There's lots of things that we can do with this. Now that I'm up here, it took me 5.5 hours to build it, so forgetting that the SRBs didn't have the same throttle limiting and then realizing once I'm up here, oh, we didn't need that much delta V. These are all just par for the course. We can go build this around Duna if we wanted to. We can't. But let's start like deploying all the things. We're in a nice, safe, stable orbit. So go ahead and extend my radiator. Do you want to deploy all this? Maybe we leave the radiator in, but let's have the solar panels out. Solar panel, solar panel, solar panel. That's side one of the solar panels. God, trying to find a view where I can actually see this stuff and show it to you, while avoiding all of the extra crap on screen. On my screen, because of my stream overlays. There we go. All them solar panels deployed. Let's have our comms deployed. Comms should be this end of the ship. Extend antenna. Extend antenna. This is not a bad thing, actually, that everything has to be deployed manually, because it's a space station. Once it's there, it's there. And other craft that are hooking up to it that might have their own action groups, including our little tow truck here. In fact, our little tow truck has its own shit. We should deploy those as well. Remember, you can still set up the action groups with the tab on the right. Oh, that's right! I can! Good fucking noting that. Alright, but if I hit F5, if I hit 8, then we get those solar panels go out. If I hit 9, then we get all those. We get all those four more antennas. I mean, it just wouldn't have looked good any other way. It just looks excessive, which is better, I suppose. Is there anything else that I need to deploy? What about you? Spermy needs to deploy his antenna, or his solar panel, and his antenna. God damn it. It's just too big a craft to actually have on screen. There she is. Platform number 1 of 3, probably 4, that we're going to have to... It might even be 5 launches to bring the fuel up. That's going to need to, fill it before the contract will say, okay, you did a good, we're fine. F5 from there. Yeah. Alright. It's time to go to the moon with it, I suppose. God, she just looks so pretty. Spinner. Oh my god, the SAS is like, oh, you want to spin? We can spin. We could make our own helicopter if we wanted to. Here, we could... You want to spin? I could spin you. Spin you for the win. Oh, wow. It's way overkill on the SAS because it's not. It's for the larger space station that's going to have a lot of shit attached to it. Go ahead and find and follow your prograde if you don't mind. You can transfer the remaining fuel to the tanks when they come up. That's, yeah, absolutely. Anything that we've figured out is extra, that would help to get her done. Okay, wings on the level. We're ready to go to the moon, y'all. Wow. No, do it the way no. Go straight to the cool. Never mind. It's fine. Wow. Damn. That's a lot of ship right there. And it's not a lot of, like, weight. It's just, it looks so fucking cool. Just spin on re-entry and you got yourself a helicopter. So, transfer to the moon with the poodle. Ooh, the moon is coming up. Add a maneuver. That's, I don't have a lot of time to set this up. 1 minute 42 before we're on top of it. But it'll probably be a little bit further out. We want 860-ish to get out to the moon. So give me the 860. And then over here, now you can kind of see it. Now you can kind of see this shit, huh? I'm gonna do that. That's why I did that. And then we've got, hang on, let me just get that little red thing down. There we go. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this down to about 2 ticks on the bar, and that's the fineness of my controls. And pull up my Mooner periapse if I can have it. And then start clicking to find the best time to leave. Okay, we don't need that much delta V, so I'm going to scroll up here. And then, yeah, we're hitting the moon. God damn it. A lot less delta V. I think I'm going to go to 159 point something and then click forward. Oh my god, it stayed up. It stayed up. Did you notice that? The periapse came back. It came back, everybody. It never does that. As soon as it goes away, it never fucking comes back. You're always yelling about it. God damn motherfucking periapse with the... No. When's the best fucking time to leave? Because I'm still looking for it. We're coming up on it in 1 minute 50 seconds here. There we go. There we go. We just found the best time to leave, and we're going to go to 9 kilometers. We could go to 14, but 9 is kind of just where I always tend to be around the moon, I guess. We're going to aim for 9. We'll see where it ends up being once we're there. But that's our burn. It's going to take 40 seconds, 39 to get there. 40 seconds, so 20 seconds either side of it. We'll leave it like 25 to be safe. F5, now that I've got the node set up. Does that come potential, or what is your obsession with I don't, you know what? Never mind. I don't wanna enter your world right now. Hit. Get you dead on that target. Good target there. Very good target. And then go ahead and warp me up to the time that we need, which is 25 seconds. That's when we're gonna go, Pawn. So give me 30 seconds or so. Still dead on the target. Little nose up on you. 25 seconds, burn full. We're now burning full on our target. Let's see what she looks like when she's burning. God, I love that. I love that that's how that you can make the fucking poodle look like that. That is gorgeous. That is so pretty. So friggin' pretty. You wanna nose up, stay with the target? Right there. Okay. Come out here and watch as we finish this out. Don't really care about my app-waps. It's when I start getting a moon app-waps that I can look at, or a moon periapse, I suppose. Okay, so you... Okay, we've definitely lost the target there, but, you know, fuck it. Keep burning. Okay, for the last little push, I'm going to thrust limit this engine to apparently 1/4. 9. And then we hit the moon a second time if we don't stop ourselves from leaving the moon's SO. Oh, no, we don't, because something changed. All right, fine, whatever. We did it. We did a very good burn there for a 9.4. This is good. Thrust is stored in the balls. That is correct. That is correct. Which side of the moon are we coming in at? The you know, that side. The one side there? Don't set it as the target. Coming in what people would call anti-clockwise, but people don't know. People don't know. Fuck those people. They don't know. This is how I do. You know? Less than 160 meters per second to get her done. This is how I do. So, from here, F5, and we're going to go out a bit. In fact, I'm going to do this, like, here, and I'm going to put a little bit of... Is it, angry triangle? Give me, like, more control. And I'm just scroll wheeling this. There we go. So 6 meters per second of angry triangle gets us, close. That gets us perfect. 7.5 meters per second from there. I'm just curious when the best time is to do this. So drag with me, honey. Drag. Okay, you're just jumping around wherever the hell you want to drag. Oh, shit, now you've switched into the... Alright, well, at the moon, if I were to do it at the moon, and then took off some of that... No, I'd need more of it at the moon. So 7.5 is the best we've seen so far. If I can drag you back out of the moon's SOI... You almost did. Heh! There we go. Just had to release it at just the right time. Come on, baby. Drag with me. Alright, I'll do it down here then, you son of a bitch. With, like, a lot. God damn it, hold the fucking target up! Okay, that is a lot. Now, at that point... Our adjustment at 7.5 is doing exactly what we want it to do. It's actually a little bit overkill, isn't it? Are we getting more there? So if I took some off, back down to minor controls. Okay, that's all I wanted to know was like, is this... Come on, do something. When the best time was in this transfer to actually do these, like, adjustments, and apparently somewhere out here, this is fine. I think sort of halfway on your way, maybe there is better. I would like to know. I'd like to know more, so we're going to try, go back up to, like, here, step back, step back, step back, step back, step back, step back. So, dead in the middle-ish. What do we got? What does that give us? Pretty much the same. It goes... damn equatorial the same. So basically in the middle. Anywhere in the middle seems like a good place to do these kind of adjustments. I always wanted to know that, to know what it actually was. So that being the case, we'll go back over here, F5, and go ahead and warp me. As we leave the planet behind, we watch our electric charge dwindle, and the sun comes out and hits all of our electric panels, and we're back alive. Time warp is complete. It's a burn of nothing. Burn of nothing seconds per second. I could actually try and do this with monoprop. We've certainly got enough on here. So if I go to my angry triangle... There. And then... M. Out to map mode. Focus on the moon again. And then if I RCAs, and I H... Okay, I want to see where it's burning that. Just curious where it is on the craft, because it's been a minute. Oh, there's a lot of places. There's a lot of places where it's burning that. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Let's get it right, though. What is properly equatorial? We look pretty good right here. Anybody got a problem with that being the equator? I feel like if I go lower, then it's worse. I think that's okay. That's good. We're gonna go with that. What did I do to my periaps, though? Ah, I got too close. Yeah, that'll happen. Let's try just using RCS to fix it. Let's clear out this maneuver node. And... Whoa, what are you doing? Okay, RCS is trying to correct what I'm doing while I'm doing it. SAS, rather. There we go. That's better. 9.0 and a lot of monoprop thrown into the atmosphere for no reason. No, not on that. What did you do? 9.3, good. Get back over to here, because I feel like we need a slight burn. SAS, RCS on, H. Where do I've got this information, don't I? Like advanced orbital info. My argument at the periaps is 0 degrees. Does that mean that I'm perfect? My periaps argument, is that perfectly equatorial? Because I don't know about periaps arguments, and you know, I try to avoid arguments with or without periapses. But that seems about right, yeah. It says inclination is 1.2 degrees though. But our inclination is perhaps telling us Kerbin as opposed to the moon, because we're not in the moon's SOI yet. I don't know. I'm going to come up to here, and then we will be in the moon's SOI, and then if there's any adjustment to be made additionally, then we'll do that. RCS off, SAS can remain on. Ooh, before we do, one more thing that I forgot to do on both of these probes is... Oh my god, if I could find the probe in this fella. It's kind of buried, isn't it? Hi! Hibernate and warp auto. Yes. You automatically hibernate and warp. And the same thing for Spermy. Oh, Jesus, Spermy. Spermy, hibernate and warp auto. There we go. Both of those will be up here permanently, so that one adjustment is the only adjustment we'll need. My god, it is night on Kerbin. F5 one more time, and now, yeah, go ahead and take me to the moon's SOI, if you don't mind. Warp here. Goodbye, Kerbin. Hello, moon! We're coming to inject you or something. It's kind of what it looks like, isn't it? Alright, we're in the moon's SOI. My inclination is now listed as 0.6 degrees. I'm still on an angry triangle here, so I'm going to put myself on that triangle. I'm going to turn SAS on, and if I push... Okay. Backwards. No. I can't get any closer with the angry triangle than 0.6 degrees. Why would that be? From here, maybe I just have to do the inclination adjustment at the periaps. These are things that I've never concerned myself with being exact on these figures, which is why I have no idea. You know, you get generally in the vicinity and then you're fine. But it being a space station would be cool if it was perfect. It's either perfectly equatorish or it's a perfectly polar orbit. It's one of those two things. F5, and let's go up here. Well, let's actually make the burn in advance so that we know how long it's going to take. Back up, and then app parry. We want, oh Jesus, we want a lot less control on the adjustment than that. A lot more control, rather. So if I leave just a little bit sooner. then that can be a lot closer. Right? Go to even a finer scale of adjustment. 92, 96, 10, 8, 96, 91, go to an even finer scale of adjustment. Not that we're going to have any chance of actually hitting this, but yeah, so right around there. Right around there, the perfect maneuver node made. Now, take me to that maneuver node. Hello, Moon. We're coming for you. Whoa. Fellers. Now, get on your retrograde, because that's the kind of burn that it's going to be. Apparently the burn time is 42 seconds, costing us 271.1 meters per second. See, now, 271.1 meters per second to finish this off. Delta V map says 310. What? Why would this be just wrong like that? What is there an updated Delta V map that's, like, correct? Because we always come out here and it costs us 270, and it says 310. I don't get it. Moonbase, heck yeah. Yeah, we're here. We're definitely here. We're all here and stuff. Oh shit. Alright, so burn time 42 seconds. We want to leave full throttle 20... Again, 25. We'll do 25 and I'll burn on the target. You always say, I'll just do it all on the retrograde. No. Burn with the target. Target will move with you as you go. Oh shit. I burned late. Oh, this is because I've got this throttled down. I've got the thrust limited on this, which is why it's taking us so long. Okay. Well, we've caught the moon. Version on the map says 11.2. Or 1.1.2. Could they have possibly changed how much fuel it takes after the 1.0? That doesn't seem to... That doesn't figure. I'm going to throttle down even more as we go for a 9. Okay, you can throttle up more, please. It's not gonna be a great maneuver, Pawn. It's just not gonna be a great maneuver. It's fine. Yeah, we're losing that periaps now. I'm always trying to figure this out on the fly. So on the fly, well, it's saying that I should burn down here. So if I burned like way here, yeah, our periaps starts coming up as our apoaps starts going down. Keeps going down, rather. Okay. I'd like to get this, like, perfectly friggin' circular. Right on top of the periaps again. So back on our retrograde. In fact, hold retrograde. RCS. Yeah, sure. And then H. Wow. Talk about perfectly circular. $94, $44, $94, $22. That's not going to last, but we did it. Anyway, RCS back off. Thank you very much. SAS, go ahead and continue holding your retrograde. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's a 1.7.3 map. Let's pull that up, Jermacy, and see if they've made any changes here. The moon does indeed say 280, 860, 280, 580. How the hell was it 310 and then it's 280? And how the hell did things change between when it says 1.7.3? Is that the map version or the game version? How the hell did they change things so that it's 280th? I don't care. Like, after launch of the game, certainly they didn't. It's probably the map just got better, is my guess, right? Game version. Did it actually change the amount of Delta V that's required? was there an update where they, like, refined Oberth mechanics or something so that it was more accurate? 'Cause that's all I can think of. But here we are, fuck me on the dark side of the moon. Why is it always the dark side of shit for me? God damn it. If only we had some lights. Yeah, wow, those are a lot brighter than I meant for them to be. And, yep, that's as bright as they're gonna be, apparently. Okay, well, maybe it's because there's extra lights on right now. So if I turn you off... and you off. Oh no, they're both. So both of you should be off. Yeah, see, now that's the more the kind of glow I'm looking for. And the same thing with you guys. Lights off. It's a soft light that it's throwing from here, and there are more lights to throw elsewhere as well. But for now, because we got, you know, spermy, and we're wedged between two probes here. They're getting us from both ends, if you know what I mean. F5. And bring me around to a not dark and awful side of the moon. Let's head out to our Apwapsish location. 100 times warp. It's allowing me to do 100 times warp at 9-kilometer orbit of the moon. Oh, I'll bet it's because it's below 8. Below 8 kilometers you can't warp, and that's where those fucking missions are. Ooh, what are we coming up on? Numpty 1, that's the site of our first tourist landing. That's where we did the tourist landing. That was just like 2 live streams ago. We landed tourists there. That's why it's called the Numpty 1. We are dead on fucking orbit. You know, equatorial, at least this is where we were last time, because damn, we're right here, baby. But babe, don't call me baby. I'll call you whatever I want, baby. Alright, daddy. Don't call me daddy. They may have played with the game mechanics and stuff. Curious to see that kind of fundamental change, but you know, if it helps Oberth work more realistically, I'm fine with that, I guess. I don't really know what Oberth would be realistically or otherwise, but no one else does, so I guess we're all in the same boat there. F5. F5, yeah, this is it. We're here. That was great. It's time to leave. We leave all of this in orbit right where it is, and we take this guy home. That's the next part of this. Because he, hopefully, if he actually, like, can detach, which is my great hope here, then he actually comes home with all his Delta V and pushes the next craft up. We gotta bring some fuel for him to refill his belly, because he ate a lot of it on the way here. But I guess this is the moment. We find out whether or not something or the other, I can't undock from there. That's not a problem. I can release from here. Are we need to push away? We're still attached to him. We're still attached to him. It doesn't let go. Free pivot? Don't free pivot. Disarm. And we're attached. And the docking port doesn't do a thing either. Fuck. If I stage you, create a stage, there. I don't know what I just did. Fuck. I knew that this was gonna be, we had so much trouble figuring out how this was connected, what it was connected to, where it was, you know, attached, but the fact that it was a claw, I figured that it would be able to release, and if not, I relied on the fact that docking ports, I have so fucking many times I have detached a docking port from something that wasn't a docking port. And I keep going back and forth on that, like here we are again, because the rules are inconsistent. Because I have had something attached to a docking port, and I think it comes down to whether it's the male or the female docking port, which the game kind of decides on its own. If I go to undock something and I click here, I have no, like, decouple. I can't undock from there. But I can undock from... Why can't I undock from anywhere? These are 2 docking ports. They're docked. Neither of these will let me... Maybe it's just a bug. If we reload the scene, it'll work. Decouple node pawn. Am I somehow not reading it? Decouple node, decouple node, decouple node. No decouple node. But doesn't it say undock? Too? Decouple node. So we could do it from both sides on that one. I swear to God, the rules are so fucking inconsistent. Just go ahead and just link back up, because we're not actually trying to leave. There you go. But I have undocked docking ports from things that weren't docking ports before, and I think it does come down to like a parent-child relationship of one of them is... If this were pointed up instead of down right now, I'll bet you anything I could decouple from it. I'm back and things appear to be going as planned. Nope. Nope, because we got here and we found out that the docking port, you know, 50% of the time doesn't undock when it's not attached to another docking port. And we also found out that the arm, even when you disable it, doesn't release. Which one is closer to the root of the ship or something? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's it. I wonder if I could, like, control from somewhere else, if that would, and then exit the scene and come back, if that would, like, trick it into letting me do the thing. This would really prove that this is a broken thing. I'm going to control from here. Doesn't change the route, but it does change the control point anyway. And that doesn't do a damn thing for me. If I leave the scene, though, I can't undo this. You know, like right now, I can revert, and we can go back, and it never happened. If I leave the scene, then we can't go back. And then this is just up here. God damn it. I want to test this bug, because it's totally a fucking bug. But I also don't want to, like, leave this up here because of the bug. And my options are test the bug, or get fucked by the bug. Blast the stuck bit off with the object thrower. Release from the fairing on the fairing suggests little magnets. I got auto strut disable, aim camera. I mean, that is where this was like attached to, I guess. I don't even know. Release. Disarm. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing. Looks like a death laser. It's making me death laser right now. Making me death laser. Blow it off! See, so what is that? It's Control-Alt F12? And then cheats? Is it cheats or is it something else? Object thrower. What do you think? Cube or sphere? I'm thinking a cube with its edges might be good. Mass of low mass speed. Let's make sure it's not that. Or rather, that's the size of it, and then the speed, something like that. That should be fine. Just pretend we initiated a fairing explosion remotely. Okay. We're unarmed. Now we're armed. Middle click. Sadly, we are still 1 unit. And we are still 1 unit. And there we go. There we go. That's where it needed to be blown up. Wow, look at the fucking debris pattern. That's cool. That looks cool. Damn. shit, man. Stuff went everywhere. Oh, yeah. More of that, please. Oh, it didn't... I left it armed. Alright, you're up. You didn't break the way I wanted you to. Your SAS is just not even useful now. Boom. Boom. There we go. Got rid of you. What else we got to target? The fucking debris cloud. Oh, that's neat. We still got this probe, though. This guy's still together for us. Can't break that. Ah, I broke it! Managed to get it off. The fairing extra nodes is what most likely didn't allow it to separate. It needs those to attach. Well, I think we know what we're doing. We're reverting flight to vehicle assembly. Ah, damn it. I had that in the back of my mind. Because when we were fucking around with it, it was attached in a way that was like, how did that even attach? And strangely, like, it was this fairing that it was attached to, which isn't even the right fairing. Houston gonna be pissed. He won't even remember. We reverted time. I have to tell him, and I've just stopped telling him. But yeah, because this isn't attached to anything. Like, it's... You're attached to that, and there's nothing above it that it's attached to. Or, it's just because it's on, it's trying to figure out, like, which spot are we actually on right here. Turn the interstage nodes off. I swear to God, I did this last time, though. Turn the interstage nodes off. Remember? I did. No interstage nodes. And then you're there. And then, like, if we're controlling from up here, how are you not connected to anything? How have we managed to create something where there's not a continuous flow of parts all the way down? Everything links together there. Interstage nodes off, interstage truss structure off, on. So you're attached to... Oh, God. You're attached there. And then this, with its interstage nodes back on, interstage nodes off. Leave them off. Pull all this away. And then... Like, that was the whole reason why I attached it like that, though. Take it to the pad or runway to test. Yeah, that's why we did the interstage nodes. Interstage node on. And then, I guess I assumed that because it was a... clamp, or a docking port rather, that it would remove itself from the interstage node, because where it's grabbed right now, if I turn the truss... Oh, there you go. It's supposed to be attached to here, it was attached to there. That's the problem. Now we know. Nope. Nope. So nothing was attached to this docking port. That's what we want. Is there. And then we turn the interstage nodes off. And the truss... Well, no, we can leave the nodes on, but we turn the truss structure off. And then this docking port should be attached to the node. Or to this. And then maybe I can release it this time. So let's put it on the launch pad. Without touching anything, I don't care, I'm not going to launch it. And let's see what happens if I can right-click and undock. Or decouple node, or whatever it's going to say this time. I swear I've been reading undock. So, you... decouple node. And then you... release. And... we have felled the tree! Somebody bring over the log hauler.
I don't think we have a log hauler. You want to just revert time again?
It's convenient. It is convenient.
Timber.
Timber, indeed. But that seems to work, right? That seems to work now. We're able to detach from the above it. So, revert flight, back to the VAB, double check, lol, that seems to work. It does! Double check everything, we'll fly the mission again, and this time now I know all of the information about the mission, I can just bing, 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 knock it out. Build the fairing. How the fuck did I build this fairing? Now fix the oh yeah, and we get to fix the boosters? See, there's all kinds of good things. Will you fuck off? What if you fucked off? Build the fairing. You're always in the goddamn way, you fucking... It looked so cool before, and now I don't remember how I did it. Presume you were to there? Yes, you still look quite cool. Oh, but the coolness. Oh, but the coolness. Now check the staging. Well, no, first fix the SRBs. We got full throttle, What's our, TWR if I remove the liquid fuel engine? 1.14. That's what I expect to see, and we're going to have a little bit of liquid fuel burning like we did last time. It flew lovely, and then we drop that, and then this fairing pops with all the other fairings. No, you are there, and there, and all the fairings come off along with that top bit all at once. Boot. Every time you go back, you abandon a time where the Kerbal Space Program goes bankrupt because some idiot wanted to test something. Or because, despite having all this technology, there was no way to simulate it. There's no button to just test it. It's another way of looking at it. You know, to fly it before you fly it, to test it, and to make sure before you spend 61,683 Kerbucks.
You now have the updated Delta 5 map to adjust fuel load if you want to.
Delta 5 map? I don't think I do have the Delta 5 map, text-to-speech lady. Thank you, Jermasian, for the timber and the end of that. And the fix the boosters and all the things. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with it as it is. We could bring less liquid fuel and be, What if we were efficient? What if we were efficient, and in vacuum we have 2,463 meters per second. We know we've got to finish off our orbit with this stage. From sea level, it's showing me 2,800 delta V. From altitude of, let's say, 8 kilometers. So at sea level, our SRBs give us about 1,000. At altitude, we get 1879, so we got, let's say, 2,900. And then we got the 500 that we're going to burn out of there in order to finish off that circularization. I could absolutely limit the fuel that we're bringing up and get us more efficacy out of what's going on down here. With 1,494 meters per second of delta V, that is enough for us to go to the moon for, what's the new delta V map say? So it's 860 and 280, so 1,060, 1140. Yes? Yes, 1140. Why is my math so weird? But it's right, it's just it feels wrong when I say it. So 1140 and then coming home is an easy 300, and we will be so much lighter that 1,400 is overkill. So yeah, 1,494, which actually makes us I'm sorry, 1,891 because we weren't looking at it in space. Let's get it even lower because 1,400 is fine. 1,600? 1,448. Now, 1,448, again, on that in space. At sea level, we've got 1122 off of the SRBs with a TWR of 2.09 now because of how... Oh, this ship is so much better now that I know what the fuck I'm doing. So let's thrust limit to 80 to 60. I know I've got to do it on both of them. I know I've got to do it on both of them. 59. 59. Okay, we can go even lower. Go down to, alright, 48 and 48. 1.47, go down to 40 and 40. 1.38. I'm gonna get a lot of speed off of that. Wait, is that with the liquid engine? That's with the fucking liquid engine you get. God damn it, I'm a moron. Put it all back up. I said it's too soon I spoke about knowing what I was doing. At 1.2, we can take off on 1.2 unassisted, without the liquid fuel. And that is still over 3,000 delta V. And then in vacuum, 1,400. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give us a little bit extra, a little bit more than I think we need. So 1,600 there on the transfer stage. At altitude, 2753. Sea level, 578 if we did it like that. So 27 and 5, and that's 3,200. And there's just a wee vapor that we'll be bringing. That's good. That's good. TWR of 1.18. I think I will have these engines with us when we lift off. Just a vapor. Just a hint of them. Just a whisper is what it is. And also use the number to adjust to. Yeah, do I have them even? Well, yeah, now they're all burning at 100. Okay. I feel like there was something else, though. Was there something else? Break those off when they're empty. These do that and the other thing. Was there something else? Save it. It's still the Mark 1. I think we're good. I think we're good. Ready to launch it again? This time better? Stronger? Faster? More successfully? Fly! You would yell that if I were about to explode, though. The lights were too bright. They weren't, though. That was just the extra lights. I could put everything on staging. Let's do that. Let's do that. So, give me these, and electrics are 8. Yeah, extend solar panel. We want to extend these solar panels. We want to extend these solar panels. We want to extend these solar panels. Where's Spermy? Spermy's got a solar panel to extend. Where's your solar panel, boyo? There it was. Extend that solar panel. And you've got solar panels to extend, but I think they're already hooked up. I might be wrong about that. Where's your solar panels? Here? Yeah, you're already in there. Alright, so I think that's all of the solar panels. And then on 9... On 9, we put the toggle antenna. Extend and retract. There's no toggle? Oh, it's already there. I'm like, why is there no toggle? Because it's already there, you idiot. You, toggle antenna, and then you. Spermy also has an antenna. If I can get underneath his hood. That'd be you, sir. Toggle your antenna. Whoa! Any other antennas? I think that's it. I think that's all the solar panels. Might as well deploy the radiators. No, I'll leave those as it's two different groups. We'll leave those as they are. I think we're good. Save and launch. Do it again. Paul and the lights were too bright. It was not, they weren't too bright. It was because there was extra lights because we were being finger cuffed between two probes that had their own lights that they were shining on us. That's why that was. So the lights are not too bright on the station itself. Anyway. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, let's see. Throttle up. Throttle to the slightest amount. Like an 1/8 of throttle on there. Houston.
3, 2, 1, go! Oh, sorry, everybody's doing it. Alright, in 3, 2, well, wait a second. Germacine has something.
What? Germacine? Oh, auto-hibernate. Auto-hibernate, damn it. I like to have that done, you know, in the build, in the model, but shit. Can I see you? And I don't, so I'll have to do it here. Hibernate and warp auto. And you also have one under here. You're deep. Hibernate and warp. Auto. Okay, that's both of our probes. Auto, warp, hibernated. Houston.
You ready now?
Possibly.
Well, never stopped you before. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off and away for the first time ever. First try, best try, always first try. Just come out first, just first. I firsted. I first everything, baby. Do we want more speed than this? How's our TWR currently? Oh, it's coming up like crazy. Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about it. Just keep an eye on them solid fuel boosters. God, it's such a pretty ship, too. Look at that. Somebody clearly took hours and hours of their life designing it, and then flew it to the moon only to find out some bullshit in the game. Goddamn, had to revert it. That's my guess, anyway. What's yours? So this only got us to 4 kilometers on those, and then I didn't throttle up first. Where are those going? I need you. Let's do that. And then let's make sure that this works. Oh Jesus! Decouple the node. And release. Be free! Be free! One last thing. Someone accidentally put Houston's coffee in the probe body. Damn, it's such a fucking tower, isn't it though? I forgot to throttle up when we needed to. I did that last time too. We can land on RCS. There you go. Yeah, actually, yeah, because we'll get some body lift and we'll fly it out to sea. Actually, fly it out to sea. I can do this. I've done it before. This was just part of my prototyping. Actually, did this. Okay, no, that's not. Down to 70 some meters per second. Come on, come on now. How can I not survive this? You get right down to it. 70 meters per second. That's barely even touching it's not a big deal. See? Wasn't a big deal. This guy's still with me. Ooh, you know what? Actually, can I SAS? I can. The Claw has a very high impact rating. The Claw has an incredibly high impact rating. Now, if I just scrub some speed by doing stuff. So, incredibly high impact rating. Let's go ahead and deploy all of the things. It's very important. Those will help slow us down a little bit more. Claw. Boom! We have landed on the Claw. And now we can grab Kerbin and take it wherever we want to go. I didn't really know that it was... Activate the radiator! Okay, it's not... Nothing's happening. But, see? Landing legs and everything? Where do we want to go today? RCS on! No? Oh, okay, that was... Didn't need both of those panels. One of them was just getting in the way. This was always my favorite panel. Alright, revert flight to launch. Oh shit, no, I should go to fucking vehicle assembly and fix the probes. We'll do it when we're up there, when we're in space. I'll just fly it correctly now. Just fly it the way that it was always meant to. SAS on, throttle to a little bit more than last time. I will put some throttle on it, like a third. Say about a third of the throttle there. Houston, can I get a countdown?
I feel as though we've done this before. Are you messing with time?
No.
In 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I gotta look into my time machine there, because something's going wrong with Houston's ability to speak. That's not as intended. Delta V on this now, or the TWR? It's better. It's good. It goes. Boy, does it go, though. And I gotta make sure and throttle up before I kick off these boosters, or else we won't pull away in time for them to fall away. That's the thing. That's the thing. So, 180 meters per second at, 200 meters per second at 3 kilometers on this. Get ready to throttle up and destage. In 3, 2, 1. Throttle up, D-stage. And they're just clear. Just clear. How's our TWR on this, by the way? Just fine. 1.5. Ah, brilliant. Brilliant. All right, 300 meters per second. I want to start turning down the ball, but I'm a little bit afraid of low atmo here. So I'm just gonna duck us in that direction, just ever so slightly with a little SAS. There you go. Could throttle down a bit for this turn. Make it a little bit easier to hit. 14 kilometers. Whoa! Whoa! Full throttle. Full throttle. Yep, a little bit easier to hit. That's a little bit easier to hit. It's good. Good. God, I flew this thing once already. It went to orbit fine. Now here we are. Now here we are. Oh, Jesus.
Porn Marty, you have to go to the future. There's something wrong with your kids.
That didn't work out. We'll fix the probes this time. We'll fix the probes. That's why I did that, because I wanted to see the probes fixed. Obviously. Duh. So get in here with our probe core. You. Hibernate and warp auto. Something the game should be just set up to automatically do. I don't know under what circumstance you wouldn't want it to hibernate and auto. You fucking developers. And then never designed a game designers. You, can I reach you? Boom. You as well. Hibernate and warp auto. Excellent. Everything is perfect now. It's perfect now. It would be nicer if these were on the... Can I give you more force percent? No, I can't. If they were higher on it, they would blow away more safely. But, I mean, the craft looks so fucking cool. You know? Kinda don't want to mess with it because it looks so cool, just because it's fundamentally, like, designed incorrectly. I mean, but it looks cool. You know, that's what's important here. Presuming all of the staging is still correct, what if we just went? How do you feel about the fact it's a different team developing KSP2? Great. Great. You know, I appreciate that the squad team that they, you know, created the physics and the systems and the simulator here, but they have no idea how to design a game and they don't seem to care about it. The things that are just standard and stock and normal. So somebody else coming in and being like, okay, so we take the systems you already built and then we make a game out of it. Sounds like a great plan to me. SAS on, throttle to some. Throttle to some. Thanks. It was fine like that. Houston.
I've got the weirdest sense of deja vu.
Shut up and just count down.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Is it Groundhog Day already?
It could be. Little magnets. It's a good time to... I don't know, I think I'm still on my cooldown from watching that movie. I'm gonna have to watch it. You know, you watch that movie throughout your life. Groundhog Day, Bill Murray. But I'm feeling like you gotta have a few years in between. I haven't quite caught up to when I want to watch it again. But, so it's not Groundhog Day yet. No. No. Watch the Solid Fuel. I've only seen it once as a guy called Pi. You'll see it many, many times. That's just, it's how the world works. Get ready to throttle up. Throttle up. And attach. We're away and free. Nose down just a touch in the direction that you want to go, but be careful. You can flip this ship, apparently. Found that out the easy way, which is flipping the ship. It's not actually that difficult to flip a ship, is what I found out. I might throttle down a little bit without doing any maneuvers, just so that we don't get quite as much height so quickly. Apoap's already at 21 kilometers, 22 kilometers. So if I throttle down a bit as we pass with the speed we've already got through this lower atmosphere, and now I should be able to throttle or turn down, give myself full thrusters to aid in not having us flip over in the atmosphere. Hit! Hit! SAS, we hold. Okay, hold me, we're at 43 kilometers. I do want to turn down more. I want this to be a nice long burn. 49.50 on the Apoaps, well we're at 30, that's a 20 kilometer separation. That means that 50 is going to rush up at us really quick. I'm going to go full lateral immediately on this ascent. 55 kilometers. I'm actually burning slightly below the horizon now so that we can get the most speed out of the single burn without approaching our apoaps and slowing down as we do and that sort of a thing. So let's see, this craft should be a lot closer to just putting itself into orbit without us having to actually use the fuel from the Poodle. We've definitely got extra fuel in the Poodle to get the job done, as it could be required, but it should be very close to getting the job done without that. So I'm going to nose up a bit, because we need our apoaps to actually hit space before we run out of the fuel in this stage. I'm nosing up a bit more, because we need our apoaps to hit space. 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71... 72 with 96 meters per second. I've inverted 69, and we made 1900 meters per second of delta V instead of the 1600 and some that we made, or of speed instead of the 1600 that we made on last ascent. This is all well and good, I hope, think, maybe, could be. Follow your prograde for reduced drag, even at these high altitudes, and really for the best drag, you'd want to switch over to surface mode prograde, because that's where the atmosphere is, but we don't care. I'm going to orbit. Apparently the lead designer is a massive fan of KSP and had a bunch of nitpicks with the original, so hopefully it has better quality of life. Man, I hope that's true. I certainly hope that's true as well. And there's so many bugs. There's just massive design issues all over the place. Visual, UI, game, design. There's just no game to the game. And they didn't have to put a game in, but they made it a game. You know, you can't say, well, it's supposed to be a simulator, but they put a game in and then sold it. Don't tell me that, well, it doesn't matter because it's not really what it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it does. And also, it's not that fucking hard to make this into a game. The hell did you do to fuck it up, is my question. How are we... Why is there such a big difference between, like, whatever this is, the Probe Mark 1, and our Ascent? Because we've got a pretty good fucking line here, actually. Give me SAS and stop worrying about it, Pawn. You need to drop your fairings. Whoa, Jesus Christ almighty. Okay, we drop the fairings. That's just going to be out in front of us. So if we don't want to hit it, and maybe nose down a bit. Where's the apoaps? We're coming up on it now. I'm going to burn the rest of what's in here immediately. Because we got to drop this stage. It's probably fine. Drop that stage. Did we, let's just check real quick. Reach stage 1. Thumper solid fuel collided into Thumper solid fuel booster. This is as we were coming up. Separation of stage 2. Airstream protective shell collided into Rockamax X200 16 fuel tank. Airmax protective shell. Airstream, so it was the... It hit the fairing? The fairing's still here. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Oh, Christ almighty, but I'm burning the apoaps out the... Fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, what's the nose cone that exploded? Yeah, that was... The nose cone was just there for the aerodynamics. It was always meant to be thrown off. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't, like, take any bits of us with it. And maybe it did. But, I don't see what it took off, if it took anything. It looks good. The weighting seems correct. Get me up to this apoaps now that I've accidentally blown it way the hell out. There you go. On your prograde. Throttle up. Oh, shit. Throttle up, pull up, pull up. Oh, fuck. Alright, it was a waste of a circularization, but we've got the liquid fuel to burn. 1,346 meters per second to get to the moon and park. It's going fine. It's not been a long day, and it's not... I don't know how many times that I've flown this thing. First time I did it was the best. Things went wrong, and I still, like, managed to park it there, and then we found out there was a flaw in the fucking design, and... let's deploy all of the things all at once. Go! Wow. That is all of the things deployed all at once. There's a lot of things. Alright. Get me a moonerino kind of a transfer. So, add a maneuver here. Blow it out to, what is it again? 800 and less than 60. So pull us back down with the 857 or so. We'll say I'm hitting the moon right there. I'll go over here, put us down to a finer control authority, and then start looking for the place. Like, if I come around the other side of the moon instead, does that make a goddamn bit of difference? Go ahead and down more of that, and then we can leave. How much? What is the actual delta V for getting this done? I need to know, like, down to the fucking decimal point, so I don't have to fuck with this every time. I'm just curious. I just want to know. What is the actual, like, minimum delta V to the moon? Still I can take more off. I'm gonna go up to a larger scale. Still I can take more off. 53. I'm not the only one curious, right? Okay. $853 point something. Okay. 853.3 delta V. 8533. Let's check our delta V map. 860. Liars. Liars, every one of them. What a nice light show that visual buck is. What visual bug? Which one are you seeing? I don't see any visual bug. F5 from here, we're going to the moon. I said I would do it quick. We're gonna do it quick and sloppy. And just get her up there, get her done. And how long is this burn? You're saying 34 seconds worth of burn. Okay. Let's get down to our maneuver node. Oh, that spot precisely, sir. So if it's 34, then we want to leave it, say 20. 20 seconds. We'll have a little bit to burn either side of it. Never seen or used that menu in my life. The one where you can adjust the maneuver node? I didn't realize it was there. It's so goddamn small. Forever, and then people finally pointed out to me, and I was like, ah! And, yeah, it makes maneuver nodes usable. It absolutely does. Small issue, is that the UI, it's so tiny, you don't know, and then actually, like, the only way to use it that really is effective is to scroll wheel it with your mouse, and it's like, it's a good idea, poor execution, basically Kerbal standard is what I'm saying. Okay. Stay out in the node. Stay with the node. That was a really good fucking burn, actually. I'm gonna drop you so I can see what my real moon periapse is right now. That was really, really good. Maybe I'll just use RCS to finish this off. Damn. There we go. RCS off. 9-7. Good. Now, how are we coming in at the moon, and where are we coming in at the moon? I could have just clicked it. Kerbin, the moon. Ooh, that's similar to exactly what we did last time. Coming around from the backside. Alright. Alrighty. F5 me, and we're gonna go up to about the middle. No. I don't need a maneuver. We're gonna go out to the middle, warp me to here. So leave Kerbin. Goodbye, Kerbin. Up to about here, and then we're going to adjust our inclination by burning on our angry triangle. So where's that angry triangle? If I recall, it's over here. And I think I'll just do it with the engines. Yeah. And trying to be perfectly, like, circular. I can't actually get the information about the moon from here, is how it seems to be. Dock mode, toggle maneuver node. I can't, like, switch over to moon information from here in order to get my inclination and how it needs to be adjusted. But my argument at the periapse is the best thing that I think I got. So RCS H, H, H. Argument at the periapse is now 0 degrees. F5 from there, and bring me down to the periapse, or just in the general direction. In fact, what we can do from right here, right now, is add the maneuver, and set up the burn, and then not care about that, really. I'll do it manually, but now that I've got a little maneuver node there, I'll F5, and I'll hit the warp me to here button, and you will take me out to the moon, won't you? You little prick. This time, you'll actually come apart when we get there. Hello, moon. We approach. We doth approach. I'm so glad that the Poodle has a single nozzle variant now. I've been missing it ever since it was redesigned. It looks so good. It's so sexy. It's such a pretty fucking design. Okay. F2, where are we? We're coming up on that node, which is around our periapse. If I move the node to, you know, where it should... Don't do that. To where it should be on the periapse. Or I could just drop the node because it's of no use to me. And with the periapse... Periapse is 6,406. Oh, shit. We got way lower than I intended to be. As long as there's no mountains, we'll be okay. But whatever. Get on orbital. Find your retrograde, please. Find your retrograde. Did not mean to be at 6,400. I made that adjustment and didn't get the other side of the adjustment. So, we want our... Well, we want any periapse at the moon is what we're looking for. Any apoapse to start with. Okay, here comes the apoapse. Throttle down. I'm actually going to stop, and I'm going to aim toward the sky to try and pull the periapse back toward me. No? Okay. I'll tell you what then. We'll aim at the ground, and that should drive the periapse up as the apoapse comes up to, or comes down. There you go. Okay, did not mean to do all that, but, you know. Head back over to the prograde, we'll blow that up to where we want to be, which is 9K. Okay, 9.238, sounds good to me. And then, as long as we don't hit a mountain, a moon mountain, by the way, give me the view that doesn't suck. Go ahead and turn our lights on. We're pretty. We've got pink balls. Pink balls is what we've got there. F5. As long as we don't hit a moon mountain as we rise up to 9K, then we should be able to head over to the apoapse and finish off this circularization. So warp me up to there. I'll just keep an eye. Isn't it great when you're doing a maneuver and a random line just cuts across the screen? One of my favorites. That doesn't even qualify on my list of bugs. I literally have a document that I have been drafting with the plan of turning it into a video that has, it's 18 pages long, that is a collection of bugs, UI design issues, errors, poor decisions, imbalance. everything in Kerbal Space Program, and I want to do that video, like, while they're still saying it's gonna be, KSP2 is like a year out. Because, wow, that's a tall one, but we're at 7,500, we're almost safe. I would love for, you know, that information to get to them while they're still designing KSP. Uh-oh, this one's really high. This is a really tall mountain. Oh, we're fine. In fact, we could have just carved a butthole there. Actually, if the thing next to it was... we're good. But I would love for them to see my list, and, you know, choose which things actually are worth addressing. You're now big enough that someone might actually see the video and make a difference. Maybe. I got a long history with Kerbal, so possibly. But yeah, and I can build that into the video too, saying, you know, that this is the reason why I'm putting this all together. There's multiple reasons. One of them is just to get it off my chest, and especially because when I was criticizing, there's our numpty one again. When I was criticizing Kerbal back in the day and didn't necessarily know, you know, what's intended game functionality and what's the game are broken kind of stuff. Do we want to be on the prograde? Yeah, because we want to drive that up. You know, I got so much, like, pushback from people who were like, you just don't get it, this does, because the game is this, that, and the other thing, and it's like, okay, bitches, now I do get it. Now I do know. I've been playing it long enough to fucking tell you how it goes. So I kind of want to get it off my chest. With RCS, 9205, 9264, 9134, 9185, 9254, 9217, 9282, I turned SAS off. Just trying to find that place where it's like really, really almost perfectly circular. Shit. 9257, 9231. I don't like those numbers, but they're really, really close to one another, so I will go with it. RCS off, F5. We are in safe, stable orbit at the moon with this vessel. F5 again from this menu. So we're down to just 204 meters per second of delta V remaining. We can't get home from here until we detach from the 4 tons of craft that we're dragging and suddenly find out that we've got more than enough delta V to maybe kind of almost half get home. We might be short. We might actually be short. It's possible. It's possible. SAS back on, and I think for this I want retrograde. Well, it shouldn't matter. We're just going to release. There shouldn't be any you know, involved in this. There's no explosive force behind this. This is just an undocking / letting going maneuver. But from here, with everything deployed, everything's working, electricity's full, monoprop for days, it's all looking good. Let's do this time. Maybe it'll actually work. So, step 1, F5 again. Step 1, decouple the node. Okay, it has released, kind of. Now, I need to release from this side. And it has actually released. We have actual release, ladies and gentlemen, of the first part of this space station in safe orbit of the moon. What is your apoapsis and periapsis? 9109, 9239. Just releasing that, you know, fucked up my perfect circularization. It's fine. We might push it back up to 14K or something, because this is really low to be fucking around with at 9K. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Do I still have thrusters on here in the control? I might want to... I'll look at it later. What we need to do right now is get this guy home. He has 387 meters per second of delta V left in him, and we can get home for less than 300. I believe 270. Hopefully. You know, unless I'm really confused. I'm always trying to learn, and I get mixed fucking signals from this game all the time. F5, SAS, find your prograde. Wow, you spin on a dime. That's very nice. Now, to get home, you'll want to burn from this side of the moon, from over here to go that way. When we leave, where are we? Is that us? Is that... Focus on us. Yeah, that's us. Well, we should probably be leaving right now then. Let me see if I make a maneuver out there and I blow it out. For 270 meters per second, we can hit, yeah, from there. We can leave, but it's a 29-second burn. If I go later, can we still get there? When I've got time to set this up? It's looking like yes. Go ahead and give me more authority over this. Fire... No. Less. Get off. Periaps of 16. So we want to hit the atmosphere and we want to do a little bit of aero braking, but then we want to come back up. I can't read that number because of the poor design. It's 41. 41, that's too low. That is way too low. We'd want to be higher, but we also haven't necessarily found the best place to leave for the least amount of delta V. So, what do you think 55? I don't think 55 is enough. I want to try 51. I want to try like 49. I'm going to try 49. And we'll F5 from here and don't let me F5 from anywhere else. Because, yeah, that could be problematic. Just go now. I could. Couldn't I? I could. Warp me up to the... Where are we? We're at 4 seconds worth of a burn on our prograde. Go ahead and burn it out. Drop the node. And fire me up. 4 seconds worth of a burn, they say. Periaps. Trying to see those numbers. Okay, RCS to finish, I think. Yeah, this is far more controllable. I do want to try 49. I don't want to be, like... I don't want to be caught in atmosphere, but I don't want to be going around it for ages, you know? So actually from here is where I would want to do my... I'll do 50. I'll do a hard 50. F5 from here. If we need to make an adjustment, we can come back here. RCS monoprop, push it around a little bit in case things don't go correctly. So, now what I would like you to do, game, is take me to where we're almost entering atmosphere. Take me up to here, I guess. Warp there. Goodbye, Moon. We'll see you another day. Can I put you into camera auto, I guess? Where's auto? There's auto. On our way. How are you doing in terms of maintaining electricity and generating some of it? You're good. You're very, very good. Coming up on Kerbin now. Ah! We're fine. We stopped. No, RCS off, please. RCS off. Don't waste it. How much monoprop do we have in this thing? 40 is how much I've put on here. Cool. I guess what we're going to want to do is activate these radiators. So I will turn them on. Are they all on now when I did that? Nope. Activate that radiator. Activate that radiator. Activate that radiator. We now have 4 radiators cooling for this re-entry that we're going to have. And I think we want to be on our retrograde. And I think we also want to have our things pulled in. So, undeploy. Oh, shit. There's a big problem. These panels do not undeploy. I used the wrong panels. These panels cannot be pulled back in, and we're about to enter atmosphere and dip down to 50k. Oh, fuck. We need another tow truck. We're gonna have to send another tow truck in. Could have told you that 3 hours ago. You were here, right? So why didn't you? I could have told you that, but I didn't. Oh, fuck you, you're an asshole, huh? Okay, time to crash it. It might just, you don't know, maybe things will be... Yeah, we're fucked. Alright, into atmosphere, and we'll watch carefully and see what's gonna happen here. This is good research, if nothing else, so that we know how much, ApoApps drop we get when we enter from 50k. We enter from 50k with this thing. You're getting hot, but there's active radiators all around you. All around you are active radiators. You're very close to them, too, in terms of, like, it being a part that's nearby. And there goes both of those. Cool. You're supposed to be on your retrograde, by the way. I could have swore I just fucking clicked that. Alright, those are gone. The radiators are worth shit, apparently. Just not doing jack all for us, is what it looks like to me. AppWaps is falling good. How much power does a flaming solar panel generate? Apparently a lot, Cringe XP. So yeah, I will need, if we want to be able to dip into Atmo and come back out, then I will need to replace those solar panels. Engine is into slight overheat mode. No big deal. If the next craft has... Could an engineer repair the broken solar panels? Because the next craft could have guys on it. I could send up an engineer. AppWaps at 4.3. Down from the, 10 million that it starts at the moon or whatever. And we are exiting the atmosphere. Maybe the solar panels did something, maybe they didn't. Can't repair it if the whole part blows off. Did it all explode from heat? Yeah, the whole part's gone. Shit. But that implies that you could repair it if it hadn't blown off. Can they rebuild a solar panel for us? Because I don't know. Never used them before for that. So 3 million off of the first pass at 50k, which means we could dive more next time. And we're back out here. Let's go for another pass at 50k and see how that works out. Warp me around. Oh, the electric charge, though. I mean, it is... Oh, fuck! No. Is it because the radiators are on, and so they're sucking up a lot of juice? Shut down the radiators, they're apparently useless. We'll find out anyway on this pass when they're all shut down. SAS off. The probe... when I'm warping, is in hibernate mode. Okay. So maybe that will keep some of our electricity. Can't say for certain. I think it did consume way more electricity than it should have because the radiators were on. So we should have something. For this descent. I'm not going to turn the radiators back on because I'd like to know whether or not they're useful at all, but I will turn RCS on and hold us on the retrograde, on the surface retrograde. And let's see how this goes. See how much AppWaps drops off of it. PeriApp's still hanging out at 50. We started at 50.3. In particular. I did note that. I'm trying to get information about how I can get this done most efficaciously. And in terms of getting hot, yeah, we get hot. But who fucking cares, basically. Get a little bit hot. If I had my solar panels in, we wouldn't have to worry about the heat at all. That's another million dropped, so 50k. I think I would dive to 49 or 48 the next time that we tried this from the moon. Just to try and get more of it done in less passes, because this is going to be 3 or 4, and I'm not, a big fan of that, and also we're going to be out of electric charge on this go-round. SAS off. Warp here. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, we're holding on to our electric charge enough. Okay. Make sure that we stay in warp, though, because if I'm in warp, then we're auto-hibernating. There we go. We're in here. Back to SAS. Retrograde surface. Hold. And go ahead and give me 4 times Fizz Warp. As we get warm. Mainly I'm concerned with the Apwaps, though. Periaps also being driven down a bit. I'm wondering about, fizz warping through this area, too, that it might be fudging the calculations a little bit, and so we're not getting as much out of it as if I was at no fizz warp. But probably shouldn't be enough. Fire your engines, says Dramacian. I could, but I'm saving that for, stabilizing us, and just kind of like want to know what it would be for knocking it down. I want to see all this, It's this tow truck did not turn out to be useful to us because of, one minor thing that we couldn't retract those solar panels. So it might as well do some goddamn research for me. Yeah, that's gonna be a third pass, or a 1, 2. That was third, right? So this is gonna be a 4th pass. Get me out of the Atmo, please. Okay, we're out of atmosphere because I hear the music. Warp me around here. Will firing my engine actually create more electric charge on the Poodle? Poodle's a big fucking engine. I'll bet it does. I'll bet it does. Yeah. In any event, don't let me have 5. Don't let me have 5. Alright, we're hitting the periaps one more time here. You may have to take it to 35k next time. Yeah, I think that's a little bit low. So but I'm definitely interested in like 47 even, seeing this. And this is not slowing us down much at all now. So I am going to do that. Let's fire our engine. And that's all of our... Yeah, that was a bad idea. But did it generate electricity? Not much. That was a bad idea, buddy. Bad idea. Alright, so this one's just going to be thrown into the planet and die. Is how this is going to work out. But that's fine. It was always going to become useless. After the electric panel debacle of 2021. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we in space yet? No. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? 360k. This would be probably where I would have to abandon going down but we wouldn't have done this without me burning my engines at the periaps, so land on the claw. Yeah, I could probably... That would be cool if I could save it by landing on the claw. That would be very, very cool. Alright, warp down. Warp me up to the Apwaps. Do I want to warp up to the Apwaps? I could stabilize this and have it in orbit. That would be useless. It did survive 50 meters per second. Go ahead and just spin around, hit the atmosphere, and let's come completely down. Okay, 4 times Fizz Warp. No liquid fuel remaining. Why don't we have any liquid fuel remaining? Didn't it say 24 meters per second? Now we just have none? Or did it fucking leak out? Claw needs to be patched too. Too OP. Claw needs to be patched too OP. Okay, come on now. Come on now. 47 kilometers, 300k on the Apwaps. Get me fucking down. I want to land at the desert launch site, apparently. Actually, if that's the desert, then over here would be, yeah. We might be coming down near the KSC. Into those mountains. And bounce off of them with the claw. Come on, get me down into Atmo. And how we doing on, being really, really hot? So I know I am, but I don't know about you guys. I don't think the radiators are really useful at all to have on here. After what we saw. I guess they look kind of neat. I don't know what the real virtue of the radiators would be for this descent. if we would have had those panels in, you know, then they wouldn't have heated because they're in sort of the ablative cone down here. It would be mainly this that starts to heat up, and it's a big, powerful engine that if we're just dipping our toes into the atmosphere, I don't know that we actually need radiators. I feel like that was an oversight with making it so it can attach to asteroids and comets. That the claw has a immense friggin' impact tolerance. The ablator definitely helps, though, right? We have no ablator. Yes, we have no ablator. We have no ablator today. I mean, if you're doing a full-on descent without, like, but just the slowing in atmosphere, I just don't think we need it. I just don't think we need anything for it. I don't think it'll overheat and die. Ooh. Let's see, water? Water good? I don't know if we're actually going to land in water. Looks like we're going to land here. I do have monoprop, don't I? Yeah. I think we'd be better off with land, actually. You know? Get right down to it. Hit land hard with the claw, we'll survive. If I dunk everything into water, then everything's going to explode. But I got a chance with the claw. Can I... Yeah, just flop around in the wind to try and slow our speed. Turn the lights on? No, your electric charge, buddy. Don't forget about electric charge. That is a thing. SAS off, in fact. We'll just fall a bit. Poodle is the heat shield. Yeah, I think it works fine just for the engine to absorb it. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to flip it. So we'll slow it with monoprop. Almost. Nearly got it. Shit. I mean, as intended, for I am the Ronin pawn. Yeah, recover the vessel. Revert? No, we're fine. You know, things go wrong, you have to do them again. It's fine, we got a good design, we need a couple little tweaks on it, it'll be fine. Take me to the Space Center. The big flat surface there looks like it could create a lot of drag. The surface of the Earth? Kerbin? That there's definitely a lot of drag there. You can definitely use a lot of drag for the litho braking there. It was a relatively successful mission. While we're still here, because I'm definitely wrapping up the live stream after 7.5 hours. While we're still here, let's fix the tow truck, because we're gonna use that tow truck elsewhere. So, you fellas, just for the sake of getting the tow truck fixed and made into a subassembly again, rip all this stuff off. Goodbye. No, in the game. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, and then when we do the subassembly, we will do it from here, I suppose, and then you attach to how do we do that? Subassembly will be made from here, because it's got everything in it, and then I just got to make sure that it's in exactly the right place. Yeah. Okay, so the radiators are overkill. They kind of look cool, though. See how it looks without them? Yeah, it makes everything else kind of look stupid. So we'll keep the radiators, even though they're weight and just sort of unnecessary. We'll keep the radiators. You know, they're optional, I guess. Might even put them on an action group for this guy. So, actions, you, on 0, toggle. Oh, it already was. I'd already put them there? I'm a genius. But the main issue was that these solar panels are not retractable. So give me some retractables, the 1x6s, that is correct. And you guys look entirely differently. Yeah, no, I wanted to spin the camera. So, in terms of making it look good, it looks okay, as it is. I think maybe down a bit. Or, you know, like that. That's also a possibility. Just hide all of the angles. I actually like that. I like where it snapped there. And then, yep. And then when you spin, you will actually be penetrating this light a little bit when it rotates. So let's drag it out a bit more, so that when it does rotate that panel, it's not actually bumping into it. And down some. Okay. It's good to me. And now we can retract those for re-entering for heat and stuff, and it should be good. Was there anything else that I done went and fucked up on that in particular? Making the sub-assembly should be over here. Looks very jerry-rigged. Does it? It's my design aesthetic. I like it. I like it. It's interesting to look at. Looks like something I made. So I'm going to take the tow truck, which should be you. Yep, like that. Overwrite you. Do you wish to overwrite this assembly? Delete or cancel? Boy, you know what I'd put there? How about the word OK instead of delete? So now if I pulled you out, if you get the right solar panels on it, you do. That looks right to me. That looks right to me. So the solar panels have been replaced. That's it. Everything else is still okay. We're leaving the radiators on for some reason. Oh, you know what? I want that with full liquid fuel from the sub-assembly. So yeah, back into the tow truck. Boom. Delete, apparently, is the way that we confirm things. Put that in the document. That's alright. We'll do it right now. Put it in the document. Where's the document? Here we go. 2. Overwrite sub-assembly. Sub-assembly. Confirmation. In fact, I don't need to comment there. Confirmation message. Confirmation. Just, I'll reword it later. Delete or cancel. What's the question in particular? I'd like to put that in there. So if I did this one more time and I did that and I put that in, boom, tow truck. Do you wish to overwrite the sub-assembly? Do you wish to overwrite this sub-assembly? Question. Answer. Delete. That's what it says. This is what it says. Cancel. We're fine now. We're fine now. So if I get the tow truck out again, and I clicked on how much fuel you got all the fuel. I click on over here, you got that's an octagonal strut. I click on you, that's photovoltaic panel. Alright, the tow truck is ready to go for the next one that we launch up. Alright, good. Good. And I don't want to save any of this. So, just so that we all have, like, one more pass of why we were here for 7.5 hours, what we are going toward, what we were driving toward, what we were building today is this. This moon base. This orbital station for the moon. And what we took up today... Shit. What we took up today... was that. And Spermy. Spermy's there too. Spermy's this guy. He's another little probe that's I guess somebody will say it looks like it's duct taped together, but it's intentional. It's how I made him. He looks beautiful. He's beautiful to me. I don't care what he looks like to you. Spermy? Spermy, you go there. Spermy. That's the part that we took up today, and it is there, and it is deployed and waiting for us to come and attach everything else with it, and we'll be attaching everything else with it with the help of our good friend, Spermy. Because he's gonna do all of the work of pushing everything around with monoprop, and docking one thing to another. That's the idea, anyway. Ooh, all that and Spermy. That's what went up. So what do we have left to bring up? Well, don't save any of that. What do we have left to bring up? We have the docking arm, which is here. It's these 4 balls, and then this docking arm, which has some robotics to it. Okay, which if I change the play direction, hit the play button, has some robotics to it. Okay. Okay, which forgot all of my programming because fuck this goddamn game. Yeah. I mean, it remembered that it's supposed to be 8 seconds, but it's doing nothing. Cool. Cool. So that's Kerbal Space Program for you. Love it. Love it when you put effort in and then shit just goes away. And then last, except it's not last because we got to bring the fuel up as well, but this is the main core of the space station. The 8-ton, it's 20-ton because we already got a tow truck on here, but it's 8-ton of a payload, 20-ton with our tow truck built onto it. This goes up, attaches to, then another thing attaches to that. Maybe this goes up next. Be more interesting to bring this up, wouldn't it? Hook this up to the big thing that's out there, and we could bring Kerbals out with us, engineers and scientists and all sorts of people, name them after you guys in chat. These are all things that we could do together on the next live stream. On the next live stream. But not today. I'm tired, huh? 7 hours, 40 minutes live streaming. I think we only did 4 breaks in there, too. That tow truck needs replacing. Yeah, we had some flat tires, but we did and then... Remind me about that, Dramacian, on the next live stream, or else I might forget and try and launch with the wrong tow truck that has the same issue. For I am the Ronin Pawn! And that's just what Ronin Pawns do. The most wonderful thing about Ronin Pawns is Ronin Pawns are fucking idiots. No. There's a lot of moving parts involved in building a ship like that. If we manage to, like, put all of the big chunks of this ship together in space and not find out that, oh my god, I forgot this, or that won't work, what the fuck was I thinking? That will be, you know, amazing. The fact that the tow truck that we whipped together over the course of an hour, once we stopped the other design that took an hour, but, you know, we whipped that together and forgot that I need retractable solar panels for re-entering atmosphere, for aerobraking. That's the level of complication we're working at here, people. Congrats on being 1/3 done, or 1/4. But thank you. I will see, you know, positive. It's a big project. I enjoy the designing. The flying is more of a nuisance than anything. I'll see you back here for the next live stream when we continue assembling our moon orbital base. On out.